or not, because the internet sucks in the year 2021. But I'm just going to assume we're live. This is going to be a very unique show because we're going to have live audio participants from t.me/hex crypto in the live chat. So if you go in the live chat and then raise your hand, there's a chance I could call on you and you could chat, and you'll be talking to the thousands of listeners that are watching on youtube.com/RichardHart, twitch.tv/ I think it's Richard Hart Win, and I think Periscope went out of business, so I don't even know if we're on Periscope. Let's take a look. Oh my god, I didn't even change the stream title, so we're using an old title. Gonna have to fix that. I've been sitting here busy troubleshooting the audio to make sure that we would have working audio out of our Telegram live voice thing. There's a couple hundred people in there now. I discovered that there's a website called, I think, hexstreamers.com that has a list of like all of the different people that are doing hex stuff. And I discovered that someone was live streaming this voice chat on Twitch. I was like, that's interesting. So we put it, in the headline that this stuff gets recorded and streamed by people, which is pretty cool. I like this live chat. It's really neat. Congratulations on your new all-time highs in Bitcoin, new all-time highs in Ethereum, new all-time highs in Hex maybe a week ago. Went over 2.4 cents, I think. Maybe 2.358, something like that. I'll check it in a minute. In the meantime, let's fix this this stream title and then actually go and share it everywhere. So view docs. A lot of little things I gotta open here. Stream information. Let's go with the clickbait for this bad boy. Emergency Bitcoin update in all caps. God. Ethereum. This actually isn't a very important day. There is a fork tomorrow. It does change things. There is the Coinbase public listening tomorrow. We are doing new all-time highs. Emergency Bitcoin update. Let's throw some exclamation marks in there. I hate my life doing this stuff. It's so crap. What do you think? $1 million Bitcoin update? Dollar signs. People love dollar signs. What number should we stick for Ethereum here, boys? How about $10,000? Why not? Social media is the worst. All right. And then for luck, I think I have to update this title like more than once. Hello, chat. How are you? Look, somebody in chat was like 10K. You guys are geniuses, all of you. We all emergently shelling point arrived at the same fanciful number. Now let's go share this link, everybody. Share the t.me/hex crypto link for people that might want to join the audio chat and get called on. And then share my youtube.com/RichardHart, and I'll do the same. Probably going to hear my own voice from my own stream, so I'm going to mute it quickly. Yep. Of course, the title's wrong. Awesome. Let's go manually edit the title. So dumb. Working on it. Oh, I'm in the wrong account. It all makes sense now. Creator Studio. Sorry for this being so clunky, guys, but there's not really a way to make this work too much better, sadly. Grab my title. All right, now where's the link? Got it. Now I'm sharing the link and we're off to the races. And Twitter. Should have put Pulse in the headline. Oh well. All right, we're retweeted everywhere. It should be good to go. Should be good to go. All right, everybody. I hope you spread that link. Here's the link for the live stream chat. Periscope doesn't exist anymore, so I guess I can turn off that streaming option. Lol, no reason to waste the bandwidth. Goodbye, Periscope. You no longer exist. 5 whole viewers on DLive. Forgot that platform existed. 44 on Twitch, 500 on YouTube. Usually this like ramps up to 1,000 or 1,500 over the course of the stream. So let's take a look at the charts, everybody, since here's the big things that we got going on. If you want to join the voice chat later, like raise your hand and have me call on you, go to t.me/hexcrypto if you want to, you know, actually be on the stream. So charts. Charts. Bitcoin right now is, I usually chart Bitstamp because they don't have leverage, so you don't have overshoots from liquidations because you can't get liquidated because it's only spot trading. Whereas if you chart, you know, a margin trading platform, you're going to have big liquidation wicks, and then it doesn't chart as pretty when you're drawing trend lines. Throws off your angles. All right, let's do some measurements here. And we'll measure from the COVID dip. The COVID dip was March 13th. I'm just using UTC time if you're trying to like recreate these charts at home. Just on TradingView, BTC USD Bitstamp pair currently. If we measure from the bottom to the top, which is 397 days, Bitcoin has done a 16x in profit, which is a 17x in multiple. So 17x in Bitcoin in 397 days. Pretty sweet. And if we take a look at Ethereum, just going to switch over to ETHUSD from the same COVID dip, which is pretty nice because it's just about a year. We're getting a 26x. So far, we've had a 26x for Ethereum. For BTC, it was a 17x. I'm having a round here, right? So it says like 1,578.88%, which rounds to 1,600% when you add 1x for your like gross, for your multiple. So if you go from 1 to 2, you made 100% profit, but your x is 2x because you now have 2 instead of 1. So you have to add that 100%, that extra 1x to get a multiple, like your stack multiple. So 17x in BTC, Ethereum 26x, and HEX, gotta use a different chart. HEX is at 191x. Yeah. So Bitcoin 16x, Ethereum 26x, and HEX 191x in about a year. It's pretty good. So, yay. I like HEX. I like HEX a lot. I would be wearing my HEX t-shirt, but I can't find it. Searched and searched and searched, could not find my HEX t-shirt. So here we are. I tried wearing a button-up shirt. The buttons weren't happy. The buttons were not happy at all. So what's going on with this Coinbase listing? Everyone on television is talking about the Coinbase listing. And apparently they're opening the direct listing on NASDAQ at $250 per share. I don't even know how many shares they have, so I don't know how many billions of dollars that was. You know, it was rumored they were going to go for 100 billion, and then I think they brought it down to 76 billion. So they already have like a futures market for the shares before they actually exist. And I think that those are already trading at $600 or $700. I think 600. So yeah, I'm not sure what the day one chart is going to look like. I'm not an IPO guy. I've never sat there and watched, you know, a traditional finance IPO before and cared about the listing price. And these direct listings are rare as well. So I'm not sure that many people know how it's, you know, going to go on this first day. Now, have we had this hype before? Yes, we have. I've been here in 2013. I've been here at the end of 2017. I'm here now at 2021. People are buying JPEGs for $1 million. Everyone's launching a coin. I'm getting 1 million emails for people begging me to shill whatever garbage they've created. Please be an advisor. Please shill our garbage. Like, this looks exactly to me like the end of 2017. I can't see more topping signals. And here, everyone now has their eyes set on a single date, a single moment in time after a giant run up where everyone expects it to run up more. I see Elon Musk bragging, or I see a Bitcoin maximalist bragging about Elon Musk and Michael Saylor being up 2x. And I'm thinking to myself, if I were only up 2x after Ethereum did a 26x, HEX did 130x, and Bitcoin did a 15x, I would feel really stupid. So I'm not sure why those guys feel so good with a 2x. I don't know. A 2x. I mean, HEX did a 2x like in a week or two. A 2x in crypto is kind of not very exciting. You know, HEX is up 488x from January 5th of 2020. That's a lot. It's a lot of X. So why do I mention this? Well, you have to look at the market one of two ways. Either every idiot that bought a $100,000 JPEG gets to retire and be rich, or at some point they get to lose all their money. And I think the universe is better if they get to lose all their money, because that's disgusting. You could buy real art. You could buy real art from an artist. You could commission real art. If the art that you're buying is procedurally generated from venture capitalists, there could be nothing worse. Procedurally generated art is garbage. It is disgusting. So if you get a slightly modified JPEG with a slightly different color hair than another JPEG, pixelated garbage JPEG, it makes me grit my teeth. I was driven to drink over one of these tweets that was so disgusting. I was like, I want to leave this gay earth. I believe the quote, I'm not going to curse, but I don't want to live here anymore kind of feelings, right? Now, what do we have that's anti the bear narrative? Low volatility, dips being bought to hell, the run up, the 17x run up or 16x run up from 38.50 on Stamp up to 62, 63K now, had one 30% dip, no 40% dips, few dips at all. So, could it be the case that Bitcoin goes to 300,000? Yes, it could happen. If Bitcoin did go to 300,000, where would Ethereum go? Well, if it keeps outrunning at 2x, so it goes from like 3x to 1.5x, and kind of like middles in the doubling of Bitcoin's performance. And then Hex's returns are so much higher that it's even hard to calculate them. I don't know, it seems like 10x Bitcoin, basically. So if Bitcoin does a 3x from here to like 180 grand, then maybe Ethereum could do like a 6x, and we're 2 grand now, which is really 12 grand. So I kind of undershot with the clickbait title there. It's, 12 grand is reasonable if Bitcoin could do a 3x. Now, there's a regression chart. The regression chart shows what Bitcoin has always done. It looks at the chart and it says what mathematical formula would have generated a chart of that shape that happened. It's called linear regression. And it tilts over because it's harder and harder to get bigger gains, because the gains are lower than they used to be, because the market cap is higher. So it takes more economic energy to get the same movement that you used to get. And depending on what chart you're looking at, $150 to $300 might be the top, but 60 is an okay top too. I don't know. So unfortunately, I don't like to leave you with, hey, anything could happen. We could go up, down, or sideways. I don't think sideways is an option. This could replay like CME, and the top is in the next 24 hours, and then we die for a year or two. Or it could pump fake, because everyone's probably been already thinking that in their head, and we could Judas candle everybody, make a nice sick new all-time high from people that have Coinbase shares buying up Bitcoin spot to make their Coinbase shares look better. Then they dump their Coinbase shares for higher money, which I think that must have been what happened in CME, right? Like, those guys are like, hey, we can run this thing up, take profit with a wonderful counterparty risk. CME is not going to default, and sell these futures at a premium. It's called contango. So when the futures have a higher price in the future than they have currently, the spot price, that's called contango. It's the normal state of futures in normal markets, because, there's a carry cost. If that reverses, it's called backwardation, where the futures could cost less than the spot. You saw that happen in oil, where oil went under zero. It went negative because it cost money to hold it, and there was no place to store it. You couldn't sell it. So today's oil was worth more than the oil in the future that you had to store into the future. So right now, there's a premium on Bitcoin futures, and there's a negative premium, or a deficit or deficiency. I don't remember what the right word is, but the shares of Grayscale Trust Bitcoin product, they're not at a premium. They usually go from like 20 to 100% premium. Now they're at a discount. I think it might be due to fears of ETFs launching, and then why would anyone ever pay premium on Grayscale stuff again? And then, Grayscale is counteracting that by saying, hey, we're going to be an ETF too, because we've been trying for a long time and we've already got all this infrastructure and stuff. So, that is real money that goes into crypto. Grayscale has 3% of Bitcoin's total supply, which if you look at circulating supply, it's a much larger percent. You shouldn't really consider Satoshi's million coins that have never moved as circulating supply. Grayscale premium. Grayscale is currently negative 9% to the net asset value. I'm not exactly sure how perfect these numbers are, but it's the best I got. All right. Ethereum 2290 currently. BTC 63,225. And yesterday BTC went up 6% and ETH went up 7.6%. What HEX did yesterday? Rather meh. Just did negative 7%. Now remember, its all-time high was 7 days ago. So HEX was 2.5 cents 7 days ago, and right now it's 1.9 cents. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I think market caps. Let's go look at the market caps. I'm going to nomics.com, nomics.com. We've got Bitcoin 1.8 trillion market cap. That's pretty cool. 264 billion on ETH and 11 billion on HEX. It's funny that there's not a coin in the top 100 with less than $1 billion market cap. Now here's the funny thing about market caps, guys. What are the chances that you could actually sell $1 billion of any of these coins without completely and totally annihilating the price? It's a vanity metric. So anyway, back to the trading, back to the price. Nobody, that's what people care about the most. I don't know of any reason why the CME replay doesn't need to happen. This could be the stream where it's like, oh, look, Richard Hart, knew there could be a top, but I don't, right? You could go up more. You could go to 150. You could go to 180. You could. But everything felt this way the last time, right? Wall Street's coming. Wall Street's not coming. They're already here. I saw Jim Cramer on television saying, yes, the interviewer was like, MicroStrategy is going to pay their executives in Bitcoin, still dollar denominated. So they're going to get paid the same number of dollars, but in Bitcoin instead, which is actually less efficient, kind of, because someone has to pay the bid-ask spread and the fee at on-ramp. So anyway, and then they said, Jim Cramer, hey, if I can get the guy that pays your checks in here to say that you're going to get paid in Bitcoin, you'd be all right with that? And he said, yes, I may even demand it. So he thinks that, that this is like a $2 trillion market, and maybe it should be a $3 trillion market in regards to Bitcoin, because it's 1.8 trillion now. That's Jim Cramer I'm quoting. So when you've got Jim Cramer on TV shilling Bitcoin, Paris Hilton with laser eyes shilling Bitcoin, Tesla shilling Bitcoin, and Dogecoin, lol, which is hilarious, shills Dogecoin publicly, buys Bitcoin. Weird. Says that Dogecoin ownership is too centralized, yet owns 30% of Tesla. 20 or 30. I think it's 30. You're like, hey man, I thought centralized ownership was bad. It seems like the most successful things that exist in the whole world, the best investments that have ever existed, have very centralized ownership. Facebook, Amazon, Google, Tesla. And if you look at the top 100 altcoins, the centralization of ownership is massive. The top 100 addresses own 90% of all of the top altcoins, except HEX. Funny enough. It's pretty funny. You can look up Ether, you go to etherscan.io, click a project, click holders, and it'll show you a chart of, you know, who owns what percent, what address owns what percent. And then 42% of all Bitcoin sits in 2,000 addresses. Technically, last I looked, it was 2,163, but close enough to 2,000 to me. So yeah, centralization in the nodes is bad because then you could get censorship. Centralization in ownership and operations and vertical integration is awesome. It works everywhere. And why companies keep getting bigger and outcompeting other companies doing mergers and acquisitions, because it is more effective, it is more efficient. It is the reason you have less choice in banking, less choice in airlines, less choice in most things, because vertical integration is so powerful and profitable. So I just have to de-educate people from their wrong thinking in regards to confusing the benefits of socializing the node infrastructure that makes these networks secure. Has nothing to do and is opposite to the goals of socializing ownership. Socialization and socialism usually does not work, particularly in capital endeavors, and like capitalism has proven to work. So centralized ownership is responsible for every good thing you see in the room around you. You look in the room around you and you're like, okay, Sony made that camera. Okay, go look up the Sony ownership and you're going to find a bunch of whales. And by the way, nations operate this as well. The top 1% own half of everything. Does that sound decentralized? No. Does it work? Yes. So life has proven that centralized ownership works. It has not proven that socialized ownership works. I'm unaware of any socialized ownership thing that has been a good investment. More than happy to hear about it. Other things I have to educate people about that they don't seem to understand. When you deposit your money at your bank, they don't lend it out. It's not an asset to them. It is a liability. They owe it to you. They just use your money as an excuse to go get basically free money from the government as a reserve. And then the government gives them free money. And where does the government give it to them from? Inflation. And so where do the yields in your bank accounts really come from? Inflation. Okay, and where do Bitcoin miners get paid from? Inflation. They mint new Bitcoin. Every Bitcoin that exists in the world was minted from a miner. All right, so the yield as a Bitcoin miner comes from inflation. And this works for all proof of work currencies, including Dogecoin, including Ethereum. Miners mine inflation as a reward for protecting the network security. Where else are the majority of the gains? So the majority of gains in all speculative instruments comes from new people buying. All speculative instruments, the majority of the gains comes from new people buying. Okay, let's take Apple stock. Where does the profit in Apple stock come from? Oh, because they sell phones. Okay, so explain to me exactly how I buy a share of Apple stock, and then because Apple sold a phone and made money, that money comes to me. There's only two ways I know of that happens. Dividends, which are very small, and stock buybacks, which are very small. Yet your returns are absolutely gigantic. So where are your returns profits really coming from? They're coming from the next guy buying. Period. They just printed a couple $1 trillion of extra new money. It has to go somewhere. So where does it go? It ends up in equities. It ends up in real estate. It ends up in Patek Philippe watches. It ends up expensive places, right? These sunglasses are like $700 each. People are just silly now. Like the capital class that has capital, everything is at new all-time highs. So everyone feels rich as hell. The people who aren't feeling rich as hell, the people who actually have to work for a living. You know, if you had $1 million in Bitcoin or Ethereum a year ago, you're up 17 and 26x. And if you had HEX, you're up 130, 140x. Okay, well, if you had any money at all, 20 to 100 times your money is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So it kind of sucks that the people that don't have capital are being destroyed. So try and join the capital class as quick as you can, or else you're never going to be able to afford anything you want. Not going to be able to afford a house, not going to be able to afford real estate, not going to be like anything the rich people want, they're going to bid the price up on. That's the other thing people don't understand. It's like houses in London. If you're a taxi driver and you've lived in London a long time, you know, your house is worth like, you know, 1.5 million pounds. And if you leave the city and sell your house to feel rich and go live in a less expensive place outside, you'll never be able to move back ever. Same thing happened in Beijing. Same thing happens a lot of places. You know, you sell a 5x and then the price goes up another 2 or 3x. You can never get back. So now you just don't live in the city anymore, and you never will. And so the problem with this like inflation of the prices of everything that rich people want is that if your house goes up 3x and your Rolexes go up 3x and your stock prices go up 3x, you didn't actually make any money, because the only thing you were going to sell your Rolex or sell your stocks for was to buy a house or Rolex. Then they all went up 3x. You didn't actually get ahead of the game. So yeah, you'll be able to buy a lot more milk, a lot more eggs, a lot more bread. What are you stockpiling that stuff? It expires. So, you know, the game is to buy the thing that outruns everything else, and cryptocurrency is that, particularly in a bull market. I mean, if you look at the gains this year on like anything, they're pretty sick, right? I mean, I have to speak in X's. A 10x is 1,000%. That's a lot. 100x is 10,000%. Since January 5th till now, or it's from January 5th till 7 days ago, Hex did a 44,800% gain. So in the ads that you see, like the recent advertisement in The Economist, you see it says 40% APR because that's almost believable. But in reality, you multiply that 40% return in Hex times the USD gain, and you end up with vastly more than 44,500%. You're at like 60,000%. And that people find harder to believe. So you have to hit them with the lower number of the returns in Hex, because if you hit them with the returns in Hex times the USD appreciation, it's almost unbelievable. Did you think that in like a year and a half you could do a 60,000% return? And then people cash out. Like every time you see the price dip, that's someone taking profit. I've seen fully spec'd max out Lamborghini Aventador somebody bought. It's a $750,000 car. Bought it with his Hex gains. You know, people buy some pretty cool stuff with their Hex gains. It's awesome. All right, so we've covered the Coinbase listing, the possibility of a repeat of the CME, but you know, the chart's different. No dips, no volatility. Yes, we have, you know, premiums, but I've seen higher premiums in regards to spot. You know, it's the market is different enough. I still think there's going to be a top at some point. I don't think JPEG buyers get to retire on buying a JPEG. I don't want to live in that world. I don't think that world's going to happen. I think you have a reflexive system that the higher the price goes up, the more people want it. The higher price it goes up, more people want it. You get one punch to the nose hard enough, and you start to cascade the other direction, and you get contraction. Oh, got to sell. Contraction, deleveraging, contraction, deleveraging. I still believe in the 85% crypto dip that Bitcoin's done 3 times, and then a 75% for COVID. You know, I still believe in dips. And if there was going to be one, this seems like a perfect time to have one. But let's wait until the 14th really happens. Let's see what, you know, the market does on that. This stream is about a day early. And the good news is, like, I'm not scared to tell you guys, like, I got a lot of crypto. And I've had a lot of crypto for a long time. Since I was mining Bitcoin when it was 50 cents, solo, no pool, 50 BTC block rewards in the first quarter of 2011. I got a lot of crypto. I got a lot of Bitcoin. I got a lot of ETHEREUM. I got a lot of HEX. I got a lot of everything, right? Now, I'm happy to see the prices go up. When the prices go up, I get richer. Cool. Yeah. So from me to you, I don't think it'd be a bad idea to take some profit tomorrow. And Hex seems to do amazingly well during BTC and ETH dips because its primary liquidity is against the dollar. So when ETH and BTC dip, HEX tends to go up, which is pretty cool. So like part of me wants to see the bear market come and the JPEG buyers get wiped out and the rug pullers get wiped out and the scam coin buyers get wiped out and just wash away all that crap and let those guys sell the bottom. They bought the top, let them sell the bottom, which then has transferred finally all the wealth to the smart folks that bought the bottom and sold the top. And then let's do it again. That's what I would like to see happen. Might not happen, right? Ethereum could go to 10K, HEX could go to 10 cents, probably more. I mean, if Ethereum is going to do a 5x, I have to imagine HEX would do more because it has lower liquidity. The maximum opportunity in any speculative investment is when the liquidity is the lowest. When you bought Bitcoin, when there's barely a market for it, no liquidity, maximum opportunity. Same for Facebook, same for Amazon, same for everything. Your maximum point of opportunity in any speculative investment is when the liquidity is the lowest, because it means that as new users are onboarded, it's going to push the price the highest. So if you only have X amount of economic energy to on-ramp from the public, then as you multiply that economic energy into an order book, the thinner that order book is, the higher the price is going to go, which is why I think Dogecoin did like a 30x this year. And all it took was a couple tweets from Elon. Software never gets improved. Nodes are falling over, like just one really rich dude tweeted about it a bunch and gave it a 30x. But we've seen crappier things do higher x's. It's crazy. Crypto's a funny place. So let's try this new thing that we set up where we can take voice from the audience. So right now, if you want to raise your hand and be called on, go to t.me/hex crypto and click voice chat. And when you join, you're going to be auto-muted, and then you have to raise your hand to get called on. And I'm going to send this message to chat now. Let's see here. Where's the chat? Got it. I didn't cover Pulse either. Yeah, still figuring out the game theory. A new coin is only as useful as its price performance is good. So in the history of Ethereum forks, in case you guys watching don't know, I'm forking Ethereum because the fees are too high, and I want to reduce the fees on mainnet Ethereum, and I want a higher throughput, more affordable Ethereum to transact on. Hexicans right now are spending $10,000 to $20,000 a day on gas, and that's not good for the Hexicans. And with this fork, which I didn't even talk about, which I should have, it's in the headline, this fork of Ethereum that's happening within the next 24 hours, it raises the gas costs 2.7x for loading data from disk. If you know anything about computing, if you want to add some numbers, like let's say someone ends their stake and it has to go, okay, here's how much I made this day, and this day, and this day, and this day, and this day. Now add them up for me to give me my total, and then mint it. You have to call sload for every single day that someone had a stake open so that you can add them together to give them their payout. So basically, like, ending stakes is going up in cost 2.7x because of a upgrade that Vitalik and a guy named Martin Swinton or Martin. So Vitalik and Martin did a Ethereum improvement EIP thing, and it's going to raise the cost of ending stakes by 2.7x because it's raising the cost of reading data from disk by 2.7x. And people will go, oh, but there's this exception that if you have a warmed up list, and you're like, no, the only way you can get a deal on that gas is if a single staker from a single address was ending a bunch of stakes at the same time that overlapped at the same date range. Then you could make a batch transaction that loaded that data that could be applied to multiple end stakes. But how many people have overlapping end stakes that they're ending at the same time? It's very extremely rare. So now the good news is that Ethereum has recently had their fees for gas lowered. So there's the amount of gas that you're going to use to do computation, and then there's the price for that gas. So the amount of gas that you're using is going up because of Vitalik's upgrade that is being implemented in less than 24 hours. Let me give an exact time on that. Well, a day and 9 hours, apparently. So in a day and 9 hours, we're supposed to get the Berlin fork, which is going to increase these gas costs. So concurrently, while the gas prices are going up from Vitalik's improvement, the cost per each gas unit has been going down because of what is called miner extracted value, MEV. Miner extracted value means, in the old days, using public gas auction, PGA, you would bid higher gas amounts to front run other people's orders. And then these guys that do arbitrage, you know, they see a discrepancy between, like, let's say Uniswap's price and another automated market maker's price. There's many forks of Uniswap. And they go, okay, well, let's equalize these. This one's too high, this one's too low. I'll sell this one, I'll buy this one, I'll make the difference. And then other bots are trying to do the same thing because everyone sees the same difference. Everyone wants to make the same risk-free profit. And so they bid it against each other out of the profit of the arbitrage with higher and higher gas. And so what did that do? It bled away all the profit of the arbitragers to the miners, and it raised the fees for anyone that actually just wanted to use the network. And so arbitrage opportunities were driving up the cost of gas to absolutely insane levels. Absolutely insane levels. So some smart people, bless their hearts, came up with an idea called flashbots. And flashbots is a modified Ethereum node called MEV Geth, which allows arbitrage people and anyone with good programming knowledge, and just recently some people without good programming knowledge, to communicate directly with the miners non-publicly so that you could give a sealed bid with a package of orders and then say, listen, if you put these orders in your block, I'm going to pay you this much. And then it simulates what the transaction is going to do, and it simulates what the payout's going to be. And then the miners order the transactions based on what their highest revenue per unit of gas will be. And what this ended up doing was now arbitrage bots, instead of needing to drive up the price of gas in an attempt to be profitable, now, because they're paying the miners out of the end result of all their ARB or whatever they're doing, they don't have to bid up the price of gas. The price of gas is actually going down. Thank God. Really cool invention. Thanks a lot, Flashbots guys. Great work. So this is, by the way, like people that used to use PGA bots to try and profit from ARB opportunities, they have now switched to other platforms that have not yet deployed the superior technology that reduces gas costs for users. And so all the PGA bot guys have moved on to other networks because they're being outperformed by the flash bots, because they can no longer, they could get front run. If there's a profit opportunity, the flash bot guy is going to win it now that so many miners support it, and the PGA guy is going to lose it. And so the PGA bot guys are turning off their bots, which is driving down the price of gas on Ethereum. Thank goodness. And I share so much cool information with you guys. None of you guys knew that there was this new ETH mining software called MEV Geth that would allow people to send private bids to you, sealed bids. Like, none of you guys knew that. I knew that. So, I mean, how many people knew what miner extracted value was before this live stream? Probably not too many. So let's look up the gas price. No, it's back to sucking. This damn gas price, man. If you want to follow my Ethereum fork, it's PulseChain.com on Twitter. It's t.me/pulsechaincom on Telegram. These fees are still too goddamn high. Right now, the average fee for sending an Ethereum is $8.50. For doing an ERC20 transfer, the average is $26. For doing a swap, a Uniswap swap, $80. It just sucks. 100% completely sucks. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. So, Pulse Chain, please save us. A lot of full-time devs working on Pulse Chain, by the way. I mean, if 3 is a lot, but feels like a lot. Cool stuff happening all the time. Yeah. All right. Let's go live stream. I'm going to t.me/hex crypto voice chat here, and I'm going to call on, let's see who's got their hand raised. I'll probably call on some admins later because they're going to just talk and talk and talk. So let's scroll down to the hand raised guys. I don't see anyone with their hand raised. Hey, t.me/hex crypto. Okay. Bitcoin Doctor, I'm clicking you, buddy. Allow to speak. Hello. Can you hear me? Mr. Bitcoin Doctor? Press talk, buddy. All right. Well, just going to remute you then. Mute. Who's next? Let's go with Trevor. Trevor.
Hey Richard, I just got a quick question.
Sure.
I was wondering if you think it's possible to ever have a stable coin that is both censorship resistant and actually holds its peg to the dollar reliably.
Sure. I mean, it's all federation, right? It's a bit like all blockchains are really socially enforced. They really are. So like when Bitcoin Cash forked off of Bitcoin, it has a longer chain, and I thought the longer chain wins. Well, no. Now the heavier chain wins. And can software measure heavier? No. What measures heavier? Electricity bills. Can the chain know your electricity bill? No. So humans have to decide what the heavier chain is because longest chain doesn't actually win. And humans have to decide which fork wins, and humans have to decide whether the software is telling the truth, representing that a dollar is supposed to be a dollar. So if you spread it wide enough and you trust your social consensus, then a lot of kind of voting-based stablecoins like Compound appears to work. MakerDAO appears to work. The DAI roughly tracks the dollar better than it used to. You know, it used to float like maybe 10% higher, but now it tracks the dollar really well. USDC tracks the dollar really well. And those are, you know, USDC is pure counterparty risk. They can just turn your coins off whenever they want. Totally centralized. DAI is less counterparty risk because, you know, people can lock USDT to mint DAI, which kind of sucks because now you've got like this rehypothecation of someone else's attempt at a stablecoin. So I'm not really a fan of accepting other stablecoins for DAI, but oh well. They allowed multi-collateral DAI. We do have other algorithmic attempts out there. Some are comedically horribly bad, which I won't name. Maybe some will work out in the future. So I do think you will have a censorship-resistant stablecoin that is tied to the dollar if you don't already have it. I mean, if you believe in federation and you believe in voting, you know, DAI kind of works now. So kind of already have it. And I think we'll see improvements in the area. Like if I weren't forking Ethereum and doing so many other things, that's an important enough thing that I'll probably look at that at some point. Like I think it is important to have that. So does that answer your question?
Oh yeah, it just seems like there's kind of a bit of a trade-off either one, because like you said, USDC, they can't shut you off, but it's perfectly pegged to the dollar. With DAI, you can't get shut off, but it floats a little bit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have more options as time goes on. So Be happy that even stuff that was fractionally reserved, like Tether, still held its dollar peg. It was massively fractionally reserved for a while, but still held its peg anyway. So it shows that these things do have some type of resilience in that even when behind the scenes they fail entirely, publicly they still worked fine, All right, I'm going on to the next guy. And I gotta scroll to find you again. What was your username, dude? Otherwise I have to scroll to find you. Yeah, I can't remember. Oh well. Maybe one of the other admins already muted you, because I don't see any gray mutes, only red mutes. So let's call in the next guy. Let's see who's got their hand up. By the way, this voice chat is t.me/hex crypto. And right now there's 150 people sitting in here. I'm just going to the people that have their hands up. Who's nobody? Does nobody have their hand up? Oh, there we go. Gustavo, you're up, buddy.
Okay, sir. Cheers from Chile. Excuse me because of my English, but this is the question. I also is like a theory. I think that maybe there will be the t-shirts that you can see right now and the stakes that you can see right now in the Ethereum chain will be mirrored in the Pulse chain, because some people are speculating that we will get some kind of airdrop because of that. But I think that will be kind of a mirror where you only have one kind of real stakes, and it will be reflected in the other chain. Is that true, or if there is, or do you can tell us any insight about that?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. I'll mute you after. So I think I muted you now because your question was good. I think that in a pure fork, in regards to HEX, that you're going to have an exact copy of your HEX stakes and your liquid HEX in the Pulse chain. And then the market will need to decide which chain is more valuable. Now, you need to be very careful. So if you're a speculator and you guess wrong, you could lose all your money. I guess you can't really guess wrong with your stakes, because your stakes are your stakes. You can't really just like emergency unstake a lot of the stakes, right? So I think the Pulse chain should be worth more because it's a faster network, cheaper network. My gut feeling is that the Pulse chain HEX should be worth more. Don't have a crystal ball, don't know how to really turn out. When we see the network parameters more, it's going to be easier to make that decision. So I don't see a world where, let me look up the ERC20 transfer costs again. I don't think it should cost $20 on average to send somebody HEX. I find that disgusting. And I don't think that it should cost hundreds of dollars to end a stake when it used to cost pennies. I also find that truly disgusting. And I don't like that hexagons are spending 10 or 20 grand a day to give to miners to dump the ETH price with. Disgusting. I don't like any of that. So I have to imagine that HEX on a superior network is more valuable, is my gut feeling. So the answer to your question is that you will have a copy of your stakes and you will have a copy of your liquid HEX. There's other parameters that have not yet been disclosed or even decided because the design space is huge. So, by the end of the month, you should have much greater clarity because those decisions are going to get made. Because right now, there's people working on doing the fork, but their work doesn't really directly address the game theory of launching. So that's on me. And it's not easy. It's very hard. All right, let's call on somebody else. Corey, an investor. You're up, buddy. Oh, I clicked the wrong dude. Tanto, you're up. Well, I guess Tanto doesn't have his mic working.
Oh, hey,
hey there. What's up?
Hey, thanks for doing this. Just a quick question. So we all know kind of the benefits of moving to another chain that's not as congested and doesn't increase the gas costs. But what do you think are the risks? Like, we're saving on fees, but do you think we're going to be paying that in some other way?
I think that in the beginning, you would think, oh my God, only proof of work works. That's the only thing that we know works, and everything else sucks. Because you have this parade of imaginary horribles that people try and sell you, this parade of bullshit. And then you measure the world, and you go, okay, how many successful forks of Ethereum are there? Shitloads. How many are having problems? One. Which one? The one that uses proof of work. So Ethereum Classic uses proof of work, and they get 51% attacked all the time and fucked up all the time. TRX is a fork of Ethereum. Are they getting 51% attacked? No. Anyone losing money on their TRX transactions getting rolled back? No. Works fine. What about XDAI? What about Matic? What about Boro? What about all these other forks of Ethereum? They work fine. Nobody's losing, their transactions aren't getting rolled back, and they all use proof of stake, except for TRX. It uses proof of work. So proof of stake works fine. The only people that are having problems are proof of work people. And so as long as, oh, by the way, BSC is also a fork of Ethereum. I haven't heard anyone losing. I mean, everyone's getting rug pulled over there because it's a new scammy ecosystem, but there's no problem with validators. There's no problem with nodes falling over. Actually they do have problems with the reporting. They have a Uniswap fork there, but it's uniswap.info fork doesn't work. It's kind of broken right now, but it's a new ecosystem. So you kind of expect some of those things, I guess, with higher throughput, because you were forking from something that had lower throughput. So the stuff that you forked wasn't meant to deal with 3-second blocks instead of 13-second blocks. So, the only fear that you could have is that some evil validators own all of the stake and are okay to throw all their money in the garbage and burn the value of all their stake in order to validate improperly and get slashed and lose all of their money. It just doesn't make sense. This is the same idea of people are afraid of centralized ownership because people that own things could nuke the price. But you don't have any record of anyone doing that. So it's like Elon Musk could go nuke the price of Tesla because he owns 30% of the shares. Why the fuck would he do that? Doesn't make any sense. Who cares more about Tesla's price than he? Nobody. And so as long as we have a track record of humans acting in their own best interests economically, shareholders that own large percentages of companies don't tend to nuke their holdings for giggles and destroy themselves just to harm somebody less. They harm themselves more to help harm someone else less. That shit never happens. And so you also don't see that in the node infrastructure or the mining infrastructure. So I really don't think you're going to run into problems. Like, for instance, the Pulse Chain fork, we're forking a known, wonderfully operating node, so it's based on Geth, and Geth is what everyone is like. So that's the reason I'm looking for Golang developers. If you're a Golang developer, please reach out, t.me/Richard Hart or dev@hex.com. I'd love to see your resume. Could use a couple more guys. Yeah, there's just no examples for failure. It's really actually hard to fuck up. Like, even Dogecoin. Is anybody losing money on Dogecoin? Not really. Not from the network side. I mean, some of the nodes are falling over, but still nobody's losing money on the network side, right? So there's just, this stuff works so well and has been around so long now that if you have competent developer team, it's actually pretty hard to fuck up. Does that make sense?
What about outside of security? Like, just not being close to like other network effects? Or
Oh, you're close to all the network effects because there's bridges. So you're going to have
Okay.
liquidity bridges that allow you to off ramp to ETH. So you'll have a bridge that swaps whatever the native token is on Pulse chain over to Ethereum. And so you'll have a way to get in between those networks. And that, by the way, is how Matic works and how XDAI works. And if you go into MetaMask, it's really this easy. And it works like that on BSC. And you go into MetaMask, you just click your network, type a new network, click OK, and now it's a whole new world. You're on a fork of Ethereum. You change one setting in your network, which is up at the top of your MetaMask install. And then now they've even a button. So if you click a button, it'll bring up a window and it's like, would you like to switch to this network? And it's already pre-filled out. It's really easy. And the MetaMask guys, they've always been happy to support multiple networks. So you don't have to worry about gatekeeping from their end. And particularly since they make all their money on swaps now. So as long as they're making all their money on swaps, I'm very sure they'll be happy to support any network that they have the chance to make money on swaps from. I mean, I saw Hexagon do a swap on just from using the MetaMask aggregator. The swap feature in MetaMask takes a 0.8% fee. Some guy just swapped using MetaMask, paid MetaMask $1,000 for swapping Hex to USDC. Just gave away $1,000 to MetaMask. Could have used match.xyz, could have used 1inch.exchange, which I think is now called 1inch.io. Just gave away the $1,000. Okay. All right. You know, and you can look up their lifetime earnings. Like they take all their earnings into a specific address for the MetaMask swap, so you can really see how much they're making. And it is a lot. Good call. Good questions, man. I'm going to take the next guy.
Yeah, thanks, man. We're rooting for you over here.
Thanks, bro. Pleasure. All right. Yeah, Edmonds, when I'm off a chat with somebody, it's really hard to find them again to like remute them. So I hope that you guys are on that.
Will do.
Let's take another dude. Let's take a chick. Got any chicks in here? Let's see if I got any hands raised from girl names. By the way, I really don't care about guys versus girls. And in crypto, there's barely any girls. I am doing a live stream with the ladies of Hex. I don't know, like a month or something like that. All right, let's pick somebody that's got their hands up here. Dumb Genius. This ought to be funny. Dumb Genius, you're up. You've got 5 seconds to make your mic work.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So my question builds on the earlier question about DAI, and it also speaks to your point about an anticipated, 85% crash in Bitcoin, maybe even 95% crash in altcoins. So I'm thinking of moving my, in anticipation of a crash, moving my crypto profits and putting them all into DAI through the duration of an anticipated 1 year retrace, as opposed to cashing out to USD and dealing with the IRS. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are about, do you think DAI is trustworthy enough to do that? Do you think it can be stable enough through that huge of a retrace?
Well, I mean, one, I would say you might want to check out Hex's performance during price downturns, because if it shows strength and everyone flips to it, imagine what the price could do. Two, I think it would make sense to, you might want to not de-risk all of your crypto. You might want to, you could take off 85% and leave on 15%, probably still feel good that you sold the top, but what if you get $10,000 ETH? You feel like an asshole if you don't have any exposure. So you might want to consider not treating it binary. Probably spread your stablecoin risk, have some USDC, have some DAI. I probably wouldn't touch USDT personally. I wouldn't touch these algorithmic stablecoins either. Too new, too many possible, screw ups. So maybe just split it between USDC and DAI, because I don't think you can get a better counterparty than USDC currently.
I guess my concern is, given that USDC is probably going to be closely tracked, I might as well just go to US dollars, because the IRS is going to know one way or the other.
Well, one, I'm not a tax advisor. Two, I'm not an accountant. Three, I'm not a lawyer. So don't use any of my advice to address any of those things. Anytime you're worried about your privacy in Ethereum network, you can always take a round trip through tornado.cash. They support USDC. You can swap it to ETH and use the ETH pair if that has a larger anonymity set. You know, you never, like, you can regain your anonymity at will using tornado.cash, that you don't have to really, you know, only use certain ERC20s, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
Appreciate your insights here, Richard.
My pleasure, man. Good luck on that, bro. Check out Texas performance and price dips in Bitcoin and Ethereum, and I think you'll be surprised.
I'll definitely do that. Thank you.
All right. Talk to you, man.
Yep.
All right. Let's take... Now, we had like 200 something people in here earlier, and we've only got 160 now. I wonder why that is. Guys, if you want to be on the live stream, t.me/hex crypto. Click the live and come join the party. Let's take a look. I'm just trying to see how many live viewers we got here. Are we not online? What's going on here?
No, we are.
I'm
Also,
streaming.
guys, everybody listening, if you have any question, raise your hand, please. Don't hesitate.
All right, let me verify we're streaming, because Restream thinks I'm not. But Kareem, are we live?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm on YouTube too. I see you.
All right. Good.
The YouTube is rising. We're almost 800, so I think some people switch to that.
All right, cool. Let's get some more questions here. Let's take... By the way, you guys that are in the Hex Crypto voice chat here, if you want to talk, you got to raise your hand. Let's take Motley Investor. What's up, Motley?
Hey, what's up, Richard? How are you?
Doing all right.
So, just pretty basic question. Are we still on track to your first estimate on Pulse Chain being complete around 6 months? Are you happy with the progress that you guys are making? And if so, is there any Easter eggs you can release as of today?
So, I mean, software time estimates are garbage. And I've never given an accurate software time estimate in my life. And so I would be very surprised if this were my first accurate time estimate. I can say that the lead developer is doing very well and going very quickly. So, I mean, this may sound very stupid, but this feels like it could be much quicker than 6 months, is what it feels like now. It feels like it could be quicker, but I've never been right. So, we'll see how it goes.
So not a 4 weeks more situation?
It's just impossible to know, man. I mean, I don't know how many things I'm going to run into, and the little things take the longest time. It's not knowable. It feels like it's going to be quicker, but we'll see. Who knows what little thing we'll run into, Easter eggs. Can I give away any Easter eggs?
You want to drop on us?
Let me think.
Nothing.
It's too hard, man. So gas burning, fee burning, right? EIP 155 does fee burning. That's cool. So do you have 2 tokens Do you have one token that's the native token for transactions, but then you have another token which is supposed to appreciate based on the success of the network? And then during the initial phases, do people pay with 2 tokens and then one gets burnt? Or do you burn both? I'm not sure yet. Do you, what's the ratio of burning to the ratio of fees that a miner gets? I'm not sure yet. Who gets to on-ramp to this new network? Do people get native tokens as an airdrop? Who gets that airdrop? Is there an input token that this is the network that's getting the pulse for free? Does that token itself has launch mechanics and game theory which rewards people? Do you have an on-ramp period with a bonding curve, with a freemium that if they don't use it, they lose it? Is there a particular type of token that's logged for freemium purposes in the beginning that then disappears? The design space is so large. You're just like, I'm not sure. Is there some mechanic where there's an incentive for providing liquidity for a bridge between the two networks? Do you have a bridge on both sides? So now you've got an Ethereum Uniswap pair that goes to Pulse, and then a Pulse network pair that goes to the encapsulated Ethereum. You're like, there's so much stuff, right? How much system state comes along? Is it just hex? Or is it everything? A lot of decisions, And then if it's everything, are you going to have now price discovery for USDC and Pulse USDC and ETH and Pulse ETH? Really interesting questions, right? And it's like, so if any of you guys got cool ideas you want to throw around in Pulse Chain chat, t.me/PulseChainCom, go ahead, spread your dreams, spread your ideas. My eyes are open, and we're in the design stages now, and I try and do the things that I know are most likely to work. I'm a big fan of doing things that I know work. Hope that answers your question, man.
Job with Hex. You did an amazing job with Hex, so I look forward to see what you do with this fork and this new chain.
Pretty hard to beat 100% uptime while everything else is failing.
Agreed.
Coinbase goes down all the time, Kraken goes down all the time, chains are getting 51% attacked and reorged, and you're just like, man, what a dream Hex is. What an absolute dream. The opposite of what all the scumbag haters said. The absolute opposite. 448x in a year and a half with 100% uptime. No one ever getting hacked. No one ever, some users get hacked because they give away their private keys, but that's nothing Hex can control. Hex is just amazing. Thanks for your questions, man. All right. Let's see who's got their hand up here. David. Go, David. You're up, David. You got 5 seconds. All right, let's go with Juan Fernandez. You're up. You got 5 seconds to make that mic talk.
A couple of questions, thank you. First is, if we're gonna have bridges for liquidity between networks, sorry for the hexagon behind.
It's okay.
And are the price of the fork hex and the price of the original hex linked? Because at first I thought the original hex could go to 0.
Well, the market has to decide it. It's an emergent property of market participants' decisions. So it's like how is you live in a world of several thousand tokens. They all have a price versus each other. The market decided those prices. It's going to be the same thing in this. You can't fight what the market wants. The market gets what it wants, So I don't know which one will be more expensive. I answered that question earlier that I think that the Pulse network is going to be superior, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Hex on Pulse was worth more, but I don't know, Any other questions?
Only that is the whole state of the blockchain being forked, so we're going to have, let's say, our Ethereum forked as well, or only Hex?
Don't know yet. We'll see.
Okay.
It's a good question.
That's it.
All right. Let's go with Hexcited. You're up. I think I might just start using people who have an icon set as like a filter for listener quality. You had your chance, Excited. All right, next. Let's go with Baram. Go Baram. You got 5 seconds to make your mic work.
Hello, Richard. Sorry
Hello.
about that.
It's
Can you hear me?
okay. Yeah, I hear you.
Thank you for everything. A quick question. On the new Pulse chain, do we get to decide which coin we're going to use to buy and stake? Am I guessing it's going to be Pulse coin, or will Ethereum be an option? Thank you again for everything.
I mean, the things that I know for a fact would be the case are that you're going to have, so if you picture the Ethereum network as a sheet of paper, and the Ethereum network has on the sheet of paper how many liquid hex you have, what the total supply hex is, and everybody stakes. And then you go to a photocopy machine and you go, and it spits out a copy. And then you go, okay, this is the Pulse network. So those things are going to be identical. The things that won't be identical are the native token, which has an unknown value, and the value of the hex on the network. The network has to discover it on its own through trading. And then is it just hex over there with some other particular system states like games built on hex? And, is it a new Uniswap? Is it the old Uniswap? These kind of things, right? Those are not yet decided. So the only thing I can say with certainty is that all of your liquid hex and all of your stakes are going to be there, and there will be bridges back to Ethereum. But the parameters of like how thick those bridges are, how they operate, those are not yet decided. So I can't give you better answers because better answers don't exist yet. It is still in the design stage. So you get to have input. So if you have useful input as to how you think that network would function the best, tell me. t.me/pulse chaincom.
Got it. Got one more quick
Yep.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Who, or I don't know if you know about the Trust app, that you can stake your coins or whatever, all that stuff. They have like validators. You're going to have validators too, I'm assuming. Who or how will they be monitored? Or
Well, the best guess that I have now is that you have a set of validators that's under 100. Could be 21, could be 85. You just have a set of validators that's under 100. And whoever has the most stake of the native token has the right to be a validator if they want to. And then you have logic which rotates through them at a set interval. And if they do things wrong, they lose some of their coins. If they, do things right, they get to make fees. And so your set of people that get to be validators, if they want to be, is a set of people that has the most risk in the system, which are the largest holders of that set. So it would be like, who would you trust to run a node the most safely? The person that would lose the most if they screwed up. And so that's the person that's put the most up at risk of being slashed and has the most stake. So, and we know systems like this work because there are other networks that have these parameters. So we're not reinventing the wheel here. It is better, it is superior, and it already is in production in other networks, something quite similar. So
perfect. Thank you again. I appreciate the answer, and
my pleasure.
Good luck with Pulse Chain.
Thanks, man. Let's take Laszlo. You're up, Laszlo.
All right, Richard. If you airdrop all of the ETH addresses with Pulse, wouldn't that create a massive network effect for HEX?
Maybe. It's possible. It's a framing issue. So Bitcoin Cash was a fork of Bitcoin that had higher throughput. Price got absolutely annihilated. What do people in cryptocurrency really care about? Do they care about throughput? No. They care about price. So how do you get massive network effect only rewarding people that buy more and not rewarding people that don't buy more? And that's literally the question that I'm looking at. So if I give someone a coupon for some ice cream, let's say I give him a free sample. Richard Hart gives up his day job as, I don't know, bazillionaire, founder, trading, social, whatever I am, whatever that is. I give up that day job. And then I go to Costco and I start handing out ice cream samples. I'm like, hey, I bought an ice cream company and we're handing out samples. I'm losing money on every sample. I'm paying the person, well, in this case, I guess it's me. I'm using my time to hand out ice cream samples, just losing money, but in the hopes that somebody actually buys the ice cream and that enough people buy the ice cream that profit more than makes up for the loss of handing out the free samples. And so I look at airdrops and forks as freemium. And in an ideal world, I'm only giving free stuff to people that are directly buying more or causing others to buy more. And we did this in HEX, and it worked pretty well, and I want it to work even better, if it's possible. So in HEX, a very small minority of coins was given to Bitcoin free claimers. And people that hold Bitcoin are probably the most likely to have Ethereum. And huge, giant Ethereum whales with hundreds of millions of dollars of Ethereum are responsible for the majority of the price move up. I mean, we had a guy that doubled the price in a candle with a 10,000 ETH buy. Price never went back. Never went back down to that level. So, and then I also, I hate rewarding people for bad behavior. So if you have let's take the Bitcoin Cash fork. They gave 180,000 free Bitcoin Cash to the trustee of Mt. Gox, a failed company that screwed everybody. They gave that guy 180,000 free Bitcoin Cash, which he already sold 40,000 of on the open market, dumping the BCH price. How did that make the world a better place? Made the world a worse place. It sucked. It's a terrible idea. And so in HEX, we just removed all the Mt. Gox trustee addresses. So he couldn't free claim, so that he couldn't dump, because he can't legally do anything but dump. He can only divest. He can't buy more. I only want to give free stuff to people that are going to buy more, because the price performance of the coin is what matters the most. Secondary to the price performance are other actual technical parameters such as throughput, block timing, validator set, having MEV Geth version that, prevents public gas auction running up of prices. These things are secondary to price performance and on-ramping of users. So I haven't yet figured out the most ideal way to give free stuff to people that bought more and not give any free stuff to people that didn't buy more. And there's a time limit. You had, let's say 90 days to participate and 90 days to use your freemium stuff. You didn't use it. Now it's gone. Now there's no dumperoni from people that don't deserve that money. I sometimes, I don't see how it's good incentive alignment to give people free stuff that they then use to harm the most important part of a project, which is the price. So if I find a way to just reward those that deserve it, I'm likely to do something like that. So I wish I had better details for you, but it's something that it's never been done before that I'm aware of. There is no project that I am aware of that has ever figured out a better way to do that. We've seen Uniswap. So I'll give you some ideas of how other people have done it. Uniswap gave out 400 free Uniswap tokens to anyone that ever used their system before a certain date, regardless of how much money they held. So it was socialized in that if you were a poor guy, you got just as much money as if you were a rich guy. It worked out well for them. They're duct taped on token, which actually serves no utility or purpose whatsoever. It worked fine. I think they're top 10 crypto, a multi-billion-dollar project now. Instantly got listed for free everywhere with a duct taped on token to a network that was already fully functional and complete. Okay. Weird. Very weird. But, Hexagons made millions and millions of dollars of free money off of it. So, cool. All right. Millions and millions of dollars of free money to Hexagons. I'm going to say good job. And it's open sourced and it caused a lot of forks and a lot of progress. And now Uniswap v3 is coming out. And by the way, you're talking about bridges. You could pre-launch bridges before the fork now and then have liquidity provisioned and things. But when Uniswap v3 comes out, do you start building on Uni v3 now? Maybe. A lot of work to do. So, Uni v3 might be coming out next month. And it has vastly superior parameters, such as you can set limit orders in it. And right now, Hexagons are using matcha, matcha.xyz to set limit orders on the USDC and Ethereum pair. And in order for those orders to get hit, you have to enrich an arbitrage bot. Or they can get hit directly by market participants if those market participants are using either the 0x API, which matcha.xyz uses, or 1inch.io, which also will route orders across the 0x order book. But I hate enriching ARB bots. I hate it. I want to see the users of the network get enriched. I don't want to see bots get enriched. They're going to just dump at will. So, Uniswap v3 will allow people to set limit orders and be enriched directly without the ARB bot. And I really hope they never turn on the LP tax. And the licensing on Uniswap v3 is different in that you are not allowed to fork it. They're the only people that are allowed to run it for 2 years because they used a modified license. Interesting. It's I'm okay with that. I'm not a big fan of that LP optional. These guys can vote to just start taxing everybody kind of thing. Because I have to see whether the tax applies to people after the switch is turned on or just everybody at once. And that's a really big deal. Because if it's only after the switch is turned on, well, then you could switch to other options if they raise the price, fine. But if it's on everybody after you're already in, then you have this I'm just going to lose 15% of my money whenever they want kind of thing. Not a fan of that. I've been talking so long, I don't remember what the question was. I hope I answered it. Did I answer your question? Maybe he fell asleep during my long answer.
Yeah, that and more.
All right, man. Let's go on to the next guy. I think this is working out great, this voice chat interview thing. I think it's working really fabulous. I'm surprised I haven't accidentally clicked any trolls yet. Why are there no trolls here? I want to have a troll that I can right click mute to feel powerful. Let's go with the Hex. No, you got his hand up. Hex Machina, you're up, man. Did I pronounce your name right? Is it? It's Machina, no?
It's Hex Machina, like the movie Ex Machina.
Yeah, good. I got it.
All right. So my question is regarding the Staker app with the Pulse Chain fork.
Sure.
Are stakes that are being copied on the Pulse Chain, are they going to be are the Staker app fork stakes going to be copied as well?
The lead dev of Staker app, Steph, he said that they have intention to fully support the Pulse Chain version of Hex, which is identical to the Ethereum version of Hex. Same code, same stakes, same system state. So I imagine that you're going to, in MetaMask, you just change your network and then it's like a different Ethereum, but it's Pulse. And then, and I would imagine in Staker app, there's going to be a similar switch where it's like, here's the ETH world, and then click a button, probably a toggle radio button, toggle, and then it's going to be, the Pulse world. That's my best guess. But, so that's what Steph has said. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. That sounds good to me. Thank you.
All right. My
Great
pleasure,
work.
man. Thank you. Let's go with, oh my God. What a funny name. You're up, buddy.
Hey, Rich, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Thanks for all you do.
My
all
pleasure.
right, kind of a bigger, larger geopolitical question here. China coming out with the stable coin, right? I'm imagining the U.S. is going to launch theirs soon. What are kind of your, I don't know if you have the same idea as like a lot of Andres Antonopoulos' speeches about like currency wars and all that going down, but how do you see like, I guess these big nations rolling out their own cryptocurrencies, and how does that affect our world?
So I look at national cryptocurrencies, like, are they going to support anonymity? No. Are you going to be less anonymous? Yes. Are they going to appreciate beyond inflation? No. So what are they really stable to? They're stable to something that sucks. So the renminbi gets inflated and the US dollar gets inflated, and their purchasing power both go down over time. And so now you're having a less anonymous, crappier version of what we already have. All the dollars are already digital. All of the currencies in the world are already digital. And so now you're just taking a new censorship laden, I don't see any real innovation whatsoever. Like what is the China currency going to do that we pay and Alipay don't already do? Be accepted less places? Have more censorship? There's just no technical advantage whatsoever that I can see. So all the dollars are already digital. I don't know what relabeling one with extra censorship means for the world. It's like,
yeah,
it seems silly to me.
Well, I'm thinking about it too in a way of like, the U.S. now can put in sanctions or like cut people out of the SWIFT system. So them creating their own digital currency.
Well, the U.S. doesn't run
SWIFT,
actually. SWIFT is a European initiative, I believe, out of Belgium. So like, the OFAC sanctions list does exist, but there's quite a few people on it. It just, you know what? Go ahead and do it, guys. It's like a gateway drug. If they somehow get people to look at crypto because they have some pretend crypto, awesome. That's like,
fuck yeah.
Yeah. There's no way crypto is going to lose on that deal. It's just going to on-ramp the users to a superior product that has med gains or more censorship resistance or outperforms inflation. Thanks for the question, man.
Yeah. Thanks for all you do, man. We appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Let's take Steph. Go Steph, the lead developer of Staker app.
Hey, Richard. Yes, and I confirm that our goal is just to support the Pulse chain, so we don't want any Mexican left behind. So we'll look at the details that you'll be announcing by the end of the month to start just thinking a bit more of the technical specificities, but it's something that we'll be supporting. So I've got two quick questions. The first one is, do you foresee Pulse Chain to be subject to the same level of gatekeeping that we've seen in HEX? A second question, do you think that that could be interesting to have HEX as a smart contract on the Pulse chains, having special privileges, or all the different smart contracts will have the same, basically, rights?
So I think that Pulse Chain shouldn't be gatekept, is my opinion. So Hex's original sin was being truthful in its design intention of appreciation. It turns out that what cryptocurrency prefers is lies. They want to have this secret that nothing is actually supposed to go up in price. We're all in it for the tech. So even though the happening wasn't in the white paper and only exists as a pumpamental, we're just going to pretend that Satoshi didn't want this to appreciate, and it's just all going to be about the tech. So it's just the hypocrisy is disgusting to me, but is what the cryptocurrency community at large prefers. They don't want you talking about price, even though that is the only thing anyone cares about is the price. But if you talk about the price, it's a sin. Didn't know that the cryptocurrency community would be so allergic to truth. So with Pulse, you're not going to see any talk of appreciation because that is what people prefer. They prefer that their galaxy brains, and then looking at the game theory, they can see that this will appreciate, but no one else can see it. Like, that's what they think, you know? So, okay, if you guys want to pretend you're galaxy brains and you can figure out that this game theory makes sense for appreciation, but it isn't publicly declared, if that's what you want, fine. We just won't spell it out for you guys then. So I don't, you know, that and the fact that if it does have a successful, you know, if it is given to people for free, to those who deserve it, it could on-ramp a lot of users, you know? Like, might HEX have gotten even more traction earlier if it were airdropped to Ethereum holders instead of just Bitcoin holders? Probably, you know? So the awesome, amazing things that made HEX do so well and do its 448x in 300 and or whatever 400 days, like a year and a half, HEX did 45,000x before interest, and it did like 60,000x with interest, or 60,000%, not x. I want to see even better performance out of Pulse, to tell you the truth, because why not, right? Why not? It's the most important part of the network is its appreciation and on-ramping of users. So I'm looking towards those things. And anybody that has ideas, now's the time, because I'm on a ticker. I've got 2 weeks to figure out a lot of stuff, you know? And you don't have a lot of design success to copy from elsewhere. You know, you've got little things that you see work, like, okay, pre-funding liquidity seems to be something people like. Treasury seems to be something people like. You know, bonding curve seems to be something people like. But other than those little, you know, hat tricks, not really sure about some of these other parameters, right? Like the only give free stuff to people that deserved it and not to people that didn't. This will be the first time that I've ever seen it done, and I'm going to figure that out, you know? So my gut, like, you could just measure it because you control the node. You can be like, yeah, you maintain your, I don't want to go too deep into it because I have to keep a lot of this stuff. HEX got to launch fully complete. Consensus networks don't tend to get to be fully complete because they're always adding new features, right? So like MEV-geth with flash bots and side channel communication with private bids was a feature that got added to the Ethereum network and made it a lot better. And it couldn't have done that if it were just kind of, locked. I mean, that stuff didn't affect the core geth, so I guess it's just, this is going to be a little bit different than hex, you know, or I guess a lot bit different. So does that answer your question? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think yeah. The first question was people cannot handle the mad gains marketing, so you might soften it up a little bit, and that would be doing good. And the second question was around like you might. Do you foresee having hex having special privileges, and maybe
I don't think that hex should. Yeah, I don't think hex should have special privileges, because you run into like edge cases. So let's say you made hex transactions free. Now somebody could just spam the network to literal death with hex transactions and murder it. So you need an actual cost of transaction to exist for spam protection and DDoS protection, or just DOS protection, denial of service. DDoS is distributed denial of service, is a different form of attack, which you wouldn't have in this. So like, and also as there's a reason it doesn't have hex in the name. I have a hex name that I think is vastly superior to Pulse Chain, but everybody wanted Pulse, so I gave them what they wanted. The community said, hey, we want this thing to be called Pulse. I went and looked up all the Pulses. They're all taken. Pulse everything is taken, and has been taken for a decade. There's Pulse radio stations, there's Pulse credit card networks, there's Pulse everything, right? So then I had to add a word to it, which I hate doing. So I had to add chain to it. I hate this anonymous. I hate adding chain to things. It sucks. But I had to do it in order to get Pulse. Fine. And instead of fighting for another week to try and come up with a better name, or be okay with having hex in the name, I was just like, all right, we'll run with this. You can always change it later if you want to, hex used to be called Bitcoin hex. So how far things have come, right? Vastly superior name we have now. Yeah. So I think the gate, my ways of addressing the gatekeeping are not speaking to price performance, letting the galaxy brains figure it out on their own, and then, not giving hexagons preferential treatment on the network, because I think that would incur wrath, and we want onboard new users. We want, because they don't have anything in common. Like the Pulse network has nothing in common with hex, nothing, absolutely nothing. And I think it's profitable for the on-ramping of new users for that to be obvious.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Richard. And
my pleasure, man.
Thank you for working on scalability.
Hey, thank you for the great work you've done with Staker.app, which any of you guys listening, definitely check it out. Download it, Staker.app. It is the premier user interface for seeing what's going on in real time with the Hex network. It has a live feed of, people end staking, people making money, people, you name it. How many people bought, how many people sold, how many new stakers are there. It's got, leagues to see where you are in relationship to other people of similar wealth to you, and T-shares, just a bunch of really awesome, cool stuff. And Steph and Firebun are the guys that run it, and they're awesome guys. Staker.app, check it out. Talk to you later, Steph.
Cheers.
All right, let's go with a lot of hands up here. Big Hex, you're up.
Hey, Richard. Good to chat with you. I think it's really interesting and unique that somebody with your skill set has the time to do this, and maybe not the time, but the will to do this. So appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey guys, as many hours as this goes on, Pulse Chain is delayed. Enjoy. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I
mean, there's a chance one of you guys comments in t.me/pulsechaincom and gives an awesome idea that makes it into the final thing, and then it was worth it. So it's a good investment, I believe, particularly with all the stuff happening tomorrow.
Yeah, we're all gonna go ahead and chip in and send you some sort of airdrop case of yerba mate, so you can just continue to make up time over the course of
Nice. I used to be addicted to that shit, but now I don't drink caffeine much at all. Thank God.
Ah, that's good.
Yeah.
interested to hear sometime how you got off that when you go off on a tangent.
Cold turkey, man.
In a good way.
Cold turkey's the only way to fly. Yeah.
Dude, that sounds like a headache, literally.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to delay other people. I'm sure there's a lot of questions in hands that are probably more educated than mine, but
how educated is your hand, sir? Go ahead.
I guess, I don't know. So just kind of quick anecdote. I heard about your stuff after a smear article that was written about you.
Nice.
And so it actually got me interested in trying to figure out, okay, is this other rug pull thing or not?
Cool.
And so.
Hey, no such thing as bad press, right?
Hey, listen, it worked. I mean, lots of hex in my name later, and very happy I did it.
Nice, man.
It kind of got me more and more into crypto. But
great.
My question is really, it seems like there's a saturation happening right now with chains.
Sure.
It seems like you have, I hear about all these different projects. There's this clever thing on the Tron network. There's all these different chains. It seems like chains are almost becoming the new coin for people that are more in the know, while the public is just kind of waking up to the idea of that there are coins and then there are other coins.
Yeah.
So something I've long thought of is, at some point there's going to be some consolidation in the chain space.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this shit should just die at some point, right?
It should.
Yeah.
It should, right? So, so with that said, is the real product that we should be thinking of here really just, or really, have you thought about making a concerted effort in marketing your chain as the product versus maybe, a Pulse coin or anything like that could make it just a little bit, more enticing for investors? Because that seems like the next frontier, if it's not already right now.
Well, I mean, I kind of answered this question earlier in that I'm still working on the Pulse game theory, and I would like to see it outperform what Hex did. And Hex did 60,000% in a year and a half. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's a different product. It's a different market. It has different features. For me, Hex is the monetization of time and the monetization of the only thing price actually cares about. The only thing price cares about is people buying and holding and not selling. And everything else is narrative memes bullshit. All of it. Bitcoin used to be programmable money. It used to be peer-to-peer digital cash. And then it's like, oh, actually, lol, none of those things. Now it's digital gold. Oops. Ethereum used to be world computer, used to be distributed autonomous organizations. Now it's decentralized finance. Okay, maybe that one sticks. So, and why do these things go up? Because people buy and hold and don't sell. And all of the narrative meme crap is just interchangeable. You literally could just switch. You're like, hey guys, we're not about DAOs anymore. We're about ETH is money. Oh, okay. Where did that come from? That's brand new. Haven't heard that one. This is like 6 months old, right? So, Hex for me is still going to have the world champion monetizing of time and the only thing that order books care about, which is buying, holding, and not selling. Pulse, I don't think is going to have a time component like that. It should appreciate based on, adoption, maybe the success of other things that are on it. Maybe, if Hex Pulse does well, maybe Pulse does better. If every single ERC20 gets a Pulse version, and now all of the coin market cap sites of the world need to double what they list because there's a Pulse version of everything, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So it's just, I don't think that you will have to worry about game theory missing from a token that I develop.
Well, I think that
the least of your worries, sir.
You're not the dumbest guy in the room. That's for sure.
Thank you.
I really do hope you end up forking the whole damn thing, because I think you can actually shake up a lot by doing that. But I had a separate question. It might be too long-winded for this, but what do you think of Peter Thiel or Dick Thiel's theory that Bitcoin is something that, given how much of it comes from China because of the cost of energy and all that, is a bit of a piece of artillery for them.
Peter Thiel, I believe, has a very large bag of Bitcoin, and so he'll just say things 100%. That are bullish for Bitcoin. And so in his mind, he wanted to see the U.S. FOMO it, and by framing it such that China's FOMOing it, so you better FOMO it harder if you want to control it, U.S. So he's just trying to pump Bitcoin, in my opinion. So, and then he was taken out of context, and kind of his words not used in a pump Bitcoin kind of way. But in the end, that's, I believe, what his intention is.
Do you think it is?
Yeah, he's a venture capitalist who spends his time investing in things that appreciate. This is what he spends all day doing.
I mean, do you think it actually is being used as some sort of currency?
China government doesn't give a fuck about Bitcoin at all, or they would shut it off at will, or like they the things that China cares about, Bitcoin is not even on the list. It's not even there. They don't give a fuck. Like, yeah.
All right.
Good talking to you. Thanks for the questions, man.
Hey, I appreciate it. Cheers.
All right. Let's go with Hiraku Namura. That's racist. What's up, Hiraku? Am I pronouncing your name right?
Hello.
Hi.
Sir Richard Hart, how are you?
Doing all right.
Okay, how is your day going? Okay.
It's all right. I'm all dressed up for you guys. I got all this fancy jewelry on. Forgot this ring, which kind of pisses me off a bit, but.
All right. Well, my name is actually Jacob.
Hi, Jacob.
Before COVID, I used to go out and game chicks all the time and open sets. So, I know a little bit about that lifestyle.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. What are these weird words that you're using? Go ahead.
Yeah. Right now, I just run a house down the Jersey Shore and just fill it with hot young chicks and have a good time. But I guess my question was, well, do you think there's going to be opportunity to make same type of gains with Pulse Chain as there was with Hex?
I do, and I think it'll be different in that, I mean, so we knew when Hex was designed, it had a similar launch to EOS in that there was 350 periods roughly, and then there was a dip around day 90 to 120 where a bottom was made, and Hex seemed to kind of perform similarly, probably because it had similar launch mechanics, with some notable differences, like Hex was totally complete when it launched and EOS was not. EOS was a security and Hex is not. So launching complete versus launching with the hopes and dreams of others' work, it's a big difference. So now that I know about this, like, guys that got in day one were warned not to do so, and the EOS chart was published and the data was published, but people can't resist the FOMO. So I would like to see people that get in early do better. I don't want to see day one guys get harmed for being in day one. So that's one kind of launch mechanic change that I'm looking at. And so if you've got any input as regards to bonding curves and supply inflation and things of that nature for Pulse, t.me/pulsechain.com is the place to be. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sounds good. And what do you think about the social media influencers like Gary Vee or maybe like Mark Cuban? Now they're all into crypto. Do you think it's just because they want to pump their own bags, or they actually believe in cryptocurrency?
Well, those two are particularly addicted to collectibles. And if you're addicted to collectibles, then if you're addicted to collectibles and finance, then having collectibles that are finance is something that you will, migrate towards on the blockchain. So that, those guys are both slightly addictable personalities that are going to FOMO something, and so FOMOing collectible like things is in their psychological makeup.
That sounds good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I mean, look, the other thing you got to remember is, Draper's been in crypto for a while. He's had ICOs that have launched and then failed. He's had, it's like he's been in this for a while. He's not new to it. Gary Vee's newer.
Yeah. What about that guy? What's his name? Jordan Belfort. Because I remember a few years ago when Bitcoin was.
He's just going to be a perma bear. He's never going to get it.
Yeah.
He's just going to stay a perma bear.
Maybe one day you can go on Peter Schiff's show and debate him. That would be fun.
He's a fucking coward. There's no way Schiff has the balls to face me. It's just how it is. He's a coward.
Yeah, I think part of it is like he's so stuck. He's just he has so much regret because he was probably, he had a chance to buy Bitcoin at like $1, and because he used to go to all those libertarian conferences, and it wasn't like I knew about Bitcoin, but I didn't even know how to buy it. He probably was at conferences and people offered him to buy it, and he just he just turned it down, and he's just full of regret right now that he didn't do it.
I mean, he even lost Bitcoin that was given to him because he was too stupid to even save his keys. Yeah, the man is not smart. He's not. He's been outperformed by the fucking US dollar that they printed a couple trillion extra this year. He's been outperformed by the US dollar. Gold is worth less now than it was 10 years ago. He is dog shit. He's a dum-dum. So, he's incapable of learning. It's like hilarious. Good talking to you, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck on meeting new and interesting people out in them streets, sir.
You mean hot young chicks, right?
Talk to you later. Let's take... I don't know, I'm just partial to picking people with fucking weird names here. Desert Wolf AZ, you're up.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Honor to speak to you. Hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So I had a couple of things. Given how much Seth has already given the community with the Staker app and everything, would it be possible to do a referral program where he gets a cut of, say, a referral and also get a swapper.app type thing for some liquidity to his role in the thing? I think that might be something that the community would highly invest in, especially if it was referrals by hexagons already.
I think you just tried to tell Steph that you appreciate his referral program for stakes and you would love to see a referral program for swaps. He's listening, so it's all up to him. Doesn't have anything to do with me.
Okay.
Yep.
The other thing that I was wondering about when you see I'm going to say the landscape going in the next 5 years, that we're going to have digital currency adoption. We're going to have all these different coins. We're going to have everything playing out. Are we going to be worrying about gas fees and that stuff by the time we're actually unstaking in 5 to 10 years, where these things are actually going to be a problem, or there's just going to be so much utility at that point we're not even going to worry about it?
I have no idea. I can't predict what gas prices are going to be. Don't know. Wish I could give you a better answer. Gas prices just went down. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, I was expecting bear market to kill the gas prices. And then, see what happened was, it was like, all right, Michael Saylor, he's going to buy a couple billion of Bitcoin. Cool. Okay. He's pumping the price. All right. So Michael Saylor's pumping the price. Grayscale's pumping the price. All right. I'm cool with that. Now Michael Saylor used to brag about buying billions. Now he's bragging about buying 0.5% more. He's bragging about buying 10 and 15 million. So he'll brag about buying 15 million when previously he was buying hundreds of millions. I did the math. I'm like, bro, you just increased your bag 2%. You can't be bragging about a 0.2% increase in your bag, bro. That's crap. But he is. So I'm like, all right, Saylor's run out of steam. He's not able to generate more money to FOMO. Now you've got Grayscale trading negative to its NAV by 8%. I'm like, all right, these dudes are out of gas. So And then Bitcoin stalled out here, which seems like it's falling out of its vertical parabola up. Like, all right, it seems like, you know, a good spot for the dumperoo. But then Elon Musk comes along and he's like, I'm FOMOing. I'm going to buy Bitcoin at many tens of thousands of dollars because I like buying way higher. I could have bought this 15 or 16x lower last year, but I want to buy it up 1,500%. So, and then he gets in. And then you hear other people getting in. You're like, all right, these retirement funds are getting in. And then Coinbase is like, yeah, we're going public. And you're like, oh, okay, so that we got some extra legs here. So they didn't run out of gas. So there's more people are going to get in. Fine. Fine with me. I got a shitload of crypto. Let's go. Let's go up more, right? So it's like, could a reasonable person have expected that Tesla would have just bought 1.5B and said they're never selling and they're going to accept it for their cars and they're never going to sell what they get? No, you couldn't predict that. It's too hard. It's too crazy, right? And then how many other Teslas are there? Well, there aren't any. There's just Tesla. And how many other world's richest guys are there? Well, there's just one world's richest guy, and it's Elon Musk. And so you're like, if we drop tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised. If we pumped tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't have enough data to call a top. I can tell you there's all types of top signals. I you know, but like the fundamental situation of the market changes and you have to update your worldview accordingly. I mean, you could even if Bitcoin top happened, the last time there was a Bitcoin top, Ethereum continued to overperform for weeks. So you had weeks of overperformance in Ethereum even when the Bitcoin top hit. So there's still a lot of, you can't call top. You don't know. Ethereum could go 10K. Bitcoin could go 180K. So the best I can do is just give you the same evidence and input that I have and hope that you can, you know, decide accordingly. Does that answer your question?
Well, I appreciate it. No, yeah, that's thank you. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, man.
Thanks for
Thanks. All right. Let's take Johnny No Good. You're up.
Hi, Richard, the giving tree himself. Wow.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, if Hex were your first child and Pulse conceivably would be your second child, would you love them equally?
I don't believe in equal love because it's just like it's a false binary choice. It like ignores the different parameters the thing has. So you have like a love scale and it goes up and down, but it's like I love my parents and then I love some girls that aren't my parents. And it's like, well, you can't really compare them, you know? They're for different purposes. And then I have some friends that are good for some things. I have some friends that are other things. You're like, I can't answer the question. It's too vague.
Gotcha.
I like the Hex logo better. I like the, you know, Hex community is the only community. Currently the Pulse community is just a subset of the Hex community. You won't see a divergence in the two communities until, you know, Pulse has been around for a little bit longer. So it's early days. I'd much rather have a Hex tattoo than a Pulse tattoo currently.
Gotcha. And I think that's all the questions I have.
All right.
Thank you.
My pleasure, man. We're going with Skippa Jenkins. You're up.
Thanks, Richard. First of all, I just want to say I definitely appreciate how you are so generous with your time, Twitter, and everything else. My only question is, and this might have been asked, but I was late tuning in. But what would the cons be to just doing the Pulse chain per T-share? Because that would be the people that stake the longest, people that bought in the most, so they have the most T-shares. So what would you see the cons being going that direction?
Gatekeeping, no on-ramping of new users with a new narrative meme pitch. How many millions of free dollars did Hexagons get from the Uniswap token being created out of thin air, airdropped to them, and then hundreds of thousands of people FOMOing it. Well, the value was that there was a new token that listed everywhere for free, that hundreds of thousands of people FOMO'd, and then that is what benefited the hexagons. Now, if Uniswap was for giggles, just airdropped to hexagons, do you think it would have been worth millions of dollars? It wouldn't have been. And then they wouldn't have, hexagons wouldn't have been able to sell it for millions of dollars of profit. So in the end, what matters is the on-ramping of new users. In order to do that, there are people that are allergic to hex and always will be, because they don't understand it. They heard it sucked, and now that's their story for the rest of their life, is it sucks. And you know, and it will take years to erase that out of some people's heads. So it's just it's infinitely inferior way to do it, in my opinion.
Gotcha. No, I definitely understand, and once again, man, I just definitely appreciate
my pleasure, man.
How much time you take talking to all of us.
Hey, my pleasure. Let's go with this Russian Cyrillic name. Don't know how to pronounce it. Wamnimbu. You're up. From New York.
Hello, Richard.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hello?
How do you pronounce your name, man?
Shamil.
Are you serious?
Yes.
But it shit looks like it starts with a W. That's pronounced an S?
Yeah, when you combine S and H, it sounds like a sh.
Okay.
Shamil.
I never did understand the Cyrillic alphabet. Am I pronouncing it right? Cyrillic or Cyrillic? How do you pronounce that even?
Cyrillic.
Cyrillic. All right.
Yes.
Welcome aboard.
So, Richard, thank you so much, man. Appreciate your work and effort and time that you give us. I have a question. Do you plan to use Pulse Chain for any other projects except for staking? Like, do you plan to utilize it for something else? Do you plan to provide?
There's a chance that it can contain all of Ethereum state, and that you will have Pulse versions of all Ethereum tokens. So.
Okay, so there's a chance that might happen, that you might provide Pulse Chain for some other projects, not just for staking purposes.
All of the projects, everything.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, and second question, are you planning to move completely away from Ethereum blockchain, or?
It's really the market has to decide. The market's going to decide which hex is worth more. Because the hex is unstoppable, unpausable. It cannot, it's immutable. You can't turn it off. You can't pause it. The only thing that can happen is that the market value can change across the two. And since everyone is getting both, the only people that could screw themselves are the people that chose wrong, you know? So be very careful about choosing one side or the other. You might just want to not choose. We'll see, you know? Because I look, Bitcoin Cash versus Bitcoin. If you chose Bitcoin Cash, you got wrecked badly.
Right.
So.
Right. So the hex will be running on both chains.
Yeah.
Am I understanding this?
Yes.
Right? Okay. And at some point, we will switch to dedicated chain, or how does it? I mean.
No, it's really up to the market, man. Like, so this, if you can transact at nearly no fee on this new network, and hex there has the same value or higher, in theory, like just guessing, right? I don't have a crystal ball.
Right.
Then whether you decide to end your stakes on the expensive ETH chain is up to you. And whether people want to buy those hex on the expensive ETH chain is up to them. There's no there's no centralized, you cannot kill hex on Ethereum. It's unkillable. So you can't stop it, you can't pause it.
I was thinking that it's a good idea to keep it also on the Ethereum blockchain, just because
Probably is. I mean, there are people that probably will prefer the Ethereum chain, at least until Pulse chain has been around for a while. So I mean, it's fine. It's okay. You know.
Yeah,
you're giving
from the
free choice. And go ahead.
Because it's more recognizable. You know, people kind of
Yep.
know, when you say Ethereum, people automatically kind
Hex on Ethereum is never going away.
Right.
Can't be killed.
Cool. Thank you so much, Richard. I really
My
appreciate
pleasure,
it.
man.
Best regards from New York City.
Glad to have you on. learned how to say Cyrillic and know that a W followed by an A is pronounced sh. Neat. Let's go with cookies. You're up. While I'm waiting, you get your mic working?
Oh, was I on mute? Oh man, I was muted.
It's okay. It's all good, man.
Thanks for giving me the time, man. This is
My
awesome.
pleasure.
I get to interact with. Yeah, this is fun. So, I wanted to ask you though, just about like Hex. Like, is there? I see that a lot of people have done laddered stakes.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between laddered stakes and like, just staking all at once? Like, I
Sure.
always kind of wondered what people's logic was kind of behind why
Yeah.
they would choose ladders versus just going all in.
Yep. So ideally, and I would love to see this as part of go.hex.com and other interfaces that allow you to stake, such as Staker app. This product was designed to reduce volatility by having people choose end stakes where other people weren't ending their stakes, to reduce the shock of market supply if anyone wanted to sell at that point. No one's using that feature and it kills me. So if you're smart and you're staking, please choose your end stakes on the chart of end stakes in gaps where people aren't end staking. So if you go to hex.vision, you can see a chart of when other people's stakes are ending, and choose gaps where there's less stakes ending so that you could, if you want to sell, get a higher price there because there's less supply selling at that point. Now look, I don't have a crystal ball. Who knows if the price is really higher, but in theory, less market supply tends to mean higher price because supply and demand, less supply equals at static or increasing demand a higher price. So staking ladders, now by the way, if you have all your stakes in a single stake, you're getting a higher, bigger pays better bonus, BPB, which goes up to 10% at 150 million hex. So, if you stake 150 million hex at once, you're going to get an extra 10% shares. If you spread that over 10 stakes, each one of those is only going to get a 1% bonus instead of a 10% bonus. So you're in effect only getting a 1% bonus on everything instead of a 10% bonus. So bigger pays better was designed to reduce load on the blockchain by giving people incentive to make larger single stakes. A stake ladder means that you've always got some money coming out. And then if you ever need money for some reason, you're less likely to have to emergency end stake and be penalized. And so a stake ladder is going to have higher gas fees because you're using the network more. It's going to have lower, bigger pays better share bonus multiplier. And it's going to reduce the chances that you ever emergency end stake because you always have some money coming out. And you've got some granularity where if you did have to emergency end stake, you could do it with a smaller part instead of a larger part. Does that make sense? And if you have bills to pay, if you've got to pay rent every month and you're using this to just invest your principal and then peel off yield for monthly expenses, depending on how big your stack is, if it makes sense to pay the gas on such a stake. And your gas fees on the shorter stakes are much lower because you're totaling up a lower number of days. Your cost to end stake is linearly related to the number of days that have to be calculated in the end stake, right? So if you have 100 days, you've got 100 S-load operations you got to do. And if you only got 10 days, you only got 10 to do. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's great. I always learn something new from listening to your stream, so this is awesome.
My pleasure, man.
I think I actually used Hex.vision back when I first got into Hex. And sometimes I even forget all the cool tools that
Me too.
that are available.
It's true.
So, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool tools.
Looking forward to. Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Well,
I muted you. You're awesome, dude. Appreciate the good questions. Staker.app, hex.vision, graphx.rocks. Worst URL ever. graphex.rocks is how it's actually pronounced, or graphx. .rocks. I didn't even know .rocks was a top-level domain. Didn't even know that. Really cool tool, really cool developer. Absolutely horrible URL. very cool. Shows you real time share price in USD, real time appreciation with the APY multiplied by the USD appreciation. So just really, really cool stuff on there. I noticed like a day ago that there was a hexstreamers.com, I believe. And that shows you people who were live streaming. So, and then I noticed that someone was on Twitch live streaming this audio chat. And so that's, you know, pretty neat. Free content. All right. Let's go with Crypto Nate. You're up.
Hey, how's it going, Richard?
It's going all right.
Thank you for HEX, and I just have one question. Have you ever thought about listing the T-shirt price on Nomics?
Yeah, but it's too hard because they don't know how to calculate the volume for it, and it's just too much work for them. So they're like lead dev, talk to some devs in the HEX community, and I don't think it's going to happen because it's just a lot of other extra work that they would have to do for it that they wouldn't have to do for just yet another token, you know? But I mean, like in theory, if the volume issue were solved, you could multiply the T-share price times the total T-shares to get a T-share market cap. It does have a price. It's weird in that you can't sell it for that price. You can only buy it, you can't sell it, because buying it requires staking HEX. And the price that you pay for it changes based on how many bonus shares you get, based on the length of your stake and the size of your stake. So there's just some parameters you'd have to fidget with to make it work. I might be able to clear them up on my own, but I'm just focused on other things. You know what I mean? So the idea that there is a HEX share market cap is cool. The idea that there's a volume, and there's people starting and ending stakes. That's volume. You know, I guess the only really unique thing is that you can buy it with HEX, but you can't buy it with anything else, which is kind of interesting, you know? Because you can only create shares with HEX. You can't create them with anything else. Good question, man.
Hey, thank you very much, Richard. Thank you for HEX.
Thank you, Kryptonite. All right. Let's take Orca. You're up.
Hey, man. Thanks
Hello.
for taking the question. Been listening to you for a while, Richard, and got into HEX from day one, and very happy with it. I've
Nice.
also brought in a lot of friends to the project too, who are skeptical at first, but are turning on you and starting to like you too. So
Great.
Good job with.
Hey, liking me is no easy thing. I'm glad people are able to do it. Go ahead. What's your question? I think speak.
You know, already multiple projects in DeFi where if a relatable project is started on top of another, it diverges capital from the original and throws off the community.
Uh-huh.
Could you address your thoughts on that, and if that will happen with HEX?
I have no idea. I mean, I have to imagine that the two halves equal more than the whole. The two parts add up to more than the whole. Because you should have, just from the narrative difference and the branding difference and the features difference, you really should have a lot of new users seeing the new chain, and then, you know, whatever has the most volume on the new chain is likely to get eyeballs from participants in the new chain. It could be the case that HEX has a lot of volume because people have had the most time to learn about it, and, you know, is the most crossover. So people that know me probably know HEX, but people might know this new chain and not know me yet, and then they might not know HEX yet. So it's like, I don't see any world in which this isn't two halves equaling more than the whole. Like I think it's really going to be beneficial and useful and awesome, and I don't see any downside to it.
Got it.
Yeah.
And I hope as a community we don't overreact, and if people sell their hex and downward pressure that into Pulse, doesn't throw anybody off there.
Well, I mean, it's only gonna harm people that don't have both, right? And then there's no. Let me put it to this way. At some point, Ethereum is going to fork itself. There is going to be an ETH 2.0. And then there's very likely to be Hex on that chain too. So you're going to have to face these issues at some point, whether you want to or not. You don't have the option of not facing these issues. Period. So it's not optional. You're going to have this issue at some point. Might as well have it now. And I see this opportunity.
Is there going to be an adoption amplifier type concept for Pulse? Did you answer that already?
Well, I don't want to get into the specifics of that just yet.
Sure, no problem. Okay.
Yeah.
So then I get.
Let me put it to you this way.
Yeah.
I can't answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
The last question's from a friend who can't talk, but he is listening. He's newer to you. He said, ask him what he mostly spends his money on.
The only expensive thing I've bought recently is this $100,000 watch. Patek Philippe 5726. Go Google it and be like, damn, $100,000 watch. I mean, I guess I got this too, which is like a Rolex Daytona Zenith Movement two-tone. That's like maybe 18 grand, 19 grand, something like that. I mean, I don't know, these glasses are like $700 each, but I've had those a long ass time. I really don't spend that much money. Like, if you think about how much money I have, I don't spend shit. Like, I could go buy a fucking Bugatti Chiron or 10. You could go buy like, you fucking, I could buy anything, but that's not what I want to spend my time doing. I want to spend my time building shit, I have someone that's designed a new hex chunk, which is going to be actually, so far the spec has it being about this size right here. And then I got them to, instead of having a bail at the top, it's going to bail through here. I've never even seen that done in a pendant before, so I hope it works. So the bail would go through the chain. And then I've been looking at, so this would be platinum. And then for sapphire gradient, it's really hard to get sapphires that go through the whole spectrum of what the hex gradient does. So I might end up with just like black and clear. So black for the gaps and then clear for the hexagons. And I'm looking and I'm like, moissanite has a higher refractive index, nearly the same hardness, more fire, more brilliance. And if you're buying precious stones for the fire and brilliance, which is the shininess of them, I don't really see why you would choose diamonds over moissanite. And so I need to see a mock-up of, I'm not even sure I've seen a moissanite in person. There's only one company that makes them. Conrad and Johnson or something. I can't remember their name. Or anyway, so I'm looking at lab created diamonds because I'm sure I'm not paying premium for inferior diamonds. I'd rather pay less for better. And like Swarovski now has diamonds that they make, literal diamonds that they grow themselves, and they have GIA certificates with them. So I'm kind of like, I haven't told the jeweler designer yet because I wanted to finish his design because I wanted to think he can charge me out my ass for like genuine diamonds because he thinks he's going to make markup on them, so maybe he'll do a better job on the design. But in the end, once the design is complete, which if it's just black and white, I guess it's already complete, I'm going to hit him with like, yo, we're going with either Swarovski GIA certified diamonds, which are real but lab created, or moissanites, which are maybe 20x less expensive but sparkle more. Why wouldn't they do that? Like, is there some rule that says that I need to have something that sparkles less and costs 20 times more just to say that I wasted the money, you know? So I need to see in person some moissanite versus lab created diamonds, which since they're GA certified are totally equivalent to normal diamonds. Did I answer your question?
I got one more question from a friend. Hopefully you can take it.
Sure.
What do you think about Decentraland? Are you into that concept?
I don't like game-based projects because people get bored with games always because we're supposed to, and then the games get wrecked. So I used to play StarCraft 2. Now nobody plays StarCraft 2. Whoopsie. You know, and you find that with almost all games. Chess has had some staying power. CSGO has had some staying power, but basically nothing else. So, yeah, I don't like game-based tokens. And their gas efficiency is absolutely terrible. You're going to pay a zillion, trillion, bazillion dollars for gas because it's not efficient. Thanks for calling in, man. My pleasure.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, bro. All right. Let's go with Alphabet Soup Kitchen. You're up. You guys, by the way, your guys' questions have been fantastic. Really good job, community. By the way, on Bitcoin, you're sitting at 64,000, and Ethereum, you're sitting at 2350. Nice.
Hi, Richard. Thank you for taking my question.
My pleasure.
So Hex rewards long-term thinking, commitment, and has fostered a virtuous community as a result. Could a good way to differentiate Pulse be to tie transaction priority to these ideals in some way?
Really have to differentiate Pulse from Hex to avoid gatekeeping, to on-ramp new users. I mean, be happy that you're getting a whole new copy of all your stakes and all your liquid Hex that will have some market value. So I would not be surprised if the two halves added up to more than the whole. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So I think that is, you know, if you want to make other outsized returns from Pulse's endeavors, you're probably going to have to do something else other than hold Hex. So your Hex is going to give you more Hex on another chain. Congrats. But if you want to speculate on Pulse, you're going to have to do something else. And that's the reason you get to on-ramp everybody else, is because of that something else, pretty much. Does that make sense?
Thanks for the insight.
So I do appreciate your brain is in the right place trying to think of ways to reward more people's good behavior, and I do appreciate that. We just have too many other confounding issues. Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Alphabet Soup Kitchen. Appreciate the good question. All right. We're on Alex Z. These are some funny names. You're up, man.
Hey, Richard. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
Thanks for everything. For these, Hex was just amazing project. Still ongoing. I'm really glad I got really early with that as well. So thanks for everything. But
my pleasure.
I wanted to ask you if the underlying blockchain like Ethereum or Pulse in the future and whatnot, and then looking at that as one dimension or one component, and then Hex as a CD project on top of it. And if you look at that from like one dimension, second dimension level, what do you think third component or third dimension might be in the future for that kind of binary star system?
Are you asking what type of projects I'd like to see exist other than Hex and Pulse?
Not other than, but Hex and Pulse in kind of symbiosis with each other.
Sure.
And expanding that functionality what Hex have.
Sure.
Maybe
So I think
new dimension. Yeah.
I think algorithmic stablecoins is someplace that would be really neat to see progress. You know, a more decentralized, trustless stablecoin would be very cool. Love to see margin trading. Love to see MEV Geth, as gas prices may increase on Pulse, I'd love to see MEV Geth combat that. I'd love to see MEV Geth, margin trading, algorithmic stablecoin, layer 2 composability. So like the ZK Sync guys are doing some type of, within the next 6 months, apparently a composable ZK rollup. We'll see, So that basically means like if you build a contract on layer 1, then it can interact with all the other layer 1 contracts. But if you step off to layer 2, you're stuck on an island and you have to go back to layer 1 to jump to somebody else's L2, and you can't cross-chain talk across L2s currently. So that's called composability. Really, like Hex doesn't really give a fuck about what anything else in DeFi is doing. Doesn't really care. Can you borrow Hex on any DeFi? No. Can you lend Hex on a DeFi? No. Can you margin trade Hex on a DeFi? No. So who gives a fuck about the rest of DeFi? It's totally irrelevant. So like if Hex were the only thing on a new chain and all it had was the Hex contract and bridges, a Hex contract, its own Uniswap thing, and then bridges to liquidity to get, onto mainnet ETH to then off ramp to exchange to get fiat USD, that's all you need. So as long as you've got system state, working consensus network, and liquidity, you're good. And Hex doesn't need any of the other stuff, right? So the opportunity is to on-ramp a zillion new users by supporting a whole bunch of other stuff, that isn't Hex. That's the opportunity. Because look, the pain that Hex is feeling with these gas fees, thousands of other projects are feeling. And so to be able to free my people, to do a Moses and free my people from their unfair bondage would be pretty cool if we could do it for more than just Hexicans, we do it for everybody, That's all I got in my head. I can't think of any other cool stuff.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a great answer. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the question. All right. Let's go with Joe Munois. How do you pronounce Maginats? It sounds French. I'm sure I'm murdering it. Or Italian, I don't know. What is it? You're up, Joe. And by the way, Hex memes, if you guys want to make a Free My People Richard is Moses meme, go ahead. By the way, that wasn't my idea. Someone else in Hex memes came up with that. Actually, I was on a call with Eric Wall, and Eric Wall came up with that. How do you pronounce it? Maginas? Joe, you're up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. We're just madly delayed. We have lag.
Joe Maganats, can you hear me?
Yes, Joe Maganats, I can hear you.
Yeah. Hello?
I hear you wonderfully, Joe.
Hey, I'm just wondering, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering if, whatever happened to Peter McCormick? And, did you give him a proper burial? Or is he just somewhere on the side of the street?
So far, Peter McCormick has continued to promote things that suck. And so he promoted something that jacked a bunch of his users of their money, which is something I predicted, because he promotes things that remove the user's keys from them, because he's a dickhead. He also committed fraud, getting a loan to buy crypto, but saying it was really for something else, and then publicly bragged about it on his Twitter, which is pretty funny. And then he got his bank accounts closed. Not exactly sure why, but hey, if you're going to close somebody's account, why not his? He's a prick. Yeah, so, I don't know. He's still out there crying. He probably thinks he's smart because he bought Bitcoin. But Ethereum is up 25x and Bitcoin's up like 17x. So Ethereum's up like in between like 50% and 300% more than Bitcoin is, depending on when you look at it. Who could have predicted that? I could have predicted it and did, because it's superior technology. Ethereum is better than Bitcoin. And Hex price performance is better than both. And you're like, who could have predicted that? Well, I could have predicted that. And had he listened and bought, instead of talking shit like a fool, he would have a lot more money, multiples more money. But I guess he thinks he's smarter than me. He's not. He's really not smarter than most people. So, funny question. Thanks for the question.
All right, my man. Have a good one. That's
You too,
all I
man.
got.
Appreciate it. All right. Mr. Byte Disciple, you're up. You're up, Mr. Byte Disciple. Yeah, the amount of anonymity set you get on Tornado Cash is 12,000 deposits on ETH, and on USDC, 36 deposits. So you're basically going to need to use ETH if you want an anonymity set, is how that works. Wrap Bitcoin, no deposits. Nice. All right, we're going to switch to somebody else because I don't think Mr. Byte Disciple can make his mic work. So we're going to LX. You're up, LX.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, Richard? Man, love your show, by the way.
Thank you.
Stuff. Yeah. So, quick question. Is your network basically bound to the Ethereum chain, or is there any talks or any contemplation with maybe moving or working with Avalanche?
Yeah, it's like there's a million things out there that do smart contracts, and they just don't have the battle hardenedness. So I know, like AVA just recently had an inflation bug that caused a problem, and I'm not beta testing someone else's shit. So I don't want my users to have the misfortune of discovering a bug in a new project. So, you know, that immediately wipes off of the options table all of these new projects, because I'm not risking user funds on all these new projects. I'm going to use Geth because Geth works. And it's going to be the maximum ease for unwrapping new users because it just changed one setting in their MetaMask. And it's going to be the maximum ease of unwrapping new users because their keys may access some part of the network native token on the new thing without generating new keys. And, you know, so basically like all these other chains that have smart contracts or will one day, I don't care about because they haven't been tested by billions of dollars over years as Geth Go Ethereum has. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
It wasn't more of like replacing, more of like running in parallel.
Look, I would love to see wrapped and encapsulated shares of Hex stakes on all the other popular networks. So if you have ADA, AVA, DOT, XTZ, whatever, like, fine. Have wrapped and encapsulated stakes and all those things. Get to work. You can do it now. There's an open source encapsulation for Hex stakes already available in the developer channel. If you go to hex.com/dev, you can see where the dev channel is. Go to town. Start giving these other networks the beauty of having a taste of Hex, which should be the best thing on any of those networks. You know, there's no reason for the Hex main contract to have anything to do with that.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you for your time.
Thanks, man.
You got it.
Great questions from everybody so far today. Really impressed. Good work, everybody. Let's take Kiona. You're up. I'm just grabbing people randomly, by the way. If you guys want to be in the audio chat, it's t.me/hexcrypto and just click voice chat at the top. How cool is Telegram for allowing this to like work? Really impressed.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Richard, sorry about that. So I got a couple of quick hitters for you. The first question has nothing to do with blockchain, but I've been wondering this for a minute now. Can you tell me what is your zodiac, your astrology?
I don't like to dox myself, so I can't.
Okay.
I could.
All right.
You could look
Well,
around enough and figure it
I
out.
was thinking you were. I was thinking you were a Sagittarius anyway. But my next one is a statement. I heard. I was listening to a clip from Maddie Allen the other day, and it was a similar to a discussion. Excuse me, similar to a discussion like we're having today. And I heard one of the guys make a suggestion about having what do you call them? The NFTs for icons on the stakes.
Say that one more
I just
time.
wanted to say that I think that's
One more
actually
time.
an excellent idea. I was actually thinking something similar, but I think this is better because, you know, I've got quite a bit of stakes as well, and you know, they're for different things. Some are sentimental, some are, you know, for business wise and stuff like that. I think that would be a great idea if we could use like NFTs, if nothing else, just to add like that emotional attachment
Sure.
to that particular stake, so I can look and see, oh yeah, this is the one for my daughter's graduation, and you know, 8
Yeah,
years
that's
or
cool.
whatever.
Yeah,
like
I've heard.
that. So
I've heard.
I wanted to second that emotion.
Staker.app, guys. Steph, Firebun. There's an idea for you.
Oh yeah, Steph.
I just have
Yep,
way too much
Steph.
other like it's a cool idea. I like it, you know, but I don't have time to work on that one. I like the idea. It's a good
Yeah, no,
idea.
I feel you.
Yeah. All right, man.
I
Thanks for the
feel you.
input.
Steph, get on that. Get on that, Steph.
Thank you.
But
bro.
my next question,
ahead.
and this is my most serious question.
Mhm.
So you know, I've onboarded a couple of guys. You know, I'm a technician. So you know, these guys are in my field. So you know, we've got a bit more disposable income than you know maybe a lot more people would have.
Mhm.
I've also been talking to circles of people that again don't have the disposable income, which have led me to consider you know maybe ways within this new platform that I don't know really how to say this, but maybe more like a socialistic type of stake where you can get like a group of people
Mhm.
that can collectively enter into a contract on Hex and create a stake.
Yeah, we have
like
that
Is
already.
that possible?
That's what I
Ah.
just mentioned about the. There is code for that already that is public and open source, and if you're a developer and want to use it, go to hex.com/dev and find the Telegram channel and ask where it's at, and someone will link you to it. It's just not popular because no one has really run with it yet. And, you know. So yeah, it exists already, but no one's using it much yet. Thanks for your questions,
Okay,
man.
cool. All right, excellent. All
Later.
right, thanks for that, bro. Take care.
All right. Let's take.
Like the best of my limited ability is giving them a comparison of ETH Classic to ETH.
Mhm.
And, you know, basically once that split off, the market decided, and, you know, we all saw what ETH has done, and then we've seen kind of, you know, the dump after the listing on Coinbase, and then, you know, the little bit of a resurgence lately with ETH Classic,
Uh-huh.
and the market kind of decides. So I feel like that's pretty on point. But the bigger question that I couldn't really find a good answer for is, you know, they're asking about how cheap the fees are.
Should be damn
set
near
to
free.
be.
I mean, it should
Right,
start damn near free.
Yeah, and I mean that makes sense. But as far as trying to explain it to him, I was giving him an example of kind of like Matic network, where you know you get the free 0.1 Matic or whatever that you could have done thousands of transactions with.
Mhm.
And so then the question from that, which I was stymied with, was like, well, then won't Pulse be really, really, really cheap coin? And I'm like, well, maybe, but I'm like, I don't really know how to answer that.
Yeah, me neither yet, bro. It is not yet decided. Does it have 2 tokens? Does it have 1 token? Who gets the tokens? Don't know yet.
And Another question is, and I'm certain that this is all up to you and the developers as to how you flesh it out. But as far as who gets those coins, I'm guessing it's not an all or none proposition. You know, like with Bitcoin and Litecoin, where it's like, you know, if you had Bitcoin, then you got Litecoin. Whereas with this, I
addressed most of this earlier. Basically,
yeah,
I like freemium. I would like to give free coins to people who buy more, and if you don't buy more, fuck you, you don't get anything. Because I'm not letting you just dump the price. Oh, I got some free shit, I'm going to dump the price. No, I don't like that. The only people that get the privilege of dumping the price are the people that paid for that privilege. That's what I prefer.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly. What I was curious about is if it would, you know, if it was a possibility of splitting it up in a way to where you get a little bit of attention from the ETH community.
Yes, it's very possible.
20%.
It's very
and
possible.
The rest would be distributed. Okay, cool.
And if you want input onto, you know, if you have good ideas for this, feel free to put them in t.me/pulsechaincom, and where we're listening to ideas, you know, because the design phase is now. I don't know why YouTube had a hiccup, but like if you press F5, your the YouTube stream will come back up. So we shed like 200 users just because YouTube had a hiccup. On my end, there's no hiccup at all. I've got. You know what? Maybe there was a hiccup on Restream's end. That could have been lame. Anyway.
Yeah, Richard is still live. We can see you
on
YouTube. So.
All right. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for the answers, and I appreciate your time as always. And I'm doing my best to catch up with Kareem with the onboarding, but man, that guy is out with a big lead. So, but I'm doing my best. I think so far, the tally of my onboards is just over 100,000 that they've contributed.
Nice, man.
So they're cranking along, and we've got a few more coming on board. And I can't say enough good things about Firebine and Steph. Those guys have just been top notch. So
spreading the good word.
Proud to be a part of the community, and God bless you, and thanks so much as always.
Thank you, man. Good talking to you.
Likewise.
Awesome, W1.
Thanks, Kareem.
All right. Kareem, you want to go, or do you want to let other people go?
No, let's let other people.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Kareem is probably the #1 most talkative user of this voice chat. And so anytime you want to hear Kareem, he's on here. I mean, there's always like 30 to 60 people on here usually. All right, let's take Anthony Jennings. You're up.
Hey, Richard.
Hello.
Hey, so I had a question about the max stake length for HEX. From what I understand, was a limitation of Ethereum.
Yep.
Is that something that's going to be able to change going over to Pulse?
Yeah. That's so you just. I mean, well, no. The HEX code is the HEX code. It's not changing. There's not going to be some redeployment of the HEX contract with variables changed. None of those things. It's just, it's not smart to do those things. And in theory, like, I'm happy with the way things work now. There's no reason to introduce, like, hey, here's a random change that might be better, it might be worse. Let's just screw with it. No, everything's perfect. Let's leave it, you know? Good question, though.
Right. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Hey, guys. I'm going to grab a flavored drink real quick and maybe pee. And I'll be right back. Be right back, everybody.
XCOM, what are you doing?
Yo, guys, this is Firebone. You know, while Richard is gone, just gonna hop in. The latest numbers are in. 73 mil Hex buys from Staker, 5 million in Hex sales, 120 million Hex stakes so far for 11 years on average.
Woo!
Yeah, sticker it on
Boom.
that.
Wow.
Yes, and for everybody listening, if you have anybody interested, DM me, let me know. Let's get them turned on. Let's remove all the excuses. Let's make it happen. This is just the beginning. Make sure to spread that ref link. Your future self will thank you for it. Hey, Richard, I'm glad you're back. Hex has a good question. I want to let him go because I think you'll like it. Let me unmute him real quick.
Sounds good. I'm back, everybody.
All right, Dylan, go ahead.
Thanks, Kareem. Quick question. I was wondering if you planned on having Pulse audited.
Can't do it. Takes too long.
Gotcha.
Too much code.
Then,
takes too long. I mean, to audit, a Pulse audit would be equivalent to an Ethereum audit. Ethereum doesn't have any audits. Why? There's a lot of code. And then how much of your audit gets invalidated when you push a new fork, like the Berlin fork that's being updated in a day? So you got to do a new fork every time you update, or a new bunch. It's hard, you know? So having an audit done on the 3,000 lines of hex code is a lot easier than having an audit done on the who knows how many lines of Geth code. So it's just not feasible at this point. Maybe one day you could, you know, if you on-ramp enough users, you could just set aside the $1 million or whatever it might cost to audit a significant portion of it. So it is something that you could address to a limited degree at some point in the future, and that would be nice, you know. I do like security audits. I do like dedicated teams of people trying to make sure everything keeps running great. that's part of the reason why it's so nice to use something that's already been battle tested for billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars for years, is that there's already been a bunch of black hats staring at it as a prize for long enough that that's to a degree an audit of its own, to a degree, you know?
Makes
So
sense.
it ain't perfect, but it's had a better track record than Bitcoin has. Geth has never had an inflation bug. Bitcoin's had 2. So far, so good. Good question.
And I was also wondering if after the fork, if we will be able to keep that really nice price chart when we go to Pulse.
I have no idea. Probably not. I mean, you're going to have, it's a new token, right? So I think it starts from wherever it starts. So if you want that long-term history look, you used to be able to buy it for almost nothing chart, it's really going to be only on the ETH Pulse. So maybe you'll have to do, 10,000x on the next one to make a nice chart. I'm okay with it.
I think we can all agree on that shit.
Sounds good, man. Good questions. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thanks.
Let's take FOMO Me Daddy. You're up.
Hello, Richard.
Hello.
All right. Thanks for picking me. I've been listening to you for a while. My dad introduced me to you. He's one of the first Hexicans. But one of my questions was, so you were talking about how after like Hex is done and stuff, you'd love to like help with longevity and like human life and stuff. What would you think about like adding a charity feature to like the Pulse coin or whatever, and like have it burn a specific amount of percent per transaction and go to like a charity fund that we can all pick like a charity every week or something? Because I see a lot of coins doing that now, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I feel you. I think that people's social endeavors shouldn't pollute their capitalistic endeavors, because there are people that hate the idea of longevity. If you make a charity for colon cancer, women will be like, "What, you don't like boobs? Why don't make it for breast cancer?" And then people will be like, "Oh, you don't like kids? Why don't you make it for kids cancer?" And it just becomes a clusterfuck. So if you take any capitalistic endeavor and you're like, "You know what? We're only going to sell to Republicans." So you're just going to cut off half the market. You're just not going to sell to Democrats. That seems like a really stupid idea. So I would not suggest that anyone inject political or social preference into their capitalist endeavor, because it cripples the endeavor. So even though I love longevity and medical research, others may not. And we want everybody to participate. So I'm going to keep those. Yeah. I'm going to keep those isolated. So I'm never going to do and by the way, they dump the price as well. So like.
Right. What about like for growing trees or like something that's beneficial for everyone?
I wouldn't do it. I mean,
Gotcha.
like it's if someone wants to do matching funds and decide that, hey, this week they want to give away XYZ for people that create these number of stakes or whatever, go ahead. You can do that. But that's a side channel thing. It's not a core thing, So there's all types of add-ons, like Staker app has nothing to do with Hex, but it's awesome. Everyone uses it. GraphX.rocks, Hex.vision, Uniswap.vision, Dex.vision. All of those sites are great. They were built alongside Hex. They improve Hex, but they aren't Hex. So you can do lots of things to improve Hex and make it better that aren't Hex, if that makes sense, Just the same thing with Pulse.
Gotcha.
You'll be able to do all kinds of awesome stuff to make Pulse better. Like Etherscan isn't ETH, but it is useful. MetaMask isn't ETH, but it is useful. So the same kind of stuff applies for Pulse Chain. I do appreciate your input, and I do appreciate that you want to make the world a better place. So do I. So your intentions are a great place, and I appreciate your input.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Keep doing you.
Let's take Eric. You're up, Eric.
Oh man, hey Rich.
Hey.
Just wondering about the wallet. What do you think of the choice of the Gnosis wallet for Staker app?
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I wish they didn't do it. They didn't ask me about it. They do their own thing. I would have told them not to do it. So what happens is developers, Steph and Firebund are developers, and developers love shiny new things. And smart wallets that are based, so you have a smart contract that's your wallet, instead of a normal, seed word that's your wallet. And so you have, you still have seed words and things, but like there's this level of abstraction in the middle that allows you to do extra features like social password recovery. And, there's extra features that it offers, but it comes at the cost of gas. Gas is really expensive now. And so crippled their onboarding of new users. They might be able to start turning on smart wallets now that the gas price dropped a bit, but then I looked and today it's back up again. So they have a wonderful product, wonderful dev team, wonderful app, wonderful game theory, colors, just everything is awesome about it. And the only thing that sucks is that choice of the smart wallet thing, because it makes it too expensive to on-ramp new users. And I really wouldn't mind if they just stopped doing that. Just let people use the product with, let them stake with normal wallets instead of just smart wallets, and then reduces the cost to on-ramp new users, or let people pay for their own smart wallet, and give them the choice to do it, which they don't do yet. So, I mean, it's solvable. I remove abstraction and complication wherever possible, because I know that the things that take the longest are the small things. A tiny little thing is what will take forever. And so you really have to violently remove features and reduce attack surface and reduce scope, bloat, mission creep, all these things, or else you'll never get to market. Or you'll just have these edge case problems that you didn't anticipate. Like, you go to Staker app and you want to make a stake and you can't, because they have to manually partition you an expensive smart wallet. But if they chose to have less features and less power, it would be cheaper and easier, and they would have more users now. So it's like, and who really cares? Like, okay, social keyword recovery, I'm never using that shit. So, it was back when gas was cheap. It probably seemed cool. I'm just saying, developers, they choose the new shiny thing all the time, and I'm not going to choose the new shiny thing like ever. Like, I choose the most battle tested, auditable, rock solid way to do things. Even on the front end, like, if you didn't need your front end to like rescale to different device sizes and be quote responsive, I'm happy with just straight HTML. Oh, you want bigger text? Okay, that's an H1 tag, H2 tag. I mean, I would be happy if there just wasn't even any CSS. So if you go to let me check the URL here. Yeah. If you go to motherfuckingwebsite.com, it's going to show you just a website that's just raw HTML. And I like it, Google works fine. What is Google? A search box and a logo. Works fine, And then now you don't have to support it. It makes life so much easier. So much of the web now is just bloat for bloat's sake. Like, even now, like hex.com, it loads slow. Why? There's a bunch of bullshit in there, Could just be HTML. But I don't have time to optimize it, so who cares? It takes 2 seconds to load instead of 1 second or 0 seconds. So whatever, wait the 2 seconds. Does that answer your question? I don't even usually when I answer these questions, I can't remember what they were. This is why I ask you if I answer it right.
Absolutely.
All right.
Buddy,
Thanks.
we love your streams. I have to ask one more little
Go
thing.
ahead.
Did you happen to catch Lexus Fridman's comments prior to his Nick Carter interview, which was regarding some toxicity from the Bitcoin community in his
I didn't.
Capilano?
I did not. You can refresh.
So he mentions I probably couldn't run it off verbatim.
Okay.
Someone could probably find it.
Sure.
But yeah, he goes off on a little tangent about the toxicity.
Yeah.
Regarding the Pompilano interview. Anyway, that was that. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up, man. So if you're a screwdriver maximalist and you're like a flathead maximalist or a Phillips head maximalist, you are an idiot. There are places where flatheads work better. There are places where Phillips head works better. There's a place when hex works better. There's a place where anti-theft, like in bathrooms, the ones that use 2 dots, or the ones that only screw one way, or the ones that Torx with a dot in the middle that you used to see on cable boxes. There's all these places where you use a technology in the place where it belongs. So if you have a hammer and that's all you have, everything looks like a nail. But everything is not a nail. And so these maximalists, do you want anonymity? Yes. Do they have it in Bitcoin? No. Do you want on-chain exchange? Yes. Do they have it in Bitcoin? No. Do you want smart contracts? Yes. Do they have it in Bitcoin? No. Do you want time deposits? Yes. Do they have it in Bitcoin? No. Okay. Well, if you want these things and there's good things to want, you can't have them in Bitcoin. Period. End of story. Do you want cheap fees? Can't have it in Bitcoin. Do you want high throughput? High throughput? Can't have it in Bitcoin. Do you want quick, low latency transactions? Can't have it in Bitcoin. So this idea that you worship the holy grail of Bitcoin and have no progress ever and no features added ever, you're just like, what? There's all these awesome, amazing things that exist today that Bitcoin doesn't do and will never do. Why would you ignore all those awesome things? It's nonsensical. 100% nonsensical. So, no. Tool worship is dumb. Tool maximalism is dumb. Use the tool for the job at hand. And there are a lot of tools now that exist that didn't exist a few years ago. And by the way, the hex tool went up 448x in a year and a half. Did Bitcoin go up 448x in a year and a half? No, not even close. So part of not being a tool maximalist is you also get to get really rich. Isn't that nice? Even if you liked Ethereum over Bitcoin, you've been up 2 to 3x. 1.5 to 3x over Bitcoin over the last year. So you could, like, you like Bitcoin? Go ahead and buy 1.5 to 3x more Bitcoin with your outsized Ethereum gains by not owning Bitcoin. You know, like, if you really love Bitcoin, sometimes the best way to get more Bitcoin is to not own the Bitcoin, to own something that appreciates more. And yes, Hex is up for everyone that ever bought it, no matter when, day one, doesn't matter. It's up for everybody. The only time the price has been higher than today was like 7 days ago at the all-time high. And on the way to today, like this 7-day range, right? Otherwise, it's never been higher. Maybe like if we're at 1.7 or 8 or something now, I guess we had like a spike for a minute to 2 at New Year's. But that's about it. So almost everyone, 99% of people are wildly in the profit. Failed. If you buy tops and sell bottoms, then you get wrecked. And that's a feature, not a bug. I mention that because you sometimes I see, written chat and I see people saying things that don't make any sense. And you're like, silly people. All right, audio chat. Let's take a question. By the way, let's take a look at Ethereum price. Ethereum 23.51. Bitcoin 63.720. Nice. Keep going, baby. Keep going. I'm happy with it. I'd be happy if all the price is 10x tomorrow. That would be nice. Don't think that will happen, but it would be cool. All right, audio chat. By the way, we're taking live questions from t.me/hex crypto. You just go there, install Telegram, click voice chat, and raise your hand, and then we can listen to you. Let's take these names. Arsabani Paul. You're up.
Hello, Richard. Good night.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. I was wondering about sci-fi. So
Yep.
I will encourage you to give more promotion in other languages, bro. I was the one that wrote to you in the chat that I translated into Spanish.
Thanks,
I
man.
give it the sci-fi. You're welcome, bro. I give it to a few friends that doesn't know English, and for sure I changed their life, man.
That's
They
amazing.
became Hexicans in a minute, and they bought his bag of Hex, and then right now they are really in profit.
Yeah, you
So,
know, it's
also,
funny. Hex isn't even in the book. It's not even in there. So I'm glad they
Of
on
course,
ramped.
but
Yeah.
yeah, of course. Well, I first I showed them Hex and all the t-shirt stuff, and then I introduced the sci-fi, and they are
Right.
pretty well right now.
Well, good job,
So,
man. In the end, it's all about
thank
making
you.
people's lives better. So congratulations. You made some people's lives better. That is the highest and best use that any human can have, is to heal and improve the lives of their fellow men. So congratulations, man. Thank you very much. And thank you for reminding me
bro.
that Survive exists and is changing lives. I sometimes forget because I'm so focused on Hex.
Indeed, I just want to tell you, bro, I think that is necessary that for more broad, on-ramping users translated for
Yeah, you're
more
100% right.
languages,
You're
because
100% right. Yep.
more
So
of the people that I know it's just in English, and then
Right.
we are just on-ramping Hexicans in English, and we
Right.
have to do it all around the world.
You're right. You're 100% right. I agree with you 100%. You guys may not know this, some of you listeners on YouTube. I've written a couple self-help books that contain a lot of really, really, really good info. You can go to t.me/Scivive, like survive through science, SCIVIVE, and download them for free currently. You know, probably won't be free forever. Could change your life. Could really change your life, and as you've heard, it has changed some people's. So check it out, t.me/Scivive. How many crypto founders do you know that are also self-help writers and have really got impact and results for their listeners? I think I'm the only one. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
You're welcome, bro.
All right. Let's take LibHack. You're up.
Hey, Richard.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I've been in Hex since day one. Maybe you remember me. I was eagerly awaiting the Bitcoin, free claim,
Mhm.
and I used some JavaScript to put on your webpage that did a countdown.
Oh, nice. You're the countdown guy? Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
you remember me.
Thanks a lot,
Yeah,
man.
and
I really
thank you-
appreciate that.
Thank you for the free money. Thank you for the
My
free
pleasure,
money.
bro.
I got like 5 figures now, just based on the free claim.
5 figures on your free claim. That's nice, man. Congratulations. Yeah, I
Yeah,
used
I
that code
appreciate it.
twice. We used it for the countdown till launch, and we used it for the big payday as well, I believe. So thank you for the code.
Great to hear. Great to hear that. I want to ask you something about Pulse Chain.
Mhm.
I know it's a fork of Ethereum.
Mhm.
Is it going to be proof of work, proof of stake?
Stake. Proof of stake.
Okay, but are you afraid of the decentralization problems around proof of stake?
No.
Uh,
There's an interesting mechanic in this where, so the way that we're looking to do it is that you have the right to be a validator if you hold within the top, let's call it 100, but it may be 20, we'll see, within the top 100 people that want to validate. And so if you hold stake higher than 19 other people, you get to be the number one validator. And if you hold stake higher than the top 21 people, you get to be a validator. And then those validators can have the most stake by other people delegating them their stake. And then they can refund a portion of their fees to the people that delegate them that energy. And then your rewards for being in the validator set are equal amongst all people in that set. So if you're the number one stakeholder, you're not going to make any more money than the number 21. because you're both going to be in the rotation for the same amount of time, and assuming that the fees occur the same at all times, which, you know, or the rotation is random, then you're going to have the same reward being the 21st stakeholder as you would be the number 1 stakeholder. And what that introduces is that number 21 has less stake input, but the same reward, which means it's more capital efficient, which means he could offer larger rebates to people to incentivize them to give him their votes. And therefore it introduces this mechanic where instead of a winner take all system where the big gets bigger, since the less big guy has outsized profit percentage, you should keep rotating so that the small guys keep getting votes from other people to work their way up. And then I'm not sure the latency of that cycle. So basically there's already game theory mechanics built into the validator game theory structure, which incentivize new guys to be outsized profitable versus large guys, if that makes sense. So
yeah, I understand that.
There's this mechanic has already been figured out by other POS systems to some degree. So
right, it's delegated proof of stake, and
with some changes, sure.
Right. Okay, but the initial problem is the token distribution, because that determines, you know, who has the ability to, you know, like even on day one, has the ability to attack the chain. Or
I think the people that should get the most tokens are the people that sacrifice the most. Is what I think.
Okay. Right,
because they're the people that you would trust the most because they're the most at risk.
But is it really at risk if their tokens are still staked on Ethereum? Not it. I mean, it's like.
Well, it has nothing to do with Ethereum. I mean, it's totally standalone.
I know, but like, let's say hypothetically, I'm a malicious actor and I have a bunch of HEX staked on the Ethereum chain, and I want to attack Pulse Chain. So I claim my free Pulse tokens. Yeah. And I attack Pulse Chain. You know, hypothetical. Let's say I'm the biggest. I'm like type 2 whales and HEX. I'm not. But let's say I'm going to attack the Pulse Chain like that. Sure. I still have my money on Ethereum, so I didn't really lose any money to do this. I'm just losing the potential money.
No, but you don't even. Yeah, see, you can't. Your analogy is missing a very large component. Like you flipped a positive from a negative there, but you're unaware of it. You don't get to be a validator unless you're holding a lot of Pulse or some other, if it's a dual token system. So you don't. Let me change the argument so that it will work, because your version won't work. If you could short Pulse and if you could derive profit from fucking Pulse over, then you might try and do the measurement of how much Pulse do I have to buy to destroy the value of Pulse to then make money on my short. Because the way that if people could play those kinds of games, you would already see DPoS networks getting fucked left and right, because you can short a lot of other stuff, right? And you've never seen any of those networks have that kind of problem. It's just never happened.
Okay, one question: where's the initial distribution coming from? Is it coming from HEX holders or HEX stakers?
Nope.
Okay,
Definitely no to those.
I did not get that.
Yeah.
So
it's not you know what? You like game theory, you get to come into t.me/pulsechain.com and input the things that you like, whether they be bonding curves, static amount to everybody, or increasing amount based on wealth, 90-day launch, 120-day launch, 7-day launch. You get to have input now because these things are not yet decided.
All right, it's not yet decided. Okay.
Yeah, so you get your input matters.
What my preconception was is that it's going to be given to all the HEX holders, like, you know, 1-to-1 maybe or something.
Nope. You're gonna get free HEX on a new network that's more affordable to transact on. You're gonna get free stakes that are copies of your original stakes. Those will both have market values. It's very likely that the two halves make more than a whole, in my opinion. don't have a crystal ball, but that is how I think it will work. And then, you know, as far as Pulse has its own narrative, its own community, which in the beginning is just Hex community basically. But once people realize the opportunity that's here, you're going to see a lot of people that participate in Pulse that didn't participate in Hex. That's what you're going to see.
Okay.
So I answered this question earlier. I've answered this question or forms of it numerous times, and I'll give you the best answer that I gave from earlier, I believe. Uniswap made hexagons, millions and millions and millions of dollars, because it was given for free to a bunch of people that weren't hexagons. If Uniswap was only given for free to hexagons, do you think it would have been worth millions and millions of dollars and instantly listed everywhere? No, of course it wouldn't have been. And so in the end, what made Hex holders the most money was giving the token to not just Hex holders. So that's the best example that I can give. So I'd love to see you in t.me/pulsechaincom and, you know, come and play game theory. Because I was going to try and like go it alone on this one, and the design space is just too large. So I was happy to keep a lot more of the stuff secret. But, you know, I got 2 weeks. So come help out, you know. Come strategize some game theory. I'm happy,
Okay.
you know, like if you look at Hex, we copy what works, and we copied the parameters for interest from CDs in the real world. We know paying people 20% extra for extra year lock worked in legacy, and it's how we generated those parameters for Hex. We knew that a 350-day launch phase worked out wonderfully for EOS with a $4.2 billion raise, so we used similar parameters. I love adopting known functional best practices. So, you know, I know funding liquidity pools is something people like. I know bonding curves is something people like. I know freemium is something people like. And so I'm very interested in flavors of those things. But the specifics are yet to be decided. And you, the public, get to have input on these things at t.me/pulsechaincom or twitter.com/pulsechaincom.
Okay,
Appreciate your questions, man. Yeah, go ahead.
One last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
How will it be validated? Is it going to be like where you have to run a server like ETH2? Or,
Yes.
Okay, so the not the delegators, but the actual validators have to run a server.
Yeah, you need to have badass hardware. So, you know, we're targeting, like, Ethereum blocks are like 13 seconds, and we're targeting 3 seconds or something very close to 3 seconds. And so your hardware needs to be beefy to support one. Well, that's enough. You know, you need to have beefy hardware.
Any slashing?
Yeah, there's slashing. If you do things wrong, you lose money. So, I mean, look, most of those parameters are straight being copied from something that I know works. So, I won't tell you what, but there are other networks that are forks of Ethereum that are functional and doing well. So,
yeah, Binance. Yeah. Okay, thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure, man. Hey, you better get in the Pulse chain. I want to hear
I
you
will.
day one helping out.
I
See you,
will.
man.
I'm the biggest bull. Yep.
Good man. Ciao. All right, everybody. I see Firebun in admin here. Firebun, you want to get an input, bro?
I already plugged while you were gone. Staker app is doing pretty well. I'm excited for Pulse Chain. And the only thing that I forgot while you were gone is I wanted to shout out Kareem and Toby One and Scotty Does Know. A couple more people. John Wick and obviously Stuff. Thanks guys.
Thank you, Firebun. I got to say, man, I still love your websites, hex.vision, staker.app. Love your additions to the community with things that you've done, setting up the public Hex community repository that developers use to pull APIs for price, order book depth. You know, Firebun's a reason that you could pull up the Hex order book depth. You know, back when automated market maker systems like Uniswap just came out, people didn't know the algorithm to calculate what is the order book depth in an automated market maker system. And Firebun calculated that derivation that allows Coin Paprika, for instance, to show you the order book depth of all the automated market pairs on Uniswap, because he did that math in order to allow that to happen. He was also the guy that first built the Uniswap integrations to TradingView. So the first TradingView to Uniswap chart in the entire history of the world, Firebun built that. He's an awesome, awesome guy, and an absolute treasure of the community. So if you ever see Firebun in real life, buy him a beer or the drink of his choice, because he's a fabulous human. Thanks a lot, man.
Amen. And I would like to add, if I may, that Firebun works overtime, sometimes even late at night, helping me out. So shout out to you, man. I want to acknowledge you. So this is just the beginning.
Yeah, Firebun's always doing wonderful stuff. Like, he's just excellent, excellent resource for the community. One of the best Hexkins around. All right, let's take Eric. AERECK. You're up, buddy. Now, part of this lag is probably people are just listening on the YouTube stream, so there's like who knows how many seconds until they can hear that I called on them. Any of you guys that want called, come to t.me/hexcrypto, go in the live chat, raise your hand, and then, you know, you get called on. I mean, right now, there's maybe only 10 people with their hands up right now. All right, looks like Eric might not be here, so we'll move on. Let's go with HH. You're up. HH, I don't hear you, buddy. By the way, if you try and like talk and you just can't because your mic setup is screwed up, you just raise your hand again later, you know? Let's take Twin Head. You're up, Twin Head.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for doing this, Richard. I wanted to give a quick shout out to a user that's active in the Hex trading Telegram group, Gunther von Haringa. He's there day and night answering questions and providing a lot of value.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to give a shout out to him first and foremost. I also had a message like for the community. Sorry, I'm nervous.
It's all good.
So just for the guys that, you know, got in last year, you know, for guys that got in like this month since New Year's, you know, recently,
Mm-hmm.
I think people should be a little bit more discreet with their profits and with their mad gains, because it makes like our small stacks look really, really measly.
It's always
So
that way,
it's
bro.
good.
Like,
Yeah.
is the founder of Hex. I look at other people like, oh, look, Brian Armstrong did regulatory arbitrage because the banks made it hard for people to sell crypto. And his site's down like often. And now they're going to go public for near 100 billion. And you're like, okay, so he made more than Satoshi did. All right, cool, you know? And then people that make money on trading, you're like, what's the worst thing you can do in crypto? Trade. And so who gets the richest in crypto? People that enable people to do the worst thing they can do and lose all their money. Those guys make the most. You're like, okay, you know, so it doesn't, the anger and the butthurt and the outrage and the jealousy, it doesn't go away no matter how high up the staking ladder you are. It doesn't go away. When I see people selling JPEGs for $1 million, it makes me very angry. So I know you think that other people not talking is going to help, but like, this is a personal mental state management thing that you're going to have to be okay with, you know.
That's true. The way I look at it is, though I didn't get in last year, I think like I'll catch up in the next like year or two. So it's like that.
Hey man, you know, just do the best you can do. I mean, you're in the best industry in the world. You're making returns that normies could only dream of. So.
And then just last thing before I go, your Protect looks beautiful.
Thanks,
congratulations.
Man. Thank you, bro. I overpaid for a watch that tells time poorly compared to my phone.
Yeah. Regarding like OPSEC, hope you reset the time on it.
I do. It's completely wrong, always.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. Thanks so much, Rick.
No worries. This is wrong, and this is equally wrong to the wrong that this is. So you're not even going to be able to like use some differential to calculate it. Thanks for the heads up, man.
Awesome. Thanks.
Ciao.
Richard, if I may, a quick comment, because I think it's important.
Yeah.
Twin Head, the reason why we do what we do, which is also very important, and I've said on many live stream, is to show validity. The same way, if Richard hadn't showed his face and was an anonymous funder, a lot of us wouldn't have invested the money that we did. We want to show people that, number one, we were here from the get-go. We told the story. We told people what to do. A year later, we're still here, and we show the growth. That's why it's important. A lot of those traders, a lot of those influencers, those fake people, they lead people to lose their money, but you don't actually know what they actually do with their money. So it's important to understand that we're taking this chance or / risk, whatever you want to call it, to me it's no big deal, but it's to show people that the opportunity is real. Richard said it best, funders and holders. If we're not out here showing people the wealth, then how do people know that it actually works?
It's true.
You need to put that in perspective too.
I mean,
we're sharing that knowledge with you.
Yeah. So for instance, let me give you an example. So what Kareem's talking about, I do this hard, right? So this ring, blue, yellow, blue diamond, yellow diamond, white diamond, same manufacturer, JPM out of New York. I don't even think they're in business anymore. They changed it, so they do like a lot more lady stuff. This is rose gold, yellow gold, white gold. This is like got a lot of diamonds falling out of it, which it's actually hard to get invisible set diamonds for replacement, so I'm working on it. This, because I'm a fat bastard now, this used to fit on this finger. But I wanted to wear it to show opulence, right? So I'm wearing this baller bracelet, I'm wearing this baller ring. But in order to get this ring to fit, since it did fit here, and I'm like, I might have to fight to pull it off later. How am I going to get it to go on my pinky? You guys want to know how I got this on my pinky? Blue sticky, man. Little blue sticky stuff right here. My office is like 50% blue sticky stuff. I got blue sticky stuff holding my ring on. I got blue sticky stuff holding my keyboard, wires where I want them. This is really heavy. Dropped this on my foot earlier. My foot is like bloody from where this extremely heavy thing fell on it, because this is an aluminum, solid aluminum milled case. Do you think it's an accident that I have this watch winder spinning behind me here that I could bump with my elbow and knock off? No, it's not an accident. I want to look baller, right? So earlier I had a Louis Vuitton leather hat sitting there. This leather hat, right? I was like, how am I going to set this so the logo shows? Because there's no logo on this side. So I'm like, I'm going to set it here like this. It looks too clunky. It looks too stupid. So I'm like, all right, let's put something cooler there. So and it's not an accident I'm wearing this fist-crushing money diamond necklace with diamonds in the link. These are not accidents. I'm social signaling. And yes, the social signaling is going to generate jealousy and hatred in people that aren't part of the team yet. It's going to generate respect for people that are part of the team. It creates a binary polarity. And there are people, you always win from the binary polarity. There are people that you're never going to, okay, who's a popular homeless YouTuber, Okay, now who's a popular wealthy YouTuber, And if you look at the ratio of wealthy people to poor people, people just watch attractive people and rich people. That is what they do. So if you want to on-ramp new users, being wealthy and opulent and showing social status and social proof and having things that other people want, even if it generates jealousy, is just what works. So I'm out here loading up on bling. Do you think I need 2 pair of $700 sunglasses sitting here? No, I literally, before the stream, was like, all right, let's put some baller stuff in the background here. Oh, look, there's a Louis Vuitton bag sitting under the crystal. Did I really need the bag to be sitting there? I'm like, no, but it looks better than a power cord, so just slap it over there, right? I mean, we're doing production here. This is a video production. We want people to enjoy watching it, and people enjoy looking at expensive ass baller stuff. Hey, look, my black and gold watch is spinning. That's awesome. That's really cool. You know, there's probably some large portion of viewers that didn't even know that watch winders existed. This one's programmed to go counterclockwise only, 800 rotations per day, because I usually use it for the Patek here. If I was using it for the Rolex, it goes 650 rotations bidirectionally. They have different clutch in the counterweight, so that's not the right word for it. But so what Kareem is doing, getting people to focus on, like when I tell people I've seen people buy a maxed out $750,000 Lamborghini with their hex gains, I want them to know that that is something that could happen to them. They could buy a $750,000 max spec Lamborghini Aventador Roadster because I've seen people do it. You know, you're in, hex is up 448x in a year and a half, and we're just getting started. All this gatekeeping is beautiful. You know, CoinMarketCap doesn't have us on the first page where we belong. They have us on page 3. That's opportunity. CoinGecko doesn't have a market cap listed for us at all. That's opportunity. You know, all these, it's like, there's so much opportunity in hex, and people won't realize it unless you give them all the social signaling and status clues that they should be paying attention to you. I should get more viewers and more respect for wearing a $100,000 watch on live stream than people that can't because they weren't successful. And it's proof of work, basically. So this is waste, and it's proof of waste that we use to know that our signaling is accurate. It helps you cut through the noise of people that pretend to be successful that really aren't, you know? So let's take another caller.
Richard, can you hear me?
Sure. Hey, what's up, man? This is Funding Jim.
Hey, it's been a while. So I've been doing a while, it's great to hear the audience, and it's great to have a direct conversation here. I just wanted to just do a real quick chime in. Friends of mine a year ago when I presented Hex, close friends of over 30 years, what they were telling me, they had been hearing about crypto over a year ago. They knew that I was an advocate for Hex before its launch. They knew that I was involved with it, but they didn't know my stake. And I wasn't really revealing like my entire stake to even my best friend of 30 years. Mm-hmm. But I did say, I'm, you know, a significant part of my portfolio of what I care about is Hex. Mm-hmm. They still had that position, but I said, you know, you should put something in it just to see what happens. And they were still cautious. So I actually made a stake, not for them, but I said, here's the date you would have put in. How much would you have put in if you believed in it?
Yeah.
And then I made the stake, but Beautiful. I loaded the Staker app on their phone. So they've been watching what they would have done.
It's awesome.
And I think that's pretty cool. So, yeah, so you can show like you're a baller and things worked out for you, and people would just think it's almost like a lottery win.
Right.
But if you actually, on your onboarding process, if you get a yes, great for them. If you get a no, still make your own stake. I mean, that's what I've been doing. Is I've been involved with the Hex for quite some time, but every month I make new ladder stakes, mm-hmm. and I put it on a new Staker app portfolio as an example to whoever I think is important enough to share that information with.
I think it's
great. I don't have to show my whole portfolio or anything like that. All I do is say, this is what you would have done, but if you're not going to do it, it's about that time for me to do it anyway. I'll just show you that address. But for people, again,
that's awesome. I think that's great. It's a really good idea. You want, because people only take the paths that they know exist. And when you show them a better path, then they can take it, you know? But if they don't know that it exists, you can't really expect them to take it. So really good work there.
Last thing, and I'm signing out, is I really appreciate everything you've done over the past many years.
Thanks, man.
Not just because of Hex and not just because of like the financial or the monetary side of it. I think that you've brought far more value in your advice than the coin even that's out there. I think it's really incredible what you've done, and the slings and arrows that you've taken, really, for anybody that has a belief in an idea. So kudos to you.
Hey man, I really appreciate that, and I love having you in the community. You know, Funding Jim here is who lives in Puerto Rico, as some call it, Hexarico, and he'll tell you all about the tax benefits of that. And if you need funding for your business, he helps find people funding for their different businesses. He knows about real estate, he knows about taxes, he knows about classic cars, he knows about Puerto Rico. He's very knowledgeable and a great Hexican. Thanks for being part, man.
Much appreciated.
Absolutely. And Richard, if I may, one more comment
Sure.
for all the viewers listening. What Richard does very, very well, guys and ladies watching, is what we call the 4 Ds of massive success, right? First, you demonstrate, right? Second, you document. Third, you duplicate. And fourth, you disappear, because you have duplicated yourself. And this is what we always have been focused on, because those things are important. Those videos, those live streams, years and years in the future, 10, 15 years from now, when people start telling us, oh, you were lucky, you were this, you were that. No, we're going to tell them we were here. We got the proof. This is what the dream account is about. When people make fun of you and then 5 years later, you show $1 million plus account and you tell them, no, I started with 5,000, 10,000, whatever it may be. You have proof. And then you can tell them, listen, I've done it. Here's my proof. I've duplicated myself, onboarding my friends, my family, people that trusted what I had to say, right? And then indirectly disappear, meaning that the thing just worked on its own. And that's what massive successful people do, and they inspire other people to do. And a lot of people who have a little bit of success, either they hide or they get scared, this and that. They don't understand that the duplication is what allows you to disappear.
Yep.
Because if you can't duplicate that, then you can't go to the next level. So
it's true. I mean, there's so many secret success components that go into Hex that people, they just don't realize. So is it an accident that I'm live streaming the audio chat? No. Live streaming audio chat is in the popular zeitgeist due to Clubhouse, and we've got something better than Clubhouse. It's here now. Works awesome. Works on Android and iOS. Clubhouse just works on iOS. Clubhouse just had a data leak. Telegram hasn't had a data leak that I'm aware of. You know, so we've got superior tech that's in the zeitgeist and is very sticky and engaging and very useful, and proves Hexicans are real and proves Hexicans are smart because the quality of the questions. We've just gotten, at random, a ton of amazing questions from the community because our community is really smart. The Hex community is really smart. And, you know, we're just, who that live streams has a better background or set than I do? And this is just my office. Like, I could rotate the camera around here and show you the rest of it. It's all awesome. I have another throne chair over there. I have another thing full of crystal identical to that one in that corner with even better crystal. Like, I just have, like, I'm surrounded by awesomeness. Nobody has a set as good as mine. The person that comes closest is Michael Saylor. He's closest. Still not as good, but close, right? And then that's it. There's nobody else that comes close. Absolutely nobody else. And then we just have that. Like, who has 100% uptime in crypto? Hex. Anybody else? No. Like, you're like, we do so many things so well, and there's strategy going on behind the scenes. And I clue you into some of that strategy. And, you know, like with the Pulse chain, I'm telling you what I'm thinking about. How do I on-ramp users? How do I only give tokens to people that are worthy of them? You know, the things I care about are the right things to care about. And that's the difference between strategy and tactics. Tactics is doing something the best that you can. Strategy is doing the right something. So another way to see that is they say talent hits a target no one else can hit. Genius hits a target no one else can see. Really cool quote. Let's take some other questions from La Chat. See how the market's doing. Hex 1.8 cents. ETH 2,400. Bitcoin 64K. And and voice chat. Here we come. T.me/Hex Crypto voice chat. I see somebody with their hand up. Daniel Hex Luther. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Richard. I'm just curious of this mechanism about this 40% API. Was that the intention all along?
No.
Or no? Okay. Could you please elaborate a little bit on that? Because many of the other cryptos is about what 5 to 7% maybe
Sure.
gains. But
Yeah.
what was the idea? How could this be possible? I mean, could someone else copy this, or is it? I mean, how? Yeah, I'm just
I
curious.
got your question. Yep.
40% is much, right?
I'm going to answer your question, and I'm going to mute you because your mic is so wrecked. Ultra super duper wrecked. So his question was, how can these 40% gains be real when everything else is paying like 5%? And could someone else copy this? So I'm going to sneeze. First, it's actually something like 60,000%. It's 40% in hex terms, but you don't pay your rent in hex, do you? You pay your rent in USDC. So you would multiply your gains in hex times your gains in USD. And hex has gone up versus the USD 448x in a year and a half. So your real APY, your real returns are thousands of percent, thousands and thousands of percent. But that number is too scary to advertise to people, so we don't. We just say 40%, but it's not 40%. It's vastly more. Why is that possible? Because Bitcoin's up 66.2 million x, and Ethereum's up 6,000 or 7,000 x, and Hex is up 450x. These are the highest appreciating assets in the history of mankind. Cryptocurrencies appreciate higher and faster than anything else that has ever existed in the history of man. And so these types of insane gains have existed in cryptocurrency for a very long time. This is not new. Hex just happens to be doing better than most. It's really amazing. And depending on the time frame, better than everything. But you can find specific times where some things do better than Hex. And where does the money come from? It comes from the new people getting in. Oh my God, that's a scam. No, that's everything. When the S&P 500 goes up to new all-time highs, as it has been recently doing, do you know what is driving up those prices? People buying. Is it dividends? No. Is it stock buybacks? No. It's people buying with free money they got from the government. The couple trillion free dollars that got printed has to go somewhere. But that's a scam. If you say so, it's what it is. What about Bitcoin miners? Where do they get paid from? Inflation. And what do they get paid? They get paid 1%. They get paid, they used to get paid 50 BTC every 10 minutes. Then 4 years after the founding in 2013, it got cut to 25. And then 4 years later, it got cut to 12.5. And then 4 years later, it got cut to 6.25. And it keeps getting cut. So the inflation of Bitcoin, the rewards through inflation that come to Bitcoin holders, if you look at them as just a percentage based on the Bitcoin reward, they might not be that high. But when you multiply it by the USD appreciation of Bitcoin, they become insanely high. And so we live in a world where all yield, for the most part, comes from new purchasers, and where everyone's chart that they're trading is versus the dollar, and the dollar is becoming less valuable all the time. So everything will continue to go up and to the right as long as the value keeps becoming worth less of the dollar. And that's where we're at. So the gains are real. The market is volatile. Bitcoin has dropped 85% 3 times, 75% during the COVID dip. It dropped 75% in 2 weeks, or 65% in 2 weeks, for a total of 75% over like maybe a month. Ethereum's dropped 95%. Since Hex has been on publicly traded markets, it has never dropped 95%. Isn't that cool? So not with volume anyway. Maybe you could find some weird pre-market or something. You'd have to research it, but the point is, the gains in cryptocurrency are amazing and life-changing, and there's nothing else like that in the world. There's nothing else that can show you the returns cryptocurrency does, particularly X. If you look at, can someone copy this? People have tried and failed. The code is not licensed for copying, so you have to develop all of your own code. And everyone that's tried, for the most part, has gotten wrecked. So, and not for the most part, but like everybody's gotten wrecked. People have gotten rug pulled. People have, you know, had developers steal all the money. People have had, you know, just a constant core drill down to the earth with new lows every day for months. You know, you name it. People have tried. It's just, Hex is too good. It's amazing. I mean, I know more people that have Hex tattoos than Bitcoin tattoos. And it's not because they're getting paid to do it. It's because they love Hex. Hope that answers your question, man. All right, let's take Michael Lung. Go.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you good enough. Your mic's wrecked, but I'm fine with it.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on,
It's okay.
on my phone. Well, basically, I just wanted to get my face in the history books for being on this chat.
All right.
But I figured when I was I've listened to like your chats for years, and I'm like a day one Hexican FOMO pants and all.
All right. Well, welcome to the history books.
I wanted to thank you. Like you've done some like life-changing stuff, man.
Thank
I had
you.
all kinds of beautiful stuff to say in my mind, but it's all just sort of clearing out from the other end, so I'm just blabbering like.
It happens, man. Don't worry, bro.
Yeah.
You can always raise your hand again.
One thing about Veritasium I noticed, I realized why the guys are so upset about our success is the community over there, which is a small and very dedicated bunch of bag holders, and they were really worked up about Africa, and they wanted their token to be a part of unbanking the unbanked using tokenized gold. So like Reggie wouldn't have had any problems tokenizing a real world asset and pushing it around on the blockchain if it would have worked for him. I kind of lost all respect for him. I can't believe like all the free work I've done for the fucker. And
Yeah.
it turns out to be like
I mean, you have to look at people's intentions. People like to clout chase. So I'm the founder of a $11 billion today cryptocurrency with hundreds of thousands of users, tens of thousands of dedicated users that are staking. I've written self-help books. I've, got 448x in a year and a half.
He's been on CNN Money Show or something. And
Yeah, that's nice. But the problem is,
SEC order not to do any business in the States. So
right.
He pretty much needs some clout.
So when people come along, instead of being nice and friendly and going, damn, Hex is amazing, and then getting rich from it, which is what the majority of people have done, you get these haters that come along, and they're going to try and clout chase you to fame. And the way that I deal with haters is, if a hater has enough followers, I'll engage them publicly and leech their audience from them, because I'm more exciting and more fun to watch than they are. So they're going to get few followers from me, and I'm going to get many followers from them. So for instance, with the guy that you're talking about, if he wants to do a live stream with me to his audience, I will engage him in front of his audience. But I'm not going to let him leech my audience and advertise to them whatever bullshit they're offering. So I have a history of 100% uptime and mad gains, and most other people have a history of getting shut down, getting hacked, and losing everybody's money.
Exactly,
I don't like, I see, and then, he presented a bunch of questions. I answered all the questions, but he pretends they weren't answered.
Yeah.
And then I was tagging him in chat, and I'm like, hey, this will be the last time I tag you in chat. Because you don't care that I'm responding to your questions because you're not engaging the answers. So you're just here to leech users.
Yeah, he just wanted somebody to look at him. Anyways,
exactly.
I don't wanna point too much attention to said project because we're talking about Hex and all the cool stuff. So I'll get off your hair. Just thank you once again, and hopefully I'll get to speak to you soon again.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it, Michael. Let's take. Well, I see Matt Van as an admin here. Matt, you got anything? He might not even be listening. I don't know. Probably wasn't expecting me to call him out. I see a YouTuber here. Let's take Mr. Crypto Face. Hello, Mr. Crypto Face. How's it going? We'll give him a minute to get his mic working or notice that he's been called. Crypto Face, what's up, man? Where's your mic? Raise your hand again when you want to talk, bro, and your mic works. Click settings inside Telegram. So I'll mute you again, but just raise your hand when, or maybe. Yeah, I'll just mute you again, and then, because I don't want to leave like loose ends with a bunch of unmuted people whose mics didn't work, then all discovering how to fix their mics at once. I'll DM him.
Do you have a second, Richard, to answer a question?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So my question is, I've heard all of the horror stories of when people sold their Bitcoin or some other crypto before Hex existed for a Lamborghini or for something that was, you know, a toy. It wasn't really a cash flow kind of asset. Let's just set the scenario that you do not have Hex. You, of course, would buy Hex because it's had an amazing chart. It has so much potential ahead for the next 100 years or so or whatever. So I love Hex. However, if you did move it into anything, is there anything else to buy that's not Hex? I mean, I've played the real estate thing. I've tried to do tax arbitrage. I've done a lot of things that have a significant portfolio, but I'm also a guy that I don't have a lot of concerns about, like passing on to other people. So I'm just curious, when people are saying they're going to spend their gains in the future for their retirement or for a house or for a car, how do you advise people not to give up that asset and maybe sell something else like their skill set?
Well, yeah, look, if you're going to spend crypto, you're going to regret it when it makes new all-time highs. So this is like, you know, if you sold Bitcoin at 38.50 400 days ago, you regret not selling it at 63K today, because there goes your 17x, 64K now. You know, selling crypto is like, you know, you feel bad about it. Now, what's going up in the bull market? Everything's going up. Absolute dog shit's going up during the bull market. Now, when the bear market comes along, you expect most of these things to drop 95% or 100%, depending on what they are. You know, so yeah, if you want to take a loan, maybe take a loan on something that's not your crypto, because if you get liquidated on that other stuff, you know, you don't have to sell your crypto. If you're going to take, if you're going to sell something, maybe you don't sell your crypto, but it depends, right? Like unless you can call the top, like for instance, if you'd called the top yesterday, you would have fucked up, because I'm looking and there's things up 20%, 50%, you know, some of them are total garbage, but like, you know, Bitcoin's up 6%, Ethereum's up 9%. That's a lot, right? So like, and pumping into news, and it's common, right? So we pumped for CME. We pumped for the Coinbase listing. Their ticker is coin, COIN. So like, yeah, the other thing is like, why do I have way more money than I need? Because I just don't spend it, I save it. but if I didn't save it, I'd have less, you know? And so if you're starting out in life and you want to join the capital class, you need to live below your means for a while to save up capital, to invest, to live above your means later. So all personal development is delaying gratification and focusing on long-term benefits at the cost of short-term gratification, basically. I hope that answers your question. So basically, if you want to feel bad about buying stuff, sell your crypto to buy stuff, and then you'll be like, God damn. Because even if you sell the top, if you have product market fit in crypto and you do sell the top, you had 2 years to buy the bottom, and then there was no more bottom. So you had 2 years to buy Bitcoin like in the 3,000s, and then if you didn't, now it's 64K. So I love that Ethereum keeps outperforming Bitcoin, by the way. It's like today it's up 9% versus Bitcoin 6% on 1.5x. I like it.
My comment was also about, like, I've been able to retire for a long time. You retired very early. You worked probably more since you retired than, than before you retired. And so there's certain personalities that I noticed inside the HEX community that I've never seen in any other organization, really, much less crypto. A lot of the trading, speculation, influencer game, you know, who's going to market something and then dump on their audience. That's what the past 3 or 4 years of crypto experience before HEX was.
Right.
But I've found a cadre of like entrepreneurial people that have, you know, 4 or 5 business income streams that have nothing to do with crypto. And yet they are, you know, some of them are OG in HEX, and some of them could, you know, say, I'm going to close up shop and I'm just going to live off of my winnings. But almost none of the ones I talk to, you know, personally off camera would do that. They're almost all entrepreneurial, thinking about what the next thing is that they're going to do with their skill set, not with the sale of their HEX to fund some other idea. So I just want to advocate that kind of thought. Or,
yeah, I agree.
You know,
like everybody that goes full-time crypto hurts the price because you become a net seller instead of a net buyer. If you don't do full-time crypto and you remain productive, then you can remain a net buyer, which is better for the price. So there are some edge cases where full-time crypto is okay. Like I'm full-time crypto, it seems to work out, but I'm a rare bird. Yeah, I agree that the HEX community is absolutely fantastic. I love it. You know, I see a lot of progress and a lot of innovation and a lot of really cool stuff that I just wouldn't have come up with on my own, you know, because I've only got so much mind space. So the fact that the HEX community kicks ass on its own, it's just really cool, you know? All right. I'm going to try and turn on Crypto Face again. Thanks, Funding Jim. All right, Crypto Face. Let's see if you work now.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Hey, dude. Really well. Actually, so apparently it was working before, but there's a button you have to click when you give someone permission to talk. So my bad.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I didn't want to take too much time because you have like a lot of people that have a lot for HEX talking and everything. And so I just wanted to give my shout out to the Hexicans because you and the whole community really did get like a lot of shit, which is common like in any business and especially in the crypto space, but some people get it more than others, and you got a lot of it. And I also just want to kiss your ass a little bit because you're a good king. And I was kind of pondering the other night about like at what point does a king like settle and set like his boundaries and maybe like focused on inward rather than crusading and outward. But you're a crusader, man, like outward, and you're always doing something new, and but you seem like organized and good at it. And so I just want to pay my respects. I haven't really personally, you know, done much for like HEX itself besides maybe like talk about it a couple times, but I bought the top before a top and I decided I'm gonna buy the top again tonight.
Nice, man.
So I bought a shit ton of HEX just to kind of do my part and help.
Thanks, bro.
Price.
Congratulations, man. I really hope that you achieve all your dreams with it. I think I sacrifice personally for the performance of the things that I'm focused on, and probably there's an art to it. So for instance, I try not to drink caffeine because it doesn't make me feel good. It gives me existential dread. I already feel like I'm not doing enough, and then if I get hyped up on caffeine, I feel even more that I'm not doing enough, and then that sucks.
Are you an energy drink guy? Do you drink energy drinks or not?
Well, I used to, and then I stopped, and I felt better, and then I started again, and now I've stopped. But for instance, I've had on this stream, I've had 4 like shots of coffee because I figured it would enhance my performance on the stream. But I know that it's not healthy for my psychology, but I'm still making that targeted kind of calculated sacrifice because I think it'll help the stream a little bit, you know? So like I'm taking small health hits to make some things work better. I'm not taking sleep hits currently, so my sleep is good. You know, I am sacrificing some performance with my personal development book, Survive, and maybe with medical research because I'm only focused on crypto right now. But I think that I can take outsized performance in crypto now while the iron is hot and then translate that into superior performance in medical tech later, is my feeling.
Medical.
Yeah, it's the only thing that matters. Like, I don't spend the money I have, so like I'm addicted to making more money, but why though? Like it's actually, so you're not spending the money you have, yes, and then you want to make more, yes. Why? Not sure. For me, it's like glory, basically. So at some point, I need to revisit my values and go, yes, healing humans is what really matters, and then focus on that. So Survive and medical research is on the menu at some point, and then, you know, hopefully if the human resources is right, I don't need to personally do so many things in some of these things. So if I hire properly, you know, margin trading could happen on its own, or maybe someone else in the community solves it, and I don't have to do that, you know? So like, it's hard. It's hard for everybody. There's other successful billionaire people that say like Naval Ravikant, like he's had problems dealing with jealousy. And then I've had problems dealing with jealousy. I don't like when anyone makes more money than me. like, and there's people that do, and I'm like, fuck. Well, you know. So, it's if your goals are immortality without dieting or exercise, good luck. You're in for a hard challenge because no one's ever done that before. So good luck, you know. And you like it's. I have unreasonable expectations, and that is where progress in the world comes from. Men with unreasonable expectations making the world fit their desires instead of changing themselves, you know? Like, I'd rather change the world than me.
Boy, that's like totally how I feel. Like, yeah, like we all have our own demons and stuff, and like I try to, you know, I'm a religious man in the fact that I believe in Jesus Christ, and kind of in my own way, I feel like he's like the king alien. But yeah, like I try to make up for my own like personal sins through others. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On another note, like trying to donate. I've something I want to do eventually is like set up a good cancer to kid foundation because I found it like really difficult. The last 2 months I've started donating on stream to mainly cancer with kids in memory of my mom. And then like wounded veterans, and it's been a real difficult path to find like a good foundation that accepts cryptocurrency, and so that's on the list. That's on the list for social virtuing. You know?
Yep. Yeah, man. Look, healing other humans is the best thing anybody can do, really. So, good on you, man.
Can I show my shit products now? That's why I came here. Just kidding.
God, please no.
No, hey, man. I just want to. I want to be here long, but thank you, and
thank you, bro.
I just want to say congratulations, and
thanks, man.
You really do like have a badass. It's really cool to see like just how random people, from my understanding, like have come in and they do things to like help the community. It's
It's pretty awesome.
It's nice to see like the best and the good side in the space, because sometimes the turds can really stink, and like the wannabe Chad Erics, there's a lot of them out there, but good source of light here. So yeah.
Thanks a lot, bro.
Thank you.
Talk to you later, man.
All right,
Ciao.
brother. Later, man.
All right, let's take Palladius.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, first I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done for Hex.
My pleasure.
And for all of us, really. I mean, it's a game changer, man. Financial freedom around the corner.
I'm a fan.
I just had yeah, me too. But then I just had a question about like Pulse.
Mm-hmm.
And for like maybe some new guys getting in the space like myself. I mean, I've been in the space for a while, but finally starting to learn about the space. What do you think would be the best direction to go to maybe add value to the space? Maybe create something like Uniswap was. Maybe not new.
Encapsulated stakes on other networks currently, unless you're a Golang developer and you want to send me your resume for Pulse. Are you a dev, or what do you do?
No, I'm just really looking up stuff now and trying to learn it all, really.
Well, I mean, if you care about Pulse, come in t.me/Pulse Chain Com and, you know, strategize, theorize. And that's about the best you can do currently for Pulse.
Hex
anyway.
just changed everything for me. Like, I used to just look for like the pump and dumps, and then it's just like, I mean, at first I treated Hex like that, like, and emergency end state and couple stakes, and then I look back and I'm like, oh my god, worst financial decision ever.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I got most of my stack, and
nice
Big Payday helped out. So.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, that's all I really wanted to ask. I mean, I've been in Pulse chat more than Hex now. So
nice, man.
I'm gonna keep watching. You know, maybe try to add some value there.
Thanks a lot, bro. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, Richard, real quick, just a comment.
Good.
I really love to see people like that literally change their behavior. You know what I mean? Talking about healthy choices, you know, switching the mind from just trader to staker. So
there's a whole lot of people in crypto that are never going to come back because they get wrecked and lose it all. They're going to buy the top, they're going to sell the bottom, they're going to margin trade, they're going to get liquidated. There's millions of people. They're going to lose everything playing with crypto. And Hex helps that not happen. So it's healthy. Good luck getting liquidated trading Hex because you can't margin trade it. So lucky you. You know. All right, let's take Bit Finesse. I think I unmuted Bit Finesse. Yeah. Hey there.
Greetings, Richard.
How are you?
Long-time listener, first-time caller. I spent a lot of time thinking about Hex because very shortly after Hex launched, I put all my things in storage, minimized my cost of living down to lower than it was when I was in business school. And I live out of my tanker and just maximize 15.2-year Hex stakes. But
crazy.
My
nice.
question is, well, you've provided this incredible opportunity, an opportunity we'll never see in our lifetimes. Almost,
it's been pretty good.
Most definitely. It's amazing. But my thought is, we know that you sold your stereo equipment because you broke your tooth on a dolly.
Yep. True.
If you hadn't broken your tooth, would you have still gone on to become a serial success entrepreneur?
Probably.
Or did Hex, do we really have, was Hex really just born out of a dolly breaking the right guy's tooth? Where is this dolly? What the probability is that we can find this dolly and pay it the homage that it deserves?
So it's basically critical path dependence. And you'll find that evolution has caused numerous eyes with numerous features, both reflective and refractive, that sense different wavelengths, different polarities. And so the eye is such a useful invention that it's going to keep evolving regardless of what species you happen to be a member of. And I think that with the skill sets and the upbringing that I had, my dad started his own business, and I had always worked with new people all the time, and just I had so many different ways that could have led there, that the exact path may have been different, but entrepreneurship and competitiveness would have caused me to create great things no matter what. So, you don't need hardship in order to make progress. You don't need even genius or talent. Just strong enough desire is enough. So, strong enough desire with application of time, so there isn't a critical path to entrepreneurship, and there isn't a critical path to making a difference in the world. There's a lot of different paths. It's just like soulmates. There are a bunch of people that will make you feel really good about your life, and you could have a good relationship with. There's a bunch of good beverages, there's a bunch of good foods, there's a bunch of good relationships, friends, and you could be friends with millions of different people, and you'd be very, very good friends. It's just which one shows up,
Well, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for what you've done. Thank you for designing something that incentivizes people to behave honestly in a space where honesty is nowhere to be found. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, man. It's good hearing from you. All right.
Amen. Good finesse.
Luke, I see you. Luke's an admin. You can chat if you want.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been noticing that Hex actually changed my behavior as well.
Nice.
From a mindset perspective. Because what most people don't realize is when you're like in that hamster wheel, looking at money
right
all of the time, it creates, or it prevents you from thinking about the really important stuff, like
it's true.
Composing yourself. That all gets set to the wayside. But what I think is very important in Hex, that it enabled a lot of people to do exactly that. Think about what's beyond the money.
Right.
Because when you reach that point, you're fucking rich. You realize, and there's not that much to it. It's like you look at your account, and it's cool for a week or so, and then you're like, now what? Nothing has changed.
I know the feeling.
And it creates the drive to look further. To achieve greater things.
They do studies that if you're in debt, you actually have a lower IQ. Being in debt and the stress of having to focus on the near term lowers your ability to make good decisions and lowers your IQ literally. So a person that is enduring financial stress is actually less intelligent than if they had a little bit more financial freedom. It doesn't just affect your decision making, it affects your relationships as well. So being under financial stress, it can hurt your relationships. Because what do people in relationships argue about? Well, studies show that married people argue about chores, money, sex, and can't remember those stuff. Yeah, that's all I can think of off the top of my head. I think there's two other things, but it's good hearing from you, man. Keep up the good work. I like your fitness. It's looking good. He used to be a soy boy, and now he's a meat boy, and he looks good.
One of these days, I'm going to convince you to try it out.
I've been trying it a little bit, man. I've been trying it a little bit. Somebody forced me to have some carbs, and I was like, damn it. There's mashed potatoes look too good, and I'm just like, all right, I'll have the mashed potatoes, fine.
Yeah. I know safety makes it look like it's about signaling or being manly. No, but this is actually a tool, and it works. Man.
Yep. Yeah.
It works.
Particularly if you care about your dental health. I mean, the stuff on your teeth that rots your teeth, what is it like? Sugars. And where does it get its sugars from? Directly from sugar or through starches and carbs? And you're like, oh, well, so your teeth work better if they're not being beat up with the sugary shit? What else works better? Your blood sugar glycemic index. You're like, oh, right, so that works better. What else works better? Your muscle mass. Like, oh, a lot of shit that works better. I see the draw of a high protein diet. Good talking to you, man.
Awesome. Thank you.
Pleasure, brother. Franklin St. Hex. Another admin.
What's up, man?
How are you, bro? Doing all right.
Yeah. It's cool that you called him, dude. I'm just in here, man, just listening to you say like these weird things about Hex. Honestly, man, I gotta really thank you because I didn't come from like a financial background. I've told a lot of people in Hex that, and you literally just made me smarter. I'll be honest.
Nice, man.
I found out about you in like the end of 2017, and it was like I was listening to all these crypto guys, and they would say things, but when you said certain things, it just made like no sense to me whatsoever. So because of that, I was mad. Like I was like, what the fuck? This guy's saying shit and I don't understand. So I literally just started watching you and just like, yeah, man, you just made me smarter.
That's great, dude. I still do that myself. Like I read Hacker News every day. Sometimes I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm like, yep, I understand some of these words. So I'm always pushing myself too to learn new stuff, you know, like to take it to the next level, you know? So I'd love to be the dumbest guy in a room if it's possible, because that's where I'm going to make the most gains, you know?
I'm the same way, bro. Like for me, when I see retirement and everything, I see it more as just a way for me to just continue learning. If I could possibly do like all that, I would literally just learn. Yeah, they say don't be a jack of all trades, but if I can just learn one after the other things, man, that'd be freaking awesome. So yeah, as I get out the rat race, I'm just constantly learning. So I definitely appreciate you giving me this opportunity.
My pleasure, man. Good to have you on board.
Thanks, bro.
I'm just hitting the admins here because why not? King Hex Kong. How did you like Kong versus Godzilla?
Hey, Richard. Actually, I've been hearing loads and loads about it, but like tonight, I've been working, so I'm a bit late to the train, trying to avoid all the spoilers. So I've heard there's like a 15-minute chaotic scene that I have to watch. So I think it's on the agenda this weekend.
Nice, man. Nice. Yeah, when you download it, if you do download it, if you're into that kind of thing, make sure you download the not HD version, or it's going to be purple and green, or the non Dolby Vision version. So a lot of people out there downloading purple and green versions. You want the 8-bit one, unless you know how to display it on a Dolby Vision device, which is beyond me.
Can't wear my little color filtering sunglasses.
Yeah, it's not. I was like, man, this is looking weird. All right, who's next?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done.
My pleasure, man.
It's been a pleasure being a part of it and watching everything, play out so eloquently. And just really appreciate everything you're doing.
Thanks, bro. Overwatch, another admin. You got anything you want to say, Mr. Lambo, Mr. Maxed Out Aventador convertible? I don't know if he's still sitting here or not. Might not be in chat right now. Yeah, it says invited, so I don't even think he's in the chat.
No, he's not in here, no.
All right.
I think
Ben
Abid has a question.
Who does? I'll go Ben. Go Ben. Ben, you're up.
I got a question if he doesn't step up.
Go ahead.
Richard Hart. Can you hear me?
Attack. I hear you.
All right. What's going on, man?
Not much. I mean, lots.
I have a question. You had a retweet from Jordan Peterson.
Nice.
From a Hexagon a couple days ago.
Saw that. And Brennan, yeah.
And so that insinuates like probably a future conversation down the road, which would be incredible. I had a question about something that you said a while ago about him, that he was wrong about Christianity. And I'm not sure what you meant by that, but like, I've gone through a lot of his stuff, and I'm like, he's never asked me to believe in any kind of magic.
Mm-hmm.
He's never asked me to believe that someone walked on water in order for me to like understand his idea. So I don't know. I'm not sure why you think he's wrong about Christianity.
Well, the specific quote that I have from him is that Christianity is the maximal game theory that wins the largest number of games. And it's obviously not the case, because if you look at the on-ramping of new users, there are religions that on-ramp new users at a faster rate. And so if you project out that performance into the future, there's going to be less Christians and more other stuff. Now, I grew up Christian, so I'm partial to Christians, but you don't hear me saying that it's outperforming other things in certain ways, because it's not. And then there's other evidence to support that it is not the theoretical maximum game that wins the most number of games, because it has huge differentiation inside of itself, so that a Catholic has a wildly different belief system than a Protestant. And they both have wildly different belief systems to a Jehovah's Witness, which is wildly different than a Mormon. And you're like, well, when you have these differences that are so unreconcilable that there's a fractioning of the community to where there's hundreds of versions of popular Christianity, some of them must be wrong. They must be. When two things disagree with each other, one of them has to be wrong. And then when you have 100 things in disagreement, you're like, well, probably 99 out of the 100 have to be wrong. And then you can't make broad sweeping statements like this thing is the best of all the things. You're like, So it does have good cooperation. It does have good, on-ramping of new users. Some of the stories don't make any damn sense, so there's things it does right. There's things it does wrong. And I don't think there's any light where you could say that, like, there's just so many things that don't make sense. Why doesn't the book that God wrote involve dinosaurs or any technology whatsoever, any insight into technology that wasn't available to a goat herder? Why is there not any mention whatsoever? You're like, well, because it wasn't written by God, it was written by man, which is why it's on man's paper.
I think he believes that. I think he's pointing at like there's I like to take the concept of sacrifice. Mm-hmm. Well, back in the day, he points it out. He's like that used to be a goat that they would like to eat, but they're gonna burn it or something, and then the smoke would go up. And then the gods would take a whiff of the quality of the sacrifice, but we don't do that today. But we do use the concept of we use the concept of sacrifice differently, though. It's evolved.
Yeah, but it still sucks a little bit. Like this is the primary. Sacrifice. You don't have to sacrifice. It is very silly to assume that some conscious entity that has nothing in common with you acts like you and has the same emotional setup that you have. It's absurd to think that a timeless being cares about you having less. Oh, you have less, and I have no more. So it doesn't. So that assumption that something wildly different from you behaves emotionally like you is dumb. It doesn't make any sense. It's the reason when you throw pearls to swine, they eat them. They don't wear them as jewelry. So
sacrifice along the lines of like, well, we've got to go to school, we've got to sacrifice to do this, delayed gratification is a form of sacrifice. It's a different, it's an evolution of the term that, where would we be without it, without the understanding of it?
So to the one degree, people have this common logical flaw that you can use to drive them, but it shouldn't drive them. So logically, appeal to authority is invalid. Appeal to popularity is invalid. But in the real world, people give a shit about being popular, and people do respect experts and have good reason to do so. Yeah. And so there's this conflict between logical correctness and the art that works in the real world. Art works. So people do believe that sacrifice works, and they do know that delayed gratification works. And so I want them to associate those positive behaviors with HEX. But in reality, you could also frame it that, is making 448x in a year and a half sacrifice? How long did you really have to sacrifice, right? Like when, Jesus gave his life for, for us and our sins, but now he's in heaven forever. Well, I know some Vietnam vets that aren't in heaven forever, that fought for our freedom too. So who really sacrificed more? The Vietnam vets or the dudes that's chilling in heaven? And so you have to, sacrifice and delayed gratification works, but I see people shoehorning it places where it doesn't need to exist. For instance, Bitcoin proof of work. Why does Bitcoin have value? Because they burn so much electricity. No, goddammit, that is a cost. That is not value. That is not the value. The sacrifice is not the value. The value is the value. So if you hit yourself in the leg with a hammer and it hurts a lot, what are you achieving? Nothing good. Is it sacrifice? Yes, but was it a necessary sacrifice? No. And so I'm very careful. I'm very careful how people value their sacrifice, because all sacrifices are not interchangeable, and some are counterproductive and some are productive. Right. And so I agree. That nuance is very, very important. So Jordan Peterson has most stuff right. He's just appealed to picking one religion as the best one because he thinks it works better. It doesn't follow from the numbers.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right. That was my question. I want to thank you. Man. You've changed my life. You've changed the lives of a lot of people that I know. And thank you very much, man.
My pleasure, bro.
All right.
Once again, the HEX community. Fabulously intelligent people. Fabulous questions. I thought we'd have a bunch of trolls playing Rickroll music and shit, but nope. I'm taking live questions from the audience with no trolls at all, and I'm clicking people at random, even choosing people with the weirdest names. What an amazing community. Really awesome. So let's pick somebody with a really weird name. Brian. Go ahead, Brian. Let's see if his mic works.
Can you hear me, Richard?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Oh, great. It's awesome to get through, and I just want to introduce myself. I may be a bit different from a few of the people out here. A good friend of mine introduced me to you, and so I found myself diving into crypto after ignoring it for many years.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like what I'm seeing, and my background in behavioral science, and I like the fact that you talk a lot about game theory, long-term investing. These are concepts that, I'll see some of my peers in the behavioral science space talk about to try and get people to not panic and to hold out for the long term. And I'm wondering if you could talk a bit more about the psychological model and how you're using game theory, and maybe how you might have done some in the background to figure out, because these things are hard to stabilize.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, we know there's things that work. We know marketing works. We know sales works. We know FOMO exists. We know exponentiality exists. We know reflexive systems exist. The more valuable something becomes, it becomes like a Veblen good, where the more valuable it is, the demand actually goes up instead of down, which is counterintuitive to most price elasticity graphs that you'll see. We copied the parameters for longer pays better directly from, because I got feedback, I want to mute you, but I'll mute you in a minute. We've got known good game theory for the amount which people need to be paid in order to delay gratification from the time deposit market and legacy, with paying 20% more interest per year. Our 20% more just happens to be gigantically more because crypto, absolutely massive appreciation that drives the gains. Branding up and to the right, logo goes up and to the right, geometric growth, each hexagon much larger than the last. Can't mispronounce it. 3-letter dictionary.com domain name. Can't do better. Cannot get better than that. What else? The The community's on point, smart people, 100% uptime, reliability, consistency. You know, I've been saying the same stuff for as long as I've been public, years and years and years now, and you're not going to find inconsistencies. Occasionally I update my worldview because the world changes, and I tell everybody why and why they should do the same. So, you know, what other kind of game theory things are in there? You see Staker app with leagues, which are a way to divide up the pool of people into subsets of pools so that they can feel competition amongst those pools. That was an innovation directly from the Staker team that I didn't have anything to do with. What else? You know, focusing on returns and X. I basically am the forefront of that. You see other people adopting that language now. Talking about gain percentages instead of just price. That's a change that I think I'm responsible for. What else? I think off the top of my head, that's most of the game theory stuff I can think of. We have someone in the community that was responsible for the first HEX conference, tried online. Had a ton of participants over a week, I think, or many days, maybe 3 or more days. His name is Matty Allen, and he's also a behavioral scientist, researcher. And there's a fair number of people concerned with mental health in the HEX community. So you're in the right place. If I find you, I'll unmute you too. But hard to find you since I was getting that feedback. If I can't find you in a minute, then I'm just going to take the next guy.
I got him. Maddie's in the bottom.
I mean, is Maddie in here? You can unmute Maddie if you want.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, Maddie, come say hi since this...
Maddie, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good, man. Going good. Glad to hear from you.
I'm loving this stream.
It's pretty cool. It's really nice to be able to hear from everybody.
Yeah, we all do. We decided to reschedule our stream today, Richard, so we can just enjoy time.
Sorry, guys.
Because we know. No, don't be. We know your time is precious, so we're just happy to be here.
So, Maddie, Brian was just hold on, Kong. Brian was just saying that he loves the game theory and the behavioral science aspects of HEX, and I figured, hey, that's right up your alley.
Yeah, it is. Let's talk, Brian.
I think we remuted Brian.
I unmuted him. He's unmuted, so he can speak up if he wants to.
Well, I don't want to make it a convo gangbang because I want to keep cycling through new people. Let's take Kong. Brian, thanks for your question, man. I gave you all the good game theory that I could think of off the top of my head. If you want to help develop some new stuff, come into pulsechain.com, t.me/pulsechaincom, and you can help mechanize the game theory for Pulse. Thanks for calling in. Kong, go ahead.
Sure. I was just curious if the Pulse chain hex was going to be integrated on the go.hex.com or if it was going to be a completely new front end.
I imagine it'd be a toggle switch, but we'll see. My guess is just going to be a toggle. And I mean, it depends on where the toggle is, right? Like you could just have the toggle in MetaMask and which network you choose, and then you could just have a icon that tells you a notification which network you're on and go to hex.com. I think that's how it has to work, basically. So probably you'll toggle inside MetaMask, and then there will just be a notice on which chain you're on and go to hex.com is my guess.
Sounds good. Simple enough. Right.
My pleasure. Maddie, I hear you're doing some meetup in Vegas. What's going on?
That's right. It's the first HEX mass meetup.
All right.
And the schedule is at hexakin.vegas.
All right.
And,
when are you, when is it?
It's Thursday, June 24th.
All right.
Through Sunday, the 27th.
Remind me when to show that, bro. Because otherwise it may slip my mind. Because I'm not going to be there. So.
Sure.
Yeah. Have fun, man. How's life treating you? You doing good?
Oh, yeah. Super well.
Glad to hear it, man. All right, let's take scrolling. Tanto Nomini. You're up.
Hey, so this isn't even really a hex question, but like, what do all the people that just like knew you from your past life, like when they see you doing this now, like, what's been kind of their response? Whether that's like childhood friends or ex-girlfriends or whomever, like what do they think when they see Richard Hart in this state right now?
Well, they've always.
And how does that kind of?
I mean, all those guys have seen me do great things before. So I was a millionaire and retired at 23, had a 150 employee company, made from scratch, started in my front yard. So those guys have seen me already do the greatness and retire thing. So to them, like, it's really not anything new. To everybody that didn't know me then, they just maybe knew me from YouTube or whatever. They might have thought I was just a YouTuber or something, but I'm not. Like, I'm a serial killer, entrepreneur, like just getting shit done, like
serial killer.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's not a good soundbite, Richard. Bad soundbite, sir. Yeah, just I get shit done, man. I kill. So like, if I'm doing YouTube, I'm doing okay at it. Like if I'm doing Twitter, I'm doing okay at it. If I'm doing crypto, I'm doing okay at it. I tend to do well at the things that I attempt. So they're just used to it, It's nothing new for them.
Nice.
Good hearing from you, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thanks for all you're doing. This
My
is
pleasure,
it's pretty crazy. It's gone, like everything with Hex has gone so far beyond my wildest expectations. Like I've kind of been following along with you since even before CFD token was a thing. I was really learning a lot from you.
Nice, man.
From before then, and then
old school.
It's been really, really awesome to see this all play out. And as like a startup person, I work at an early stage startup, and I'm always work on my own projects. Like it's always really inspiring to see you out there building in public, building community, and just getting it done. So
we're doing all the things, man.
As far
Thanks,
as like
bro.
all-time entrepreneurs that are out there, I'd say you're definitely up there with like the Steve Jobses and the Bill Gates and
thank you
and the rest of them. So congratulations.
Thank you so much
on everything you've got
I appreciate
going on.
the kind words, man.
Yeah, man.
Ciao. Yeah, so Bitcoin 64K still, Ethereum 24K still nice. Hex, I mean, I'm just on Nomics. Nomics has Hex at 1.8 cents. All right, voice chat. Let's take Cass Rowlett. You're up. It's going all right. Your mic sucks, but I can still hear you. I'll just repeat your question for the audience. Go ahead. I cannot hear you at all, bro.
You have to speak close to the mic. Seems like you're on speakerphone.
Barely, bro. Talk as loud as you can and we'll try. Yep. No chance. I can't understand you, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't hear shit.
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Type it in the chat. Type it in the chat. We'll try and ask Richard.
Let's have Hex for life. Go. You're up, Hex for life.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, just three things. A thank you, a question, an idea. Keep thank you short and sweet. Hex definitely taught me to hold. No other choice, right? Otherwise
Nice,
you get
man.
penalized.
Good stuff.
Good design. Was in on day one, and here we are on day, I don't know. We're in for a long time. Question just about the overall broad market. What do you think is pumping the market beyond the Fed, inflation, institutions, hype, and the Coinbase IPO? Is there anything left?
Well, it's a reflexive system. So as the price goes up, it goes up more. As it goes down more. And right now we're in an uptrend. So you're just, that's how it is.
Like an airplane. Once you're at 30,000, you can't really go down too fast, right?
I think you can go down pretty quick. Just knock the wings off. I mean,
you don't want to be on that plane.
Yeah. So I mean, it's they're printing money out of thin air. We've got helicopter money, you know, like.
Sure.
The thing is, though, minus the it's a reflective system. And when the price does dip again one day, you'll be like, oh, shit, why is it going down? Because it went down. Why is it going up? Because it went up. That's how it is, you know?
You mentioned topping signals in a recent podcast.
Yep.
And I think we all kind of have our own ways we measure that on the macro or micro level. The micro level is when random Joes that I haven't heard from since high school, which was, you know, over 20 years ago, contacting, you know, how do I get in? How do I get in? And I tell them about Hex and a few other DeFi projects, but mainly Hex, and they can't figure it out. So I had to create a video on how to, you know, get into Uniswap and all that stuff. They still can't figure it out. Try my best. I actually, when you first launched the referral program, I work in marketing. So what I considered doing was cold email outreach to, you know, every finance desk that, you know, you could imagine, but I couldn't get it up in time. I mean, I obviously had some time to do it, but I didn't think of the idea. So
you know what? Staker app has a referral program. So
all right, that's good to know. I've heard something about that, but I just haven't wrapped my head around it. There's a lot to really understand the system, if you know. You know, an idea for anybody who is looking to market the actual Hex project. Obviously, nobody's making any promises, right? You know, I thought about was, you know, you mentioned something about the total addressable market for CDs, and I thought,
it's larger, right? It's like CDs plus cash, plus
it's a lot. It's
store value.
So I thought, well, how do I get all the emails, right? So I thought, well, you know, if somebody were to do, say, you know, Google pay-per-click for, you know, CD, or, you know, do more of a narrow match type campaign for certificate of deposit and that sort of thing, maybe open up.
Didn't Facebook just leak everybody's emails for like 1 billion people or 800 million people or something? I don't think finding emails is the problem.
Well, I've been hearing about email leaks like almost every single day, and depending on the source where I see the story at, I'm kind of going like, did they really? How do I get my hands on that? But I'm not in the business of, I guess, the black hat stuff. But there are some, you know, legal ways to.
I'm not sure once something's public how black hat it is. Public's public, you know, like.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I look at it from the perspective of you could be right, and, you know, in the initial approach, but if somebody tries to sue you, do you have the money to defend yourself if they're willing to come after you? And I think that
I don't hear about a lot of spammers losing lawsuits, bro. But hey, like, I'm not really reading mainstream news too much.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's a risk reward, I guess, at the end of the day. But I just thought that, you know, there might be a lot. Well, there is a lot of room for creating that market, and because that's essentially onboarding people just directly into crypto within itself. But then they might default to, oh, well, Bitcoin is safe and Ethereum safe and this and that, but well, Hex is actually safe if you do your own research, right? So
it's more safe than either of those from inflation bugs, which is the most common bug that exists in crypto. So,
well, in an indirect way, it's kept me safe from not selling too early, and you know, early. And I mean, I've been watching all your videos probably since 2017. That's when I first stumbled upon, you know, just what you were doing by accident mainly. And I think the first video that got me was one of the Top Hat videos, and then there was there's the video with the IOTA and Ivan and all that stuff. So I was like, wow, this guy's got some pep in his step. So yeah, it's good. It's good to be honest, but everybody hates a realist for some reason. I don't understand why nobody wants the truth. They just want to be told lies and lullabies. And
there's a funny JPEG of two booths. One that's like uncomfortable truths, and the other is comfortable lies. Long queue for the comfortable lies.
Well, it's like the Al Gore in truth, right? Yeah. Thanks, man.
Ciao.
Richard, if I may, real quick, for Hex for Life, definitely look up for Staker app if you're really interested in terms of marketing, because the referral program is pretty good. And reach out to me. I'll help you out onboard some users in terms of wallet costs. So if you're serious about it, here's your cue. So make sure you reach out.
For everybody watching on YouTube, if you want to join the live chat here and speak on stream, t.me/Hex Crypto. You know what? Why don't I just stick something at the bottom of our stream here? Let me write some text in the stream. Do I have a text thing? Let me add a text thing here. Add text. t.me/hex crypto to be on the live stream. t.me/hex crypto to be on the live stream.
Richard, I do have a quick question for you, actually.
Yep, go ahead.
Any update or spoiler about the interview with Lex Friedman?
Well, Lex offered to pay for my flight and hotel, which as a Burke pleb, I greatly appreciate. But the option is, do I want to have Pulse launch later because I was chatting on a live stream, or do I want to have Pulse launch earlier? And which is more valuable? So Lex is cool. His live stream is cool. It would get me in front of millions of people. Probably get me on Rogan because Rogan watches them. Who knows, right? It's a big deal. It's cool. It's awesome. I would like to do it. But do I want to do it and delay Pulse? No. Pulse matters more. Hexkins are paying 10 to 20K a day. Maybe more soon. Screw that. Like, let's save the Hexkins. Let's save the people, you know?
Makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, build and they will come, like they say.
Yeah. I'm just...
I have a question.
Hey there. Go ahead.
So my question is, imagine that in 2018, a doppelganger of Richard Hart that knows all the charts and has all the experience and savvy was put into crypto stasis. It was your copy. And he has been dormant until the topping signals of the crypto market are out there.
Yeah.
You unfreeze them, and he had that wallet of all the airdrops that original Richard had. So he just has basically maybe resources that are crypto. He sees topping signals of the market, and then he is now aware, freshly aware of Hex, freshly aware. So he's got gains, but he's freshly aware of Hex. Looking with Richard Hart's lens at charts, but not really having knowledge, and he sees the chart of Hex that's 2 years old, 3 years old, however old it is when the market hits bear. What do you think that response is from that analysis of someone that's new to the Hex idea? Someone that has the experience and savvy, been in crypto.
Your question lost the shit on me, bro. I'm so fucking lost right now. What? That's like, reduce that shit down by like 4 meta levels, please.
My question is, if you weren't so biased because you love Hex, but you were newly aware of Hex and you had crypto savvy, what's your fresh view of Hex in a topping out market going into bear?
Well, because of the reason that most coins are reflexive to Bitcoin's performance is because they have huge liquidity pools of Bitcoin. Hex does not. Therefore, Hex is primarily reflexive to its own adoption and not as reflexive to Bitcoin and Ethereum's. So alts rise when ETH rises when Bitcoin rises when the S&P 500 rises. They're all reflexive upon each other, mostly. And when Hex's majority of its liquidity switched from being Ethereum-based to USDC-based, it really sets a stage for overperformance in a bear market, particularly in one where the other currencies are contracting. And so the alts will drop 95%, Bitcoin will drop 85% historically. Hex shouldn't have any of that cascade. Or you know, from what I've seen, Hex tends to go up when all the other things go down versus the dollar. So it's like, it could be the case in that kind of environment where you just have people dumping their other coins, all of them, for Hex. Could be the case, you know. Yeah, it's really, what are the chances that Bitcoin does a 10x without a bear market? Probably 0. So if you can't get a 10x, you're in crypto, that's shit gains. If you can't get a 10x, it's shit gains. So, you know, for me, Bitcoin's just like, yeah, I got a lot of it, but that's not what excites me, you know? I hope that answers your question.
Well, my question is, do you see, because back in previous bear markets, there wasn't this stablecoin pitch. There was Tether, but there's other types of like USDC, like you commented about. Do you see people just sticking it out in a bear market, moving into a stable?
Yes.
The Hex as a stable.
I think you'll see in a bear market, I think you'll see the market caps of stable coins go up a lot, and you know, probably Hex as well. No crystal ball, but it's my best guess. All right, let's take Sammy Chica. Hey, Sammy.
Hello, how you going?
Doing pretty good.
That's good. Nice to finally meet you.
Pleasure.
After been watching you for so long. My question is, I heard another Hexagon TA guy saying that we could possibly skip a bear cycle. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, some people talk about a super cycle, and sure, there's always rumors of this time is different, and then almost always it's not. So you're just like, everything's awesome. The macro is awesome. The news and the press is awesome. Like, great. I saw this shit at the end of 2017. I saw it at the end of 2013. I did, you know, it's just like, you have to understand that in crypto, they are reflexive systems. And if they get one punch to the nose hard enough, it can start a cascade sell that lasts a year or two. And it's just in the game. So I don't know where the top is. Tomorrow could be the top. A year from now could be the top. I don't know. You know, I just give you the best clues that I can give you.
So if
nobody knows, it's not knowable, right?
Yeah. So if we skipped a bear cycle, would that mean the next halvening, I think in 23, we would be in a bull market until past that stage?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you assume 3 or 4 year cycles, sure. But like, I'm not betting on that. I'm not betting on that at all. As long as I see people buying $1 million JPEGs, I just can't imagine a world where those guys get to you bought a JPEG for $1 million and now you get to retire for selling it for $2 million. I don't believe in that world. I don't. So
no. Nerd, I've got another question.
Sure.
Nerd Girl interviewed one of the Bitcoin maxis. What's his name? Oh, I forget his name. And he said that in the future there'll possibly not be enough crypto for everyone in the world. What do you think of that statement?
Retarded. Absolutely retarded. That dude's an idiot.
Cool. All right, cool.
My pleasure.
Oh, well, good to meet you, Richard, and thanks for answering my questions.
My pleasure. I will be on stream with Sammy Chica again at some point in the future. We have a live stream with the Hexagon girls, don't we?
For sure. The end of the month, the 30th, April the 30th.
Sounds good. Talk to you then.
Cool.
Ciao.
Catch you then. Bye.
All right. Let's go with Shadow. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine.
Okay, I got one question and one pumpamental suggestion I'd like your reaction to.
Sure.
So my one question is, Are you thinking about steps you can take to have a better reputation and maybe less controversy around the Pulse launch as there was around the Hex launch? Like, I'm specifically thinking of the fact that there was no time lock on the ETH Flush address, where I think could have accomplished the OA having 30%, you know, of the overall system in like a pre-mine or something more straightforward, maybe less controversial. Like, are you thinking about steps?
I think that if there were an adoption amplifier, having it locked would probably be a good idea. Yeah.
Okay. Because yeah, I just like, it saddens me that Hex gets gatekept so hard, and it's really hard to like people online and stuff when kind of
all that gatekeeping comes from talking about the gains. It doesn't come from anything else. That's the only reason you got it, is because you're truthful about this is designed to appreciate. And that's an original sin. Even though everything's designed to appreciate, if you say it publicly, they can't handle that. So if you're truthful about the business design intention of accruing value for shareholders, the only thing that businesses exist for, then you're punished. So now we know that, so just won't do that. You want to pretend that you're the only guy that realizes something can appreciate because you can read between the lines. That's what you guys want? Fine, I'll give you that. So, yeah, I had this same question earlier. You might have missed it. Good idea.
Yeah. Sorry, I was
come hang out. Come hang out in Pulse Chain Com and keep adding good ideas. Because now's the time.
I've got one fundamental suggestion.
Sure.
So some of the other DeFi coins, I'm not going to name any names, but they generate fees, obviously, and some of them automatically take these fees and use it to buy, like on the automated market makers, their token coin to generate like constant price pressure. So I was wondering if there's something like potentially Pulse could do where like a whitelisted set of coins could have part of the miner fees automatically buy tokens on the automated market makers to generate constant buy pressure, and then have these coins like burned or returned to stakers, like something to reward people who develop products on Pulse.
So I think that's an interesting idea, and we have something that achieves, in theory, the same result by burning some portion of the coins that you're used for fees. The problem with trying to use a mechanic where you do instant buybacks is that the technology of exchanges keeps improving. And so now you're going from Uni v2 to Uni v3 in a month. And so if you had design parameters that used the older Uni v2 technology, now it's inefficient compared to the new Uni v3. And you're going to have constant evolution of that market, of the on-chain exchange market. And so if you lock in a game theory that says that you're going to buy something and you want it to be relatively trustless, then it has to buy it under a specific technology, and that relies on other parties. Whereas if you just burn coins that are native to the token, you have reduced attack surface and you don't have to worry about upgrading to the new Uni v5 or 4 or whatever. So it's a cool idea. I'm happy to explore the space, but to me it seems like coin burning is more robust of a solution than coin buying, if that makes sense. And I know that I mean, coin buying would I think we're going to end up with coin burning for the safety and security of it, instead of having an extra different pumpamental that, I mean, we'll see, right? Like, you might be able to do something tangentially that isn't the core token, but still is useful in some other area of the ecosystem, like maybe with a bridge or something. Because if you already have to commit to a exchange infrastructure for bridges, then you could include something like that in that part of it. So it is a good idea, and I would love to explore it further. It just wouldn't be at the core native level. It might be at a bridge level. It's a cool idea. Thanks for the heads up. And come to t.me/pulsechaincom and explore it with everybody else there.
Thanks for the answer.
My pleasure, man. Thank you. All right, let's have Bull. You're up. Bull. It's your go, buddy.
Oh, just in case, wanted to chime in. HEX has been waiting for a long time, so if Bulbul
sure, we'll
come up-
turn him on.
I saw Alex was muted, so I'll wait.
Bulbul, you go ahead, and then Abit will be next.
Okay, cool. Hey, so yeah, I was around with you during 2017, 2018 when the market crashed. I just want to see if now that you figure that Coinbase might be similar to CME,
could be.
If you're taking any positions against that, and then also,
it could be.
CME was more designed to short the market, where it seems like Coinbase is, an ETF per se of crypto as a whole.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Some people are going to say that the coin will the ability to buy crypto exposure from the Coinbase ticker product will cannibalize spot purchases. Maybe not. I don't know. You've got this cabal idea that like the guys that are going to make money on the coin IPO will just run up the normal crypto price and then divest after they've harvested their IPO appreciation, which is normal retail sales, no shorting involved. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, look, if you're looking for topping signals, we're full of them. You couldn't have more topping signals. The only thing missing is volatility with big wicks down. Is the only thing that's missing.
The other
it's a
thing
big
is,
thing to be missing, by the way.
Also, these total vertical charts on every single chart really hasn't happened in the same way it did in 2017, 2018 yet, did it?
You had a lot of similarities. It's been a lot of similarities.
So are you taking any position to hedge that, or we'll just wait it out?
Look, let's see how tomorrow goes. Does tomorrow go weak? Okay, maybe we show weakness. Maybe that's the top. Does tomorrow show really strong and liquidate the guys thinking like you are right now and like I am a little bit? And like I'm not doing margin. So my game is total and complete safety. That's my game. 100% safety.
And so how do you do that?
Well, you let a lot of things pass you by.
By the way, I'm only in spot, by the way.
Yeah, you let a lot of things pass you by. Yield farming? Fuck that. Nope. So
right now I'm only spot in BTC, ETH, HEX, and Chainlink.
Right.
And
yeah.
I'm not doing any margin. That's it. But do I want to sit through 85% again? Not really.
Right. Well, man, it's like if you believe in the Kelly criterion, which is mathematically proven the most effective betting strategy, and in the Kelly criterion, you more or less weight the value of your bets on the value of your certainty. And this is the edge case where it's like, or the knife that is, how accurate are your estimates of your certainty? Should you be certain? Are you the right person to be certain? Like, how accurate are your calls? So if you have accurate calls and if you can accurately weight your certainty, then you will get outsized return, placing smaller bets with less certainty, and then more certainty, get larger bets. And if you have every possible fucking topping signal except volatility, and that's bullish, right? Like no dip, like weak dips down is bullish, and macro environment where they're printing the dollar out of thin air all the time is bullish for Bitcoin, Ethereum, HEX, the rest of crypto. And so, but here's the question. Other than the volatility and the wicks down, did the bull market of 2017 seem really bullish? Yes, it did. And was it? Yes, it was. And did everything go up? Yes, it did. Until it stopped. And why did it stop? Nobody really knows. It just happened to happen on CME. But was it really CME? Nobody knows. It could have just been a shelling point where you have enough people looking at the same time for the same thing. And here we have tomorrow with the Ethereum fork and the Coinbase listing and good premiums and contango on futures and good premiums on lending, and there is some margin in there. And so you're like, how is this different from 2017? Okay, they're printing more money and we've had less dips. But other than that, I mean, yes, we've got billionaires buying, but if Elon Musk buys 1.5B and the price doesn't even move up that much, you're like, how many more Elon Musk do you have waiting around? None, you know? And all the Shark Tank guys already bought, and Paris Hilton's got laser eyes. The redhead chick, actress girl, she's got laser eyes, and you're just like,
yeah,
laser eyes for you guys. You know, all the Bitcoin proponents switch their profiles to have laser eyes for some reason. And, you know, you're just like, I can't say. I know that you've got 80 to 85% as much topping signals as you can possibly get. And you could sit there. It's just like an oscillator in technical analysis. It can sit pegged for a long time. You can sit pegged at 95 RSI for a long time. It doesn't have to come back down. So, you know, even though we've got all these topping signals, you could go another 2 or 3x in Bitcoin. You could go another 5x in Ethereum. You could. Or tomorrow could just be the end. They're both in the game, and neither of them would surprise me. And if you try and if you try and apply your probability statistics, should you be 100% positive weighted in crypto if you're not 100% positive to the strongest of your ability that it's going to keep going up?
Well, I'm not 100% in right now anyway. I'm about 43% in anyway.
Right.
So, I mean.
So that money management,
I'm just having PTSD from 2018, you know?
Yeah, you know, there's sayings that are like, there's these conflicting sayings. So one saying is, no one ever went broke taking profit. But then you have other things that are like, you know, double down on your winners, cut your losers. And then you have other things like, don't put all your eggs in one basket and watch the basket carefully. You're like, well, these all kind of work.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. If you sell a lot of crypto, statistically, you're sad because it keeps going up, because it usually just goes up. Usually.
Well, and that's the thing. I'll wait 5 years and it'll go up anyway, won't it? That's not the problem.
Right, and if you're willing to sit through,
it'll go up after that.
Right. So everybody plays it a different way, and as long as you've got exposure to crypto, most of those ways usually work out. If you're in crypto that has product market fit, real users, not hopes and dreams and you know, scam bullshit, rug pulls and whatnot.
Yeah. Which I did enough of in 2017.
Yeah. So, you know, for me, people are out there playing the game with rug pulls and yield farming and, you know, shit tokens and all that. And I'm just like, nah, I'd rather keep building and holding. And when you're not playing musical chairs and the music stops and you're an hour late and you're like, oh shit, it already dropped 70%. Well, fucking oops. Now you're at a loss and you can't make it back if you're in one of these shit coins. And, you know, sometimes they go 100%. They just drop the whole way. So the only people that really make it rich in crypto are holders and founders of coins, founders of exchanges, and holders. The traders get the shit.
I feel like if I just don't trade and I just hold, even if it's another 4 years.
Yep. So, you know, traders get wrecked. Period. Yeah. They provide most of the yield.
Even if it drops 80%, just stomach it and wait, or what?
If you have a coin with product market fit, but some coins won't get back up, they're dog shit.
Yeah, but don't you? I mean, that seems like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, and Chainlink should be okay, yeah?
Could be.
No,
Could be.
It's not,
I mean, I'm not really a big Link fan, but their chart has been, you know, okay. I mean, like, it used to be more okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't buy it right now either. I mean, it's pretty high, but, you know, from where I started. But anyway.
Good questions, man.
It's just, I think your question about whether or not you're certain or uncertain, like, I'm uncertain, so don't make a move. Does that seem right?
Well, yeah, because like what happens is if you allocate all of your capital when you're not totally certain and it goes wrong against you, then you don't have that capital left for a moment when you're more certain again. And that's the reason the optimal play is to leave money for when you're more certain from the Kelly criterion. But
and
all of this
that already and just hold on, just chill.
Bro, good luck. I don't know. Like, I fucking don't know. I don't know, man.
Richard, I got you. This is simple, man. At the end of the day, I know one thing is certain. Every day a T-share is going to pay you a daily payout. That's all you need to know. Because right now, you're just having paralysis by overanalysis. You know, if you're in fear, just don't be in the market so you don't get burned. The goal is regret minimization and live a stress-free life. That's it. If you know what strategy is going to pay you regardless, bull market, bear market, you win. In the bear market, people talk about buying the dips and, you know, increase your unit in crypto, but like staking already does that for you. So don't pull the trigger on something you're not unsure. Focus on what works and what already happens every day, regardless of the market. Every day a T-share pays you. That's all you need to know.
He's doing a better job selling Hex than I am. Yes, yes, that sounds very good to me. Thank you.
That's it.
All right,
appreciate
gentlemen,
it.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Pleasure, man.
All right. Next caller.
Let's take trying to go with people that have like profile icons, I guess. A-bit. Did we do A-bit yet? I don't think we did.
No,
A-bit.
we haven't done them yet.
Go ahead.
So I should be talking right now, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for picking me. So I want to take this opportunity and thank you in person, because you, Richard Hart, you changed my life around. You couldn't believe it. Like 2 years ago, before Hex even, I was homeless. I was highly addicted to drugs, and then I saw your video about how to stop playing video games. And I applied that to my life, and my life changed around dramatically.
That's
and
awesome,
then
man.
And then with Hex, things just got crazy. And nowadays, I just travel around, and I can pretty much just focus on my own goals. And my goals right now are just doing sports, eating healthy, doing videos for Hex, and just learning Spanish. That's all I do.
That's beautiful,
and
man.
This is awesome. Thanks for that. So my question
you gotta make a testimonial video, man. I would love to hear that story.
Absolutely.
Please, we'll put it on hex.com/testimonials, man. You know, I love stories like that.
Thanks. Yeah, I will do that for sure. I have something similar on my YouTube channel already, but I will work something out.
All right.
So my question is, first I will give you my point of view on my question. Well, I think hexagons are awesome. If we want something done, we will make it by ourselves. We don't need Coinbase or Binance for us to say Hex is okay. I want Hex to go to $7, so I will make it happen, right? And so all the other hexagons. But I think to do so, we have to notch it up a little bit more. Go on Twitter, like everything. For example, today, Hexologist made a tweet and asked us to retweet it and like it, and it only got 30 likes. How is that possible? I want every hexagon out there doing like 1 hour a day, just liking everything Hex related on Twitter and everywhere else daily. That I wish everybody would do that. What do you think hexagons should do on a daily basis to help Hex out?
I agree with you, man. I mean, I think something that would be really important is to get out of the crypto sphere, you know? So yeah, we chat to people in the crypto sphere, but how much easier is it to on-ramp people that aren't in crypto yet? There's more money outside crypto than in it. It's easier to on-ramp people that don't have their brains polluted with all these other narratives, coins that you have to address, like, oh, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? You don't have to do any of that stuff with somebody that's new to crypto. So, you know, and the just, it's like, look, I am pretty popular in the crypto space, and yet I've got only 60,000 followers on YouTube. It's pitiful, absolutely pitiful. If I did keyboard reviews, I would have more followers, literally. If I did watch reviews, if I did anything at all, I'd have more followers. So, you know, don't just target crypto people. Target everybody that's not in crypto. Do they like money? Do they like getting rich? Okay, well, it seems like a good fit then, you know? So, and yeah, like if you see somebody in the, like I try and follow anybody that's, you know, primarily tweeting about Hex, and I add every day or two new people that I follow. You guys should follow them too, and, you know, keep spreading the word. Shilling is thrilling, I say.
Exactly. So I'm having like this travel channel now. I did only Hex content back then. Now I changed it up to only travel. and it just so many more people ask me about my shirt, ask me what I'm doing, how I can afford travel, and I have the feeling that onboards like way more people.
Awesome,
just talking about HEX.
Yeah.
Somehow people don't want to be educated. They don't want to get knowledgeable. All they want to do is turn on the TV and watch the Kardashians, right?
I know what you mean, man. I do. A-bit, bro. Thanks for coming on, man. Keep up the good work, man.
Thank you.
Pleasure, man. All right. Andrew D., you're up.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm getting crackling from everybody, but I do hear you, yeah.
All right, let me get a little closer. It's funny you mentioned YouTube because it's actually how I found you not too long ago, randomly clicking on a video. And I've known about crypto for a while, but I've not been invested in it in any way. And it's not so much because of crypto, but because of the figures in it making me kind of, you know, a lot of them drive me away. I'll just put it that way.
Right.
And when I saw your 4 hours, I think, of just answering questions kind of struck me very differently. And
we're on 5.5 hours now, 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Exactly. And so my point is, someone like me that's a little, I don't know, bored, interested, open-minded, is going to watch this, maybe already into crypto. I can get onboarded this way, but someone like my father, who's kind of a boomer, doesn't really understand crypto.
Sure.
How would you just basically tell him what HEX is? And I hate to use this word, but what is the pitch to him?
Sure.
Because you're talking about bringing people into crypto that aren't. And I think older people, they like the idea of saving, you know?
Yeah.
So how would you?
I'll answer that. And I'm going to mute you too because your mic is wrecked, but it might not be wrecked because it's actually wrecked. It might be wrecked by Telegram, just being a little wrecked. Because the last guy had similar distortion. You know, your bank pays you interest for locking up your money. Well, there's this virtual bank on the internet that's run by a community. And when you participate in it, you get to kind of run the bank too. So if a lot of people lock up their money, everyone gets paid a little bit less interest, but the US dollar, their interest might be worth more. If not that many people lock up their money, then they get a lot more interest, but maybe the USD value isn't as high. So right now, over the last year and a half, it's gone up 448x. Not as good as Bitcoin's 6 millionx over its lifetime, but you know, since it's existed, it's been beating Bitcoin. You don't really understand how your computer works. You don't really understand how your phone works. You don't really understand how your keyboard works, but they all can enrich your life greatly. Why don't you put 10 or 20 bucks in or $100 in and see how it works? And then you might be able to participate in the future of finance. You know, if you had the opportunity to buy Bitcoin back when it was $1 and now it's $64,000, probably did all right whether you understood Bitcoin or not. If you bought Ethereum back when its crowd sale occurred for 31 cents and now it is $2,400, you did pretty good. If you got HEX back when it was 0.005 and now it's 2 cents, you did pretty good. It might have been 0.0005. It was 400 times less money, 450 times cheaper a year and a half ago on January 5th of 2020. So if you want to understand how stuff works, go ahead. But in reality, you don't need to. You just need to understand that people are getting really, really wealthy. It's safe. It's at 100% uptime. It's audited. It's secure. And it could change your life, and it's already changed a lot of other people's lives. So, you know, most people will never understand it fully. I designed it. I founded it. And I learn new things about the system all the time because emergent properties emerge, and then everyone gets to learn about them at the same time. I didn't know that the stake length would keep going up. It used to be 4.8 years. Now it's 5.4 years. Didn't know that would happen. It's awesome. I had an idea it would happen. I included in the first iterations of the website the war for longer stakes, and it turned out true. But, you know, just because you design something doesn't mean that it always comes true. So the design intention did work out, and it's working as designed. If you like the 448x price increase of just the HEX, the share price has gone up much more. Share price went up at a higher ratio than the HEX price did. So I hope that helps you on-ramp them. You know, maybe just give him a MetaMask wallet on his phone and send him a little ETH, a little HEX, make a mistake, and let him sit there and watch the gains. Maybe he'll figure it out on his own then, you know. Staker.app could be very useful for that too, to watch the gains. All right, let's take, onboarding new users who don't understand crypto to crypto has been a challenge for the last decade and will likely continue to be a challenge. You ever try opening a new account on a bank? It's hard. You ever try opening a stock trading account? It's hard. You ever try getting crypto? It's hard. Like, everything's a little bit hard. They have to be willing to incur some learning. All right, I'm going to grab a snack real quick, eat a little bit of meat, and then I'll be back in like 40 seconds, 50 seconds. Be right back, everybody.
No worries.
Anybody want to guess the snack?
Nice. By the way, quick shout out to everybody in the voice chat and on YouTube. Thanks for being here. We appreciate taking the time. So continue to raise your hands if you have any questions. We're going to get to you as soon as possible.
My bet is it's a side of bison.
Right.
No worries.
I'm thinking like bat meat or something like that. Something crazy.
Pretty awesome. There's 800 people watching a pillow.
It's a nice pillow.
Don't forget the watch.
This is the opportunity to get a screenshot for, when you need a green screen.
Good point.
Photoshop yourself in there.
Yeah, guys, I'm forking Richard's backdrop.
He's forking his stream.
Yo, Kareem, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Kobe Hexobi wants your attention. Just letting you know.
Yeah, no worries. I try my best to reply to people as fast as I can.
He has been doing some suggestions. Who's up for speaking? I think T-Bird has said himself.
Yeah, I had him on earlier to ask his questions and he can come back. But I'm texting him also right now, so trying to get as many new people as we can too. So.
Man, I hope the stream goes on forever until everyone.
Yeah, right. It's only what 2:40 a.m. right now where I'm at, so no big deal.
Awesome.
When you're getting good value, right, it gives you a reason to stay. So that's the key. And the power community, so. And I think that's what separates us from the rest. You know what I mean?
Hey Gary, how's Puerto Rico?
Yeah, it's going pretty great. It's Kurkowski and I are working on a new project. I'm looking at some different things that are finance deals for real estate. So other people's money being put into real estate. So I've been busy.
Cool.
Right now I'm in Colombia. I've got a plan to meet with George Gammon, and I've got a lot of people here in Colombia that are in the real estate game also. So.
Have you met with like Patrick? Isn't Patrick down there?
Yeah, and then my friend Kimman also has been living here he's been on and off here for years, but I've got a lot of people here that I started coming here before crypto. So in 2015, 16, I was bringing startup little groups to Colombia.
Took longer than expected, but hey, I had some fancy meat.
We were taking bets about what it might be.
Like shark meat.
Cold Wiener Schnitzel. It's like a giant chicken nugget, so tastes all right. Whatever you eat, if you rinse your teeth with water, less stuff for the little biofilms in there that want to melt your teeth off, less for them to eat. So they generate less acid, It's good for your oral hygiene. All right, everybody. Let's hit the chat. Let's take Marcus Aurelius. You're up. Let me give him a second to figure his mic.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. How's it going?
I'm fine, Richard. Well, look, you've certainly changed many lives in the short time that Hex has been born. So personally, I'd just like to thank you from two hearts that you have transformed, not just financially, but changing my mindset to help others who are less fortunate in this world. I appreciate everything you do, man.
Nice. Man.
So my question is in two parts. One, can geniuses be inherited? And if you could time lock back in time, and you could meet the greatest geniuses of all time, for example, Einstein, Charles Darwin, John Harrington, or the greatest mathematicians like Isaac Newton, who would you like to meet, and what question or questions would you ask them about the future?
I mean, I don't think they would have much insight for the future. I mean, most of those guys are dead, so they've got a pretty big gap as to the theory and actuality because they didn't get to experience the future. Maybe I'd invite Hitler to see how he feels about all the best movies and comedians and scripts being produced and acted in by Jewish people. And the best inventions and the best discoveries, the best mathematics, like just the Jewish people are kicking a lot of ass even after getting the shit killed out of them by him. So I don't know. Maybe that'd be a laugh, Maybe he'd be excited by all the veganism that's been popular. I don't know. Because the guys that already, the really smart dudes, they're not going to have instant useful analysis of the current environment without the current data, which would take them a long time to even synthesize into their minds. So, I mean, people have asked me similar questions before, and I would just be like Christopher Hitchens for a laugh, or, Abraham Lincoln, or, I mean, Plato and Socrates and Aristotle would be pretty cool dudes. Schopenhauer. I guess think a lot of notable, fun to talk to people. Voltaire. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. And another off question. Hex has obviously transformed my life. And as you well know, the $180 HEX test account is now valued at 62,000 US dollars.
That sounds like a pretty good progress.
It is a very good progress, and I am doing a testimonial video on that, because there is a story behind that.
Excellent.
And so, you know, watch this space, and many great thanks to you again for everything. You're doing an amazing job.
Thanks, man.
Like I said earlier, you know, you're an inspiration to many people, and I admire you for that.
I appreciate it.
So much for it.
Wonderful having you on board.
Yeah.
He even got me to Google John Harrington because I'd never heard him before. Apparently an English writer. Let's take, for you guys that are watching, t.me/hex crypto if you want to be in the voice chat. And you could be on the stream asking questions and such. Let's take Big Kurkowski. How's it going?
What's going on, Richard? It's good to talk to you, man.
Chilling.
Quick question about, I know Hex and crypto in general isn't good for using as a unit of account because it's, price negative overall.
Sure.
Do you think Pulse would be better of a coin, or do you think we should, if you're going to be using things to purchase stuff or, for retail purchases, you just stick to stable coins?
If there's a dual token model where Pulse is not designed to appreciate, it is designed to be used as spam prevention and have some value, then it could perhaps do a better job as peer-to-peer digital cash. But then the appreciation of the network would be kind of isolated into another token. I don't have that game theory figured out yet. You want to come into Pulse Chain Com and help figure it out? Happy to hear about it. So I do think that affordable computation is nice, and overpaying is not nice. So I do see value in having a part of the Pulse ecosystem not get overly priced. But if there's only a single token, Moon, because Moon is more important. So, it really depends on whether it's a single or dual token system. The answer to that question. If dual and you can isolate the gains or mad gains to one token, then having the thing that is used for gas remain cheap seems awesome. If you can't figure out that game theory to make the dual token work, and then there's just a single native token, in that case, you would hope that it can appreciate without driving computation too high. Because there's no magic switch to cause more throughput. There's some magic switches, and we're flipping some of them, but in the end, you are going to have a limited amount of throughput on any censorship resistant consensus network. This is how it works. It's like the cap theorem. If you want to Google the cap theorem, it's like a tripartite statement regarding good, fast, cheap, pick any two. But it's for blockchains. And it's like censorship resistant, high throughput, some of the third one I can't remember. So you got to choose two of the three. And that's okay, because you've got progress happening in layer 2 with optimistic rollups and ZK rollups. You've got progress happening with composability of those things, and you could shard horizontally by geography. There's a lot of things you can do. Yeah, I don't even remember your question.
No, you did it. That's fantastic, man. No, and I mean, even for real world examples, you could always just offload to your own database for layer 2 solutions for events and things like that. Well,
yeah, if encapsulated stakes catches on, then your throughput on the encapsulated system is what it is. It's just like the dollar. The dollar exists at the Fed level and then it is encapsulated and exists at the regional banks, then it's encapsulated, it exists at the balance sheets of companies, and it's encapsulated, and there's this rehypothecation and re-encapsulation and scalability of throughput, so that even though the Fed's database can't handle all the transaction of the world, there's so many other databases that can, that, you know, you do have a world of commerce happening on the dollar, even though there isn't any centralized dollar database doing all the work, you know? So
yeah, you can call it layer 2 or 3 or whatever you want to, but
yeah.
I mean, awesome,
in the
man.
end, my pleasure. In the end, the most important thing is the appreciation of the token, in my opinion, because without that, you're not going to have users, or you'll have worse users that are harmed. So the token appreciation, in my opinion, is the most important component. And subsequent to that is actually the technical awesomeness of high throughput, low fees, low latency. You know, I love those things. They're amazing, but they come secondary to having users to benefit from them. So you have to have cool technical features and users.
Yeah, I think that, like, in, you know, that maybe some sort of S curve where you'd have appreciation early on, and then some sort of leveling out where then there would be utility in it that, you know.
I'd like to see the dual token thing work out. So we'll see. Talk to you soon, man. Good one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Pleasure. Let's go with Jacob.
There, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, awesome. Thanks for putting on such a long stream.
My pleasure.
I'm gonna try and bring it back to the basics a little bit here, just because I've got some questions, and one of the guys I onboarded, he's got some questions, pretty much two the same. Could you explain how many shares I purchase is decided based on the amount of money?
Sure.
Just in a simple way. I've watched Kareem talk about it on YouTube, but I'd like to hear how you put it on.
All right. So let's give you an analogy to something you might understand. Google's a company. They have shares. How many Google shares do you get for your dollar?
Not very many.
Depends on the price of the shares. Price changes all the time. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Same for HEX. So your USD price of shares changes all the time. If the USD price of HEX goes up, shares cost more. If the USD price of HEX goes down, shares cost less.
Okay.
And that's it. Now,
that's easy enough.
Yep. Now there's two things which add to that equation. When you buy Google shares, there is no mechanism for you to lock your shares to get extra shares for your money, where you get more shares if you lock longer. In HEX, there is. So in HEX, you can only buy HEX shares with HEX. So Google shares you can buy with dollars. HEX shares you can only buy with HEX. And how do you buy a HEX share? You mint it from thin air. And how do you mint it from thin air? By locking your HEX. The longer you lock, the larger you lock, the more shares you get. You get 20% extra every year that you lock, up to a max of 10 years. And you can, lock up to 15 if you want to enjoy not having to relock at a worse rate 5 years later. And the price to get shares in HEX always increases in HEX terms every day or two.
Okay.
So the USD price can go up and down, but the price in HEX can only go up. And that's how we simulate compounding interest.
Okay.
So the price of shares in US dollars goes ups and down. The price in HEX only goes up. And if you lock longer or larger, you get more bonus shares, and that's it.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the benefits of locking up for 5,555 over the 6,400 or 3,641?
Yeah. So 3641 maxes out your longer pays better bonus at 3x the shares, which is 2x bonus shares, 3x in total. And if you don't do a 5555 and you do want to continue to use the system, on day 3641, when you go to restake, the share price is going to be way, 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 way higher. And that is the price that you're going to pay when you stake, and then you're going to have a lot less shares.
Sure.
So if you don't want to have a lot less shares after 36, 41 days, even though you're not getting more bonus, it makes sense to go 5, 5, 5, 5, because you're not going to have to restake at a worse rate. You're going to maintain earning a higher number of hex per day because you have more T shares, because you didn't have to restake at a worse rate in the future.
Okay, that answered my next question about keeping my T shares.
Yeah, everybody's fighting to keep their T shares, and they keep having to stake longer to maintain them.
Right?
Yeah, because it's the war for longer stakes. Every single time you have to restake, you're going to have to restake out longer or add money to get the same amount of T shares you used to have.
Okay.
Because that's
that
how
makes sense
compounding interest works.
Benefit then.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, I think that answered a lot of my quick questions that we were discussing. So
my pleasure, man.
I'll peg the video and send it to him. Thanks.
Thanks, man. Hex community, wonderful questions. Just constant, never-ending wonderful questions. Really great work, guys. Let's go with Pot Bergransad Omaha. Pot Begransad Omaha. You got to tell me how to pronounce that, man. You're up. Give you another 10 seconds to figure your mic out. I hear you typing, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, I had my mic off, so I talked for like a minute.
Okay.
I just want to say that I'm really appreciative to be able to say something to you. I've been a fan for a long time, and I've always thought that you have like great perspectives and really clear, thought out analysis of different things, and that's why I really like the project, because I always thought that you really had great perspectives on different things. And
thank you, man.
That really makes me more confident in the in the design of the project.
Great. I'm glad to hear it.
So I have a philosophical question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Are you living inside of the world, or are the world inside of you?
This sounds like I just recently watched the Watchmen movie again, where Rorschach's in the prison, and the prisoners are trying to screw with him. He's like, I'm not locked here with you. You're locked in here with me. And he's like, beating up the prisoners and whatnot. It really depends on what mode of my life I'm in. If I'm at a store, I'm standing in queue. Don't like that. If I'm at a club, I get to walk by the queue, but where are clubs open these days? And if if I'm on Twitter, I'm clout chasing and people that have a lot of followers to get my hex.com 40% icon up in the thread so that we can on-ramp new users, And so it really depends on what mode of my life that I'm in. And here, I'm king here. I choose who speaks, who doesn't. So it depends on where I'm at in my life. I get to be a learner or a teacher,
Yeah, it makes sense. Can I ask a second question?
Sure, yeah.
Do you, I have this thought that we have unreal personalities living inside of a real world, in the sense that we identify with the things around us and the things we're interested in, but those things are not who we are really. Like, if your life changes, you might become a different personality, but people think that they are their personality, but in reality they're really attached to the things that they like and things that they enjoy, and they think that there's them, but it's not really them.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying references things such as the reticular activating system, and that humans don't experience reality, they experience the reality they notice. So, if you focus on what's good, you're going to be happy. If you focus on what's bad, you're going to be sad. Is reality any different? No, but your experience of reality is wildly different. based on what you have as a habit of focus. And so your focus control, the subconscious questions you're asking yourself, your internal voice, your peer group, the temperature, whether you slept at night, whether you're under the influence of chemicals, all of these things change how you're likely to behave. And your very soul is only the set of likely behaviors you are going to have. And so your actual soul will change with the temperature. Your actual soul will change with what you eat. Your actual soul will change with how your people and peers treat you. So there is no sacred self that is immutable. There is no sacred self that is not affected by your surroundings. You are an ever-changing, amorphous, thing.
But don't you think master your surrounding? So, like, as you say that we are like environments that affect us. But don't you think that you can reach a mental state where you really master all the inputs that you have? So, like, sure, you get a bit affected by it, but you can still like be so clear-headed that you don't really get affected emotionally as a lot of people do.
I wrote a whole book on that. If you haven't read it yet, you should. It's called t.me/sci-vibe. You can download it for free. And there's a section on mind. There's a section on spirit. There's a section on body. There's a section on time, environment, experience. And, every single one of those. So basically, I divide life up into three things. They are what you are now, what you will become, and the amplifiers which bring you into what you become more strongly. So what you are now is your mind, body, and your spirit. What you'll become is your time, environment, and experience. And how quickly you get there is your money, power, and respect. So your money is going to amplify what you are today into what you'll become in the future. Your peer group and your skills is going to amplify what you are today into what you are in the future. So if the social group that you have is going to amplify what you are today into the future. And so I make a snapshot of where you are now, the amplifiers, and where you'll end up in the future. And, like if you learn the Tony Robbins stuff, he's going to tell you have your triad, and your triad is what you say, what you feel, and God, what is it even? It's been so long since I looked at his system. So basically, if you change your physiology, and you change the language you use, and you change what you focus on, those three things dictate your life. So if you focus on shitty stuff, you have shitty posture, and you use shitty language, you are going to be in a shitty state. If you have a good posture and good physiology, if you have good focus and you use good language, you're going to feel good. And it's that easy.
I completely agree. Like everything that you do really compounds. But I think not a lot of people really understand that. Like everything you do, like every aspect that affects your life really compounds like a big pile of it. So it's really like every decision you make really affects future decisions as well. So they're really intertwined with each other.
Agree. I mean, look, it's easier to maintain a good diet when you're working out because you don't want to lose your gains. And if you're not working out, it's easier to have a bad diet because you don't have the compounding reflexivity. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Read Survive. I think you'll really like it.
Yeah, sure. But don't you think that like every single human that really understands nutrition and understands like the effects of healthy living would really eat the best food? Because like maybe that relates to the theory of knowledge, because I feel like a lot of people can repeat information and like it sounds good in their head, but if they actually understood it, they will do it.
Well, unfortunately, we have a world full of people that understands fitness in that you move more and eat less, and then everyone will be fit. And few people are fit because there's these other things. Optimizing for lifestyle design is a goal, and then just chilling out and letting your brain disappear and eating ice cream is a different goal, and they both feel good. And you could even say people might want to do one or the other at different times. And just the way humans have worked out, you know, we have leftover psychology from a time when calories were rare, so we overvalue calories as though they were scarce. And we come from a time when being injured and moving away from your peer group was more dangerous, and so we do value laziness and just sitting around. And we value a lot of things because we have psychology that's left over from thousands of years ago. So, you know, if someone cuts you off in traffic, you want to harm them. If someone steps on your shoes, you want to harm them. And those used to work in small nomadic tribes back then, but they don't work now. And so much of progress in life these days is overriding the systems that you're born with that used to be effective 1,000 years ago and updating them through specific practice into what works today, which is speaking at scale, social signaling. I guess that worked both times, but you get the idea. Read Sci Vibe, you're going to like it.
Yeah, the thing is, I read like 6 pages, but it's so hard for me to read digitally. I mean, book back is so much, it's much more enjoyment.
Hit print, bro. Hit print and use the new edited one. There's an edited version. Print it.
Yeah, I will. Thank you a lot, Richard, for asking my questions. Man. It's really an honor. Like I've been watching your videos for years, and I always appreciate you. But thank you so much for for answering my questions.
Thank you. Ciao.
Goodbye.
All right, let's take T-Bird. You're up, T-Bird.
G'day, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Oh, what an honor it is to be on this stream. I just wanted to, I don't have any questions. I've been diving into the HEX journey since back in October, and between yourself and the HEX community, HEX was just such a no-brainer for me, even though I've only been in crypto for less than a year. So I'm basically just want to come on as just to be part of history.
Nice.
And express my gratitude for everything you've done and everything you're doing, and we need more people like yourself in the world.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I love the Aussie HEX community. I assume you're from Australia based on your accent. And
correct. Yeah. Big shout out to Blue Bum and Unwrecked and all those guys, and Sammy, of course. And they've been all very welcoming. The OGs from the outset. And
I do love your culture.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful culture.
I appreciate it, man. And well, we've got your back till the end, and it's surreal to be part of this this amazing product, because I've never seen anything like it in my life. And
we're just
it's gonna change so many people's lives. It's incredible.
I can't wait. It's really cool. Thanks, man. All right.
Big love, man.
Appreciate it, brother. Let's take John Ross. You're up, John Ross.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, just found about HEX after going through a crypto course with Cultivate Crypto and dollar cost average.
Nice.
Taking their course.
Didn't even know they had a course. Cool.
Oh yeah, they're doing pretty good about bringing people on board and teaching fundamentals. They had you as one of the ones to do your own research and see if you wanted to, at least for HEX, and see where things went. Dove down there. I was instantly impressed, and I'm a software developer. I work with people of high intelligence all the time, and instantly came across as that. And
thanks, man.
Instantly respected your answers. One of the things that
Good.
I still see HEX as still kind of a gamble, just because of how monetary systems work, from my understanding. And I'm looking for, obviously, you have more time in the field analyzing these things, so I'm curious, even though obviously you're biased towards. I am looking for your thoughts on, given that people only HEX will only be as valuable as people are willing to pay for it, and we've seen through bear markets that projects will die when people get burnt or they drop in value or they lose interest in crypto altogether. I'm curious what your economics analysis would say about that, considering, say we go through a bear market, things drop, even though HEX is a better chance than other things to maintain its own value due to how people storing value in there over time. What is the likelihood of it going down to zero, or what scenarios
0%.
Could it go down to zero? Okay.
But that's like a cheating answer, because using an automated market system, it's not possible to trade at zero, and using a CLOB central limit order book, you also can't trade at zero because you're not allowed to place orders there. So no trade can actually occur there.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually possible for HEX to trade at zero, both on a central limit order book or on an automated market maker. All markets could cease to exist, but even that's not possible, actually. I mean, it's just so, but like it's a cop-out answer, because you could get price movement so close to zero that it effectively might as well be. And so I've already answered this question very articulately on the HEX homepage, and I'm actually going to read you the same answer. So I'm going to HEX, and then I don't even know where they hid this stuff. Is it an FAQ? Where did they hide this stuff? Yeah, the website got updated, and it's like, where did all my good copy that I wrote go? Learn more.
Was it part of the economic?
Oh, cool. So there's a hidden page here. Great. So this is so dumb. If you go to HEX, right, and you click Learn More, you get the How It Works page. But then there's no link to the How It Works page in the menu. How stupid is that? There's no, if you go to hex.com and you click Pages, there's no link to How It Works. So let me just message somebody here. Hold on a second. And
this is actually a good feedback.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
All right. So now maybe someone will add that.
It's like I definitely bought into it, and I'm heavily invested. I even technically took out loans. This is stuff I can handle, though. Right. Even if so I was like, yeah, it's worth it to pay future John and my son for his like 21st birthday. So
here is the present. If you go to hex.com/how it works, which I'm just going to link everybody in chat to here.
That'll be easy.
This is the orphaned page, which you can only access not from the Pages menu, but from a Learn More button on the homepage. HEX is overperforming. That life-changing wealth creation comes with extreme price volatility. Many successful investors have had to withstand harsh price fluctuations. On its way to 2 million X returns in 7 years, the Bitcoin price dipped 94%, 95%, 81%, and 86%. On some exchanges, it flash crashed as close to zero as possible. Amazon dropped 95% once too. Now it's 50% of all internet sales in the United States. In its first year, HEX's price dipped 81%, 73%, 59%, 67%, 87%, and then went on to make new all-time highs. Price dips are often opportunities for the impatient to give their money to the patient. HEX's large price movements up and down are a feature, not a bug. People that buy tops and sell bottoms hand their money to those that buy bottoms and sell tops. Notice that the HEX website tells you prices will go up and down violently, while Bitcoin and Ethereum's websites do not. When the most important thing to users is the price, what could be more important than discussing it? HEX is about realistic expectations. So in summary, HEX has been volatile. HEX has dipped. Bitcoin has dipped. Ethereum has dipped. Dips are in the game. And I don't think that's ever going to change. So dips are in the game.
That's right.
Does that answer your question?
I appreciate that.
Now, if you want to talk about existential go to zero risk, we have less than Bitcoin or Ethereum, I believe, because our consensus code that controls the number of coins that exist is more resistant to inflation bugs than theirs are. So Ethereum's consensus code that modulates how many Ethereum exist can be tickled by upgrades to the network every time they push a fork to add new features to the network. But HEX's code is locked and isolated in a smart contract that cannot be edited and is unaffected by said forks.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that. It was like I got that. I understand like the cryptography around that, and totally appreciate the fact that
do you happen
like,
to know?
Can't go anywhere. There's no servers you have to run anymore. You wrote the contract, is done.
Yep, exactly, and it increases the security by reducing the attack surface. And so you don't have people voting on game theory changes in regards to the issuance of tokens. For instance, EIP 1559 introduces coin burning and changes the way miners are paid and changes the issuance of the currency. Well, that's pretty crazy, you know? Like, I support it, but you're not going to have that in HEX. The HEX code totally is the HEX code, and we are not changing it. It's immutable.
you still have technically a central brain body trust there on Ethereum that gets to decide how it works.
Yep. Yes. Yep. And sometimes it works out better. Like EIP 1559 should be an improvement, but sometimes it works out worse. Like our gas costs are increasing for the SLOAD function by 2.7x in one day because Vitalik made an EIP that made it so. So do you want to pay 2.7x more for gas to perhaps combat a theoretical attack vector where someone could just take a lot of money to kind of DOS the ETH network with certain formed transactions? And you're like, well, no, I don't want to pay 2.7x more gas, really, to tell the truth.
I'd rather just have it unavailable for a little while and let the market shut down for a bit.
It's as long as it feels safe, you could state, why has this attack never existed yet? Because it's costed to do, and it's hard to profit from, and therefore it just may never be the case. And then now you've just got everyone paying more gas and more fees to miners that just use to dump the ETH price for
like
theoretical
putting
improvement.
Like fixing Heartbleed for every consumer PC. Like, are you serious? No one's going to benefit from that unless they're in a shared server system. Until very recently, have they even found an attack vector in a browser?
I thought Heartbleed was a big deal, but
it was marketed very well.
Heartbleed affected anyone that used OpenSSL. I think are you sure you're not confusing it with like speculative attacks? Because those only affect.
Might have been Spectre. They're both released about the same time.
Right. Yeah. Spectre affects people in virtual machines and shared environments, but Heartbleed affected anybody that had OpenSSL.
You're right. Yeah, I got it mixed up.
It's all good. I know some stuff. I know some stuff. Thanks, man.
Yep. Thank you.
My pleasure, bro. Hey, if you're a Golang developer, I'm hiring developers. So.
I am curious.
DM me.
DM
me your resume.
I have a good gig at the moment. Okay,
I don't care. I pay very well. So DM me. Good talking to you, man.
I will.
Ciao.
Yep. Thank you.
Richard,
all our other developers had good deals too. Go ahead.
You mind posting that link
to the how it works? Sure.
Yeah, I just posting it.
And you should definitely check out all the rebuttals on hex.com/scam. I got every rebuttal you could imagine. So, there's a Telegram thread which has tons of rebuttals. There's a PDF which contains a more visually friendly version of a subset of that. And then some of the rebuttals are directly on the page, and then some of the rebuttals are on like my own richardhart.com, right? Like Richard sucks. No, I'm awesome. Actually, check out my website, richardhart.com. Look at all this cool stuff, helping people quit playing games, quit drinking, and quit losing money trading, and just, So if you hit hex.com/scam or hex.com/how it works, you're going to find, and by the way, this link to how it works is also available from the hex.com/scam page. So I'll link, I already linked I'll put them both in the chat again.
Cool, I appreciate it.
And my pleasure, man. I'll put them in Hex crypto chat and in the live stream chat. There you go. Next caller. Let's take Mark Wood. You're up.
No way. Richard Hart.
Hey, man.
Hey, so, congratulations on what you've achieved over the last couple of years with Hex. And,
thanks, man.
Getting this community together. It's amazing. So, I was just checking the tech here. The desktop version of Telegram, you can't put your hand up, so I switched to my phone, which seems to work.
Well, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Did you download the latest version on desktop? Because this is a new feature. They only rolled this out like 3 weeks ago, maybe. Anyway, you're the first person to report that. I would be very surprised if that were the case. Go ahead, Mark. Yeah, March 18th. So this is about a month ago that they released this feature. Voice chats 2.0.
Not.
Because I'm using Windows Desktop and I appear to have all the features available to me, and I would be surprised if other Windows users didn't have the same experience. But anyway, we're not here to troubleshoot Telegram. It's okay.
I think his service got disconnected.
Which ones? All of Telegram's? Or just his?
No, just his.
No, ear. My ear hit the mute button.
All right. Welcome back.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
So, this fork of Ethereum is really exciting.
Thank you.
I'm a dev, so I'm going to try and reach out to you. But just questions which might be...
I think his ear hit the mute again. Damn. You got big ears, bro.
Big ears, bro.
Yeah.
Mark, we left off with you saying that the fork was interesting. And then you muted yourself again. Just talking to the mic without the thing up to your ear, I guess.
Yeah, put it on speaker.
Either of those should work. Poor Mark, he's probably talking up a storm right now. I hate when that happens.
Man down.
Shit. All right, we'll give him like 10 more seconds to figure it out. If someone wants to DM him. All right, we'll just move on to the next guy. Damn, Mark. You get technical difficulties, bro. Raise your hand again, and then we'll get you back on later because I like devs. Can somebody message him?
Yeah, we'll do.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I just did.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, let's
Okay,
go to Will Kachura. You're up.
Ooh, hello, Richard. How are you doing today?
Doing all right, man.
Awesome, awesome. It's been a long stream. I'm so thankful for you doing all this.
It's my
God,
pleasure.
I've had a long time to think about what I'm going to say because I'm probably never going to get to talk to you again 10, 15 years from now. This thing,
You probably will.
Mathematically, I mean,
You probably
God,
will.
I'm so excited for the next 15 years. But
It's gonna be cool.
yeah, just one thing I noticed is just the community, man. I mean, I'm thinking part of the game theory is just the people you attracted to it because everybody that's talked tonight just seems like they got great ideas and unique perspectives on everything. So really
true.
excited for that. And I've heard all types of things. We've talked about philosophies and mental health and obviously Hex and Pulse and everything. And I guess one thing I want to ask is like, how do you generally feel about education today?
Made a YouTube video about it. Couple.
Ah.
I actually wrote a whole book about it a little bit too. So SciVive, the book, also has another book that not as many people know about called Fix the World. So SciVive is supposed to be stuff you can personally do to make your life better. And then Fix the World is stuff that's systematically important, like politics and education, that is very hard for a single individual to revolutionize.
Yeah, because I'm somebody that I think is definitely on. It's on you to go and learn something, go and grab that, because learning just comes from you, being very engaged in it. And specifically when onboarding people, it's hard to describe some of these things, especially to people that barely passed high school algebra. And it's hard to describe because it's very mathematical.
They don't understand shit, so just number go up.
Yeah,
number go up. Figure it out later.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, fair enough. And it's I guess trying to convince people with the numbers has been particularly hard. So yeah, I wanted to see how what you thought about that, and I'm definitely gonna check out that book because I'd be interested.
Yeah, t.me/SciVive. You can download it for free. Enjoy it. Fix the World is in there too. It's like you can only influence people from what already influences them. So the tactics and pitch that you use for one person isn't going to be ideal for everybody.
Yeah.
Some people care about HEX being better for the environment. Some people care about HEX being highly price performative. Some people care about HEX representing a niche that otherwise isn't represented in their portfolio. Some people care about it being a truly decorrelated asset mathematically, where it is price decorrelated from BTC and Ethereum. Some people care about the community. Some people care about the security and the safety of it and the 100% uptime. Everybody cares about something different. So, you know, your tactics and spreading an idea to somebody ideally should come from where they are from, you know? So once you know what they care most about, you can focus through the lens that they would care most about.
Yeah, and I guess I've been very testimonial about it. I understand it mathematically. I mean, I went to school for a while for physics, and so I guess that's just how I pick it up. But yeah, some good advice. Definitely expand my boundaries on how I'm pitching it to people should probably help me out in onboarding. And yeah, and again, I think that's all I got. But yeah,
good questions, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course, and thank you to the guys over in the quant gang. Always teaching. I love Wales graph. That's where I feel at home because that's what I understand. Looking at that, looking at those numbers, I'm looking forward to working with everybody for the next, long time.
Right.
More than Cuatro Cinco, hopefully.
Nice, man.
All right, man.
Thank you very much.
Y'all have a good night.
You too, bro.
All right. Bye-bye.
So somebody said that it was quiet for them, and I haven't gotten that report from anybody else. Is anyone having a quiet experience?
No, it sounded all fine to me.
I'm talking about
Richard,
the
all
YouTube
good.
guys. So we good on YouTube?
Let me double check.
All right. So I'm just going to jibber jabber and flap my lips a little bit so that he has a source to double check our YouTube levels. It's a little bit harder for me to do because you guys will hear feedback if I do it.
He's saying screw iOS.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's on.
Yeah, Richard, it's all good. It's just like 3 seconds delay, but
cool.
The sound just perfect.
Nice. Yeah, Dorado, it's on your end, bro. Let's take calls from Sinclair Crypto. You're up. And by the way, I only see 3 or 4 other hands up. So you do have to apparently re-raise your hand every minute or something? I don't know.
No, it depends on what version that they have, because some people were saying they were getting indirectly kicked off the minute, but some others have not. So they have to check what version they have, or make sure they do it on the phone so they get the update.
All right.
And by the way, Mark re-raised his hands too. So
all right, Mark, you're up next. If I remember. But right now we've got Will Kachura, I think.
No, Will just spoke.
Oh. Muting you, Will. So who's up next here? Just take Sinclair Crypto. You listening? Got your mic working? If not, it's back to Mutesville.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't know what was going on. There we go. Hey, what's going on, Richard?
Doing all right, man. I've had, more coffees than I prefer, but I'm here on my 6-hour and 20-minute stream, so doing all right.
Hey, that's dope now, because you kind of read my mind, because that's something I wanted to ask you about. Because I heard I'm over here driving Uber right now, so I'm listening to the stream. I've been listening pretty much the whole stream, and I heard you say about the coffees and everything. Do you take anything like ginseng, cordyceps?
I don't mess with none of that.
Mushroom?
Nothing.
Oh, no?
I just take vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, magnesium, and that's it, I guess. Fish oil. I take fish oil.
Fish oil.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you like mess with like the herbs and stuff?
If you go on examine.com and look at what's actually effective and what's not, there ain't that much that's actually effective. It's like you can. It's like, why not just go into the Whole Foods market and just eat everything? You'll die. You'll get bad results. So just eat everything doesn't work that good. Like even daily multivitamin, the studies show that it almost is worse somehow, which is weird. Doesn't make sense, So like vitamins from food work out better than vitamins from pills and blah blah. Like it's just not a free. It's not a free pass. Loading up on supplements is not a free ride to health.
Got it. Okay. Because I learned a few things about it from my mentor, and I was always curious about your take on it. Being that you
well, you might get placebo results because you believe it works, so it may work for you.
That's what I was thinking too, because I took some ginseng before, and I felt good, and I'm like, yo, is this because like I'm psyched up one, I'm thinking like it's doing something, or is it actually doing something?
But it could have been loaded up with caffeine. It could have just like if you buy shit from the gas station, you don't know what's actually in there. You buy like dick pills from the gas station, and they actually got real Viagra in them, and they just don't tell you, and you're like, okay. That sounds a little fucked up, but it's happened a lot. So, and by the way, a lot of the supplements you get don't have nothing in them that they said they would. So New York Attorney General like sponsored some regulatory body in New York sponsored some labs to actually test the results of stuff they bought from the stores, and almost nothing had in it what it said it had. And so there's actually like a huge problem with supplements just not having anything in it that it said it did. So it's a hard game.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of game, I'm curious on because I know you said before that you studied game and stuff, and I'm curious on your current take on the whole because I study pickup myself. I'm a big follower of real social dynamics, and I'm curious on your take on it, like the current state of approaching and stuff. Like what are your thoughts on it right now, especially like with the pandemic and everything?
Didn't those guys kind of just like all quit? Like didn't they just kind of like
they didn't really quit. They teach more self-help now rather than just like pickup and stuff, so more like the Tony Robbins wrote,
Yeah, I mean it's like this, man. The 10s should get the 10s, the 9s should get the 9s, the 8s should get the 8s. Where are you? And then if you're not a 10, you're not a 9, you're not an 8, but you only want to be in a relationship with 10, 9s, and 8s, you're going to have to say hi to a lot of people or find somebody that just happens to like particularly whatever it is that you are. It's so I have a section on this in SciVive in the romance under respect. So the respect section contains like a romance section. And it goes into this more in depth, so you should probably check it out. It's like, in the end, everybody wants to do the best that they can do. Guys want to do the best they can do. Girls want to do the best they can do. And so if you want a sustainable relationship, it's about product development and self-improvement, more so than it is saying the magic words to a specific person. Because the environment changes, the time changes, and at some point you don't have words no more. You should be comfortable in silence with each other. And then it's like, well, who are they and who are you? And do you have respect, and do you deserve that respect, or could they do better than you? And if they could do better than you, is it fair for you to lock them in with your sorry ass, like, And so it's like, in the end, healthy relationships really come down to personal development, and you're going to bring you with you to your next relationship. So the tactics of, being entertaining, they're nice, they're fun, but if you look at the community and measure how many people are actually where they want to be in their life with the relationships they actually want to have, you'll find out that most of that community is like, has a big hole in their heart and they're trying to fill, and it'll never fill. And that's
a big fact. Yep.
And you're like, if you know guys that are like of that lifestyle, and you're like, yo, introduce me to something nice, they ain't got nothing nice to introduce you to, because they already burnt everything. They already like locusted through their social circles, and now they're on to new ones. But if you do that same kind of exercise with people that aren't from that community, that just otherwise have cool shit going on in their life, they do have intros that aren't savaged and burnt, and like, so, they do interesting, the community generates interesting and useful tidbits that can be adopted, but you have to avoid a lot of the ones that are unhealthy, right? Like you remember the claw is goddamn stupid and horrible. If you're just grabbing people, you are an asshole. You can't just be grabbing people. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, and then you like,
yeah, especially nowadays for sure. Like maybe like you could have got back, past in like the early 2000s, but yeah, you can't do that now.
So I mean, so there's healthy and unhealthy behaviors that you can learn from almost any community, and in that particular community is you got to be careful. Because it's like teaching people to be better traders. You're like, hey, this is some shit that'll destroy your life. Here's how to do it a little bit better. Have fun. Here, there's a hole in your heart? All right, well, let's try and address that with a constant and never-ending flow of new people. Good luck with that hole. No one's ever filled it with this method, but hey, So, like, it's the difference between tactics and strategy. Personal development is an absolutely wonderful and effective strategy. Shining up a turd and making it look like a diamond for a night is not a sustainable strategy.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Yeah. And then some people,
everything you do, man.
It's my pleasure, man. My final point on that would be, I like to make people happy and improve people's lives. And there are some people out there that do not have that as their motive. And so power is wonderful in the hands of people with honest intentions and good intentions, and that have a value system that aligns with the people over which that power affects. People that don't have the same value systems and aren't looking for the same goals and aren't trying to make people's lives better, they can do shit with that power, So power is good in the right hands. So, being able to entertain people and make them laugh and make them happy, that's beautiful, But some people that, they don't use their power for good. I do. Not everyone does. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Pleasure, bro.
Thanks.
Who's next? Let's go with Mark Wood. Hey, Mark. It's your chance to not bump your mic with your ear. Let's see how it goes.
Mark, you got to unmute.
Great, thank you. So I'm on my PC now on a fixed optical line, so it should be better.
Nice. You sound good.
How's my audio? Okay, great. You were right about Telegram. I updated it, and then the ask to speak button works. So
nice.
We've got that out of the way. Miners and and the Ethereum fork. How do you see that playing out? Forgive me if you've already answered that.
I did, but I'll go over it real quick. You're just going to have a reduced validator set, which allows for higher throughput. And then to counteract the effects of winner take all and centralization, the miners earn users delegation by rewarding them with a portion of their yield from being a miner or validator. Same thing. And so because of that mechanic, the most cost-efficient validators will be the ones that have the least stake at risk. And so the smaller guy is going to outperform ROI-wise the larger guy, because everybody that's in the validator set getting rotated through gets the same reward, but the larger validator is just using excess capital in order to be a member of the validator set. And so a lot of this game theory has already proven itself, I think, in other projects which are not having problems using similar. So it's been well thought of for a long time, and there are a lot of other proof of authority, delegated proof of stake systems which are operating just fine. So this isn't experimental science. This is already well figured out by a lot of people.
Makes sense. Because there's a lot of Ethereum miner guys posting, they're hurting with the evolution of the way Ethereum are trying to fix.
I don't care. Fuck those
Yeah.
guys.
So they're going to come to you. And so the next thing, just trying to plot the potential growth of this, which will probably be like HEX. The other smart contracts which are currently on Ethereum, do you see that whole, well, not the whole ecosystem coming over to the new and improved. But is your mindset?
I would like to on-ramp a lot of users, and it is not yet set in stone what portion of the Ethereum system state will come over during the fork. But if you want to play those stratagems and help conceptualize the game theory which goes into the final product, please come hit us at Pulse Crypto.com on Telegram, and you'll be able to talk to 1,000 or 2 other people with the same kind of ideas in their heads, because these things are not yet set in stone. So there's a lot of design parameters which are modifiable at this point that I'd love to have input on. And if you're a Golang developer, send me your resume. We pay well.
I'm a long time C++ guy.
All right.
I've looked at Golang. I shouldn't think it'd be too much of a challenge.
Well, I'd love to have you in our dev channel for Hex anyway, and I'd love to have you in Pulse Crypto.com even more, because it's way busier currently.
I'm there, but the problem I've got with the older Hex Telegram channels is it says admin says you can't post. I can on Pulse. I've just tried it.
Well, if you tell me your username, I can fix it immediately. Just DM it to me if you don't want everybody to hear it on comms. But
well, I'm Mark Wood here, but I just set up MCW11 is my username.
Let me look you up real quick. I can look this up. I didn't even ask you for it. 1 second. Yeah, I got your username. Yeah. I'll go unban you. All right, go try it now. It should be fine.
Oh, brilliant. Yes. Well, thank you very much.
Any other channels you need unbanned from? Just main. If you run into them, just DM me.
Okay, will do.
All right, you should be clear in Sci-Fi too. Or not.
Thank you. There we go. I'm on Sci-Fi.
There you go, man.
Well,
it's good talking to you.
And you. Really
Pleasure.
Amazing that we can do that.
Pleasure, man.
The new world is exciting. And all the best. Until next time. Ciao.
Ciao. Nath, you're up. If Nath doesn't figure out his mic in 10 or 20 seconds, we'll switch to the next guy. Yeah, there's another way we could do this. We could have like a...
Hey.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Richard, I just want to say thank you for your innovation, your product, and the fact that you stand by your word through thick and thin.
Thank you.
All the shit that's been thrown at you, and you know, it just goes to show how much you believe in the product that you've designed and the word. You stand by your word.
Thank you.
You know, the test of time, you know, has proven that every day, and
I agree, man.
I just appreciate, you know, what you're doing for us, and
thank you.
Part of it.
I appreciate the kind words. It is nice to have some people saying some nice things, because there's always hundreds of people out there willing to say very mean things. So it's really nice to hear from the people that believe, you know?
I love the mean people, because they make me even stronger.
Nice, man. Thank you very much.
High five. Catch you.
Appreciate it. Ciao.
Thank you.
All right, let's take Aaron Ellis. I think I'll do Kevin next. He's had his hand up for a long time. Aaron Ellis, you're up.
Hey, what's up, Richard? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got this guy at my gym, and he's one of those guys who are super into DeFi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first off, I should say I'm Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So, I mean, you're dealing with really a core group of guys that are really into, well, you know, out of 20 guys, you know, maybe 2 of them are into crypto, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, I've been really trying to get him into, I even just sent him the, you know, your Hex scam list. But man, he is. I mean, this guy's been just difficult to onboard.
Sure.
I mean, it's been a nightmare.
Yeah, sounds normal. I mean, look, if you give someone some hex and you give them some ETH, here's your, like, I think a good way to on-ramp people is to either give them some hex and give them some ETH and then make a stake for them in front of them. Or if they're too dumb or too hard to like do that, you can just make a new account in MetaMask and send it some ETH, send it some hex, make a new stake, and then, and when I say new account, I mean like a whole new install with new seed word, and then send them the seed words and be like, yo, go load these seed words in MetaMask. I made you a stake. And then take that address and stick it in staker.app and watch how it works. Now, is that trustless? No, because you can take back the money whenever you want because you've got the private keys. But since you were nice enough to give them that money for free, maybe you're nice enough to not steal it back. And when they lose their keys, you can regenerate it for them. So I think it's best practice that when you give people things as a gift that you maintain a set of the private keys, because these dum-dums lose their keys. So, like, you know, if it's your money you gave them for free, they can trust you to not take it back. And
yeah,
that
I like
works,
that.
You know?
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Because you're just reducing...
Yeah.
You're reducing their... If you give someone some free money and they see gains in their free money, I think it's a superior sales pitch than asking them to do work. Because they don't really have to do much work in that case, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, and this guy, you know, it's like, it was just really painful this last week because he's like, it's like, he's like, okay, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna check it out. I'm like, cool, I'll see you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes back the next, we're getting ready to roll, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, have you heard of big data protocol? I'm like, oh my God, you know?
This is what's great about on-ramping people that aren't in crypto. You don't have to hear all the dumb bullshit about the other dumb things. And you're like, yeah. If you on-ramp someone that's not in crypto, you don't have to field a bunch of stupid questions. It's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'd almost be easier.
Or you field a lot of questions that are just more relevant. You know, more macro, more economic, less, but what about this shitcoin? But what about this shitcoin? And you're just like, what about NFTs?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I actually, it's, you know, just to drive that point home, I actually got my dad in because I was like, yeah, he's like, well, how does it work? I'm like, it's like a CD. He's like, okay, cool, here's $2,000. You know?
There you go. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Good job, bro. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Good hearing from you, Aaron. Keep up the good work, man. All right. Let's go with Kevin. You're up.
Yo.
Hey, man.
I've been on and off for the whole fucking thing. If I sound tired, that's why I'm... But, anyways, so about the first question I have, I guess I got like 4 of them that I wrote down. First one is, I can't get a Hex t-shirt. Like I've looked for one. Is there some like merch site that
There's a shitload of people that sell Hex inspired merchandise. I know Hex Toys is one, but I believe there's others.
Crypto shop.
There you go.
Okay.
I mean, if
I
you
feel
go,
like I've asked in the chat, not got anything.
Well,
that helps.
I see a lot of Hex shirts out there. So even I couldn't find mine tonight, but you know.
Yeah, I have the Hex Toys app.
All right.
Because I'm looking at...
Just message the Telegram. People will respond to you. There's plenty, like Richard said.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you how I generated my Hex shirt is I went to hex.com/downloads and I downloaded the Hex logo. And then I went to a store that prints business accessories and I said,
that's
please put this on a t-shirt. And then they printed me a t-shirt, you know? Just saying.
Yeah, okay. Well, and about what he was talking about, where people get distracted with other cryptos, if you use the staker app, it's a lot harder for them to get distracted. I just wanted to make that clear.
True. Good point, man. Thank you.
And the third thing is, yeah, I got my dad and my uncle both. They've been millionaires for like 30 years, and I got them to put just a teeny bit in.
Great.
They've 10x'd, and now they're putting a fuck ton more in. And they're telling all their friends about it.
I believe in the product.
Yeah. All their like friends that they've been working with for 30 years are probably gonna put their money into it. It's cool.
I think there's a world of opportunity.
Yeah. The other thing, the fourth and last thing was eating meat. If you're eating a lot of meat, you gotta get some vinegar. You gotta eat some apple cider vinegar. You will not be able to eat meat unless you get some, like, re-acidify your stomach. That's why you get acid reflux.
Got you. Yeah. SciVive loves all the health tips. t.me/SciVive. Thanks a lot, man. It's good having you on.
Richard, can you have Hexcited go next? He's been here for a while.
Yep. You want to unmute him so I don't have to find him?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thanks. I found him. Yeah, you got him first.
Yep.
Excited, you're up.
No.
I can hear you.
All right, sorry about that. All right,
all good.
Thanks for having me on again. So real quick, I'm going to rattle through these things. First of all, there are stakers out there who've done long stakes early who are now at 1,000x. FYI, sure you know.
I like 1,000x. I like 1,000x very much. And if I see screenshots that prove these things, I'm likely to retweet them. So
may be doable. So, all right, another thing, and for new people that are, you know, sort of discouraged, dissuaded, demoralized for being like late, quote unquote, there are a few things I would like to say. First of all, the German team put together a grid of daily payout per T-share growing, and a lot of people have seen this and know about it, but growing exponentially more and more over time. And the early guys, like me, for example, I was only able to stake to day, 550, for example, if I did a 5 on day 45, for example. But now, if you do a 5 you're into day 6,000 plus. And the geometric the greatly higher daily payout per T-share is now available for brand new stakers, brand new people who have a better opportunity now than they did before. So that's
the payout per T-share sure did go up a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's, for example, in year 10, for example, it's up. Yeah, it's up higher by 19% over year. This is just according to projections from the German team, Patrick and whatnot. But year 10 over year 9 is 19% higher daily payout per T-share than year 9, right? Year 14 versus 13 is 51% higher. The 14th
I mean, the majority of the profit from being a hex staker is from the USD gains, more so than it is from the raw hex payout percentages. So let's say you were making 60% ROI as a hex staker. The price is up 45,000%. 45,000% is more than 60. So, in the end, the USD appreciation is the most beautiful part of the system.
Right. I guess all I'm just saying is just the geometrical increase of the number of hex you're obtaining favors, the long stakes more and more as time goes forward. So that's a benefit to new people.
Right.
The other thing I just wanted to also talk about is brand transition. So we've got the Pulse and we've got the Hex. Hex.com is a 7-figure domain. It's just amazing that was obtained. And it's got huge power because .com is the king of domains by far.
Yep.
So in this transition of Pulse Hex, there's a lot of other content, Hex channels, Hexakin, all these sort of brands and whatnot. I don't know if you could talk expertly about how to leverage and maybe transition your branding or the branding of for example, hex.com and other things that Hex are doing. And that's a concept. And so one last thing is crypto land grab. So whereas Hex is solving a problem by creating a brand new chain,
yep,
it's actually grabbing a massive amount of real estate from the crypto business space. Just like Amazon started with books, now it's everything. So
well,
I know you like to think big.
We have, because of the gatekeeping and the original sin of being honest about an intention of appreciation, which is, by the way, the intention of all businesses to add value to their shareholders and users. The gatekeeping and irrational hatred, we're just going to sidestep by using non-Hex imagery, non-Hex brand, non-Hex price talk with the new coin, which has a totally different purpose. So that should sidestep much of the hatred and allow us to on-ramp a lot of users that currently are very hard to on-ramp with Hex. You would appreciate some of these questions that I fielded earlier of a similar vein, because I've had this particular on-ramping branding question a couple times. Yeah, Hex is absolutely amazing brand, and Pulse Chain is absolutely not as good as a brand. So, but it's just better to get up and running quicker and worry about rebranding later. And it's not particularly a bad brand. It is what the community wanted. They wanted something called Pulse, and so here it is. So, you know.
A great word. But by the way, if you type in pulse.com.
Yeah, it's available, but they didn't respond to my. It's not even available. It's just not being used.
Right.
So yes, I messaged the people that operate the name server for it, and no, they didn't get back, and so no, it's probably not actually available. I asked.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Every Pulse everything is taken for decades. There's Pulse radio stations, there's Pulse credit card networks.
It's a great word. I think that logo, while it's, I think it's very powerful, actually. I mean, Hex is better, but
hey, my name's Richard Hart. Hart, Pulse, they kind of go along together.
Right.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for your call.
All right, thank you.
Pleasure. I am actually getting a little bit tired, homies. How many hours have we been doing here? About
close
7?
To 7.
Definitely got to go over 7. So close to 7, you got to go over it.
Lucky 7, brother.
Yeah. Let's hit Jonathan Little Whirlwind. Go. I mean, I might just go over 8 just for a laugh to make a new all-time length stream for giggles, but I mean, we do have a big day coming up as well.
Oh, good, Richard. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
It's only 4 a.m.
No. Little Whirlwind.
Richard.
Go.
So, like, how far do you see the dollar going?
How far do I see the dollar going?
In respects of like Hex appreciation, where the dollar is depreciating and crypto assets are going up.
I mean, whether the dollar is depreciating or not it's like, so let's say for fun that the dollar dropped in half. It didn't, but let's say it did. Bitcoin's up 16x, Ethereum's up 26x, Hex is up 130x. How much of that was the dollar cutting in half, which it didn't even do? It's like the dollar doesn't actually need to go down in value for crypto to appreciate. The dollar could even become more valuable, and you could have deflation, and I bet crypto would still appreciate. So the gains are just so gigantic in crypto that you don't need the death of the dollar in order to reap outsized rewards. It helps, but it's not necessary. You know, we've seen Bitcoin go up during recessions and during non-recessions. So still went up. Good question.
Thanks for asking that.
Thanks, man. All right, let's hit Mr. Corta Panda.
Hello, Richard. Can
Hey.
you hear me?
Yep. Nice mic.
Hey, I'm a day 2 OG Hexagon because I did not FOMO.
Good
on
job.
Day 1.
Good job.
Thank you very much. But I could not withstand not getting back in on day 2. So, but I just wanted to say, like, big thank you to you for Hex. It's just been awesome. It was exactly what I was looking for. Like I had Bitcoin and it wasn't doing anything other than just sitting there. And of course, with Hex, we get paid massive interest and everything's going great. So thank you very much.
Nice.
I'm also very impressed that you decided to make Pulse Chain, just because of I've been trying to catch up, with the live stream, but it's been long. And yeah, and just forking ETH. I think that's a huge commitment to just building out a new blockchain just so that Hexagons can win and Hex can win. And that commitment's just huge. I don't think people understand how huge that really is.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So what I wanted to ask was, what do you think about how the community is going to? I know you're talking about how the market is going to decide, where people are going to go. But do you think that there's a good incentive other than the gas fees to kind of push more into Pulse Chain?
You gotta wait for more network parameters to come out. Are you
Yeah.
are you on ramping everything? What benefits are they all getting? What does the tokenomics look like? If you want to be part of that conversation, t.me/pulsechaincom, you get to help design the network of the future. So there's hard design decisions to make.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that went into just, my thinking about like how incredible this decision was.
It's got a lot of potential.
So
it's pretty cool. Yep.
Awesome.
Thanks a lot, man.
All right. Thank you.
Pleasure. AA, you're up. And I think I'll take John Kalnins next.
Did you say I could go?
You're up.
Yeah. My friend told me about Hex, and I'm interested in getting some. What do you recommend? Like, I would like the dollar cost average, let's say, 10% of an ETH, and I don't want my bag to get eaten up in fees.
Right.
Can you recommend like top 1 or 2 places so I get more Hex and less fees?
Are you in Europe?
No, Canada.
Ooh, might work. So if you go to hexagon.store, there's an on-ramp that takes credit card direct. That might work. It doesn't work for US citizens, but it works for people that aren't a US citizen. And then you could also buy direct inside Ethereum, I think. Again, so like if you go into your MetaMask wallet and you click buy, it takes you like swipe. I'm not sure whether there might not be a direct Hex option there, but there's an Ethereum option. And then you could swap that for Hex on ETHEX.com or 1inch.io or matcha.xyz. I probably wouldn't use the internal MetaMask swap feature because it charges you an extra 0.8%.
Okay, fantastic. I'll check that out.
Yeah, I mean, another option you have is like, I think those are your best options. But if you go to hex.com/buy and stake, there's some other ones there that you can check out.
Yeah, I'm mostly not going from fiat to hex. I'm going from ETH.
Oh, just use matcha.xyz.
Match it?
M-A-T-C-H-A, matcha. Terrible URL, but that's what it is. Yeah, they'll aggregate your order if it's a market buy, or you can also use limit orders there.
Oh, thank you.
My pleasure, man. Thank you for your call.
Yeah, I love your this is the first live stream I got to check out. It was awesome.
Oh, wow.
My friend recommended.
Hey, welcome aboard, man. I'm glad to hear it. Talk to you. Let's take John Calnins. You're up.
There we go. G'day, Richard.
Hello.
From Australia.
Pleasure.
I'd ask you if you will, but you've answered that pretty often already today. I actually have a little bit of news rather than a question for you.
All right.
From the land down under. We're going to actually hold an Australian meetup at the concurrent time as the Vegas one.
Cool.
On the same. Yeah. And we're going to do it for, it's actually going to be 4 days, but it's going to be in 3 legs.
3 legs.
Yeah, 3 legs.
Okay.
No tripod jokes.
Nice.
On the Thursday, well, I should also point out, because we're running it on the same dates, that it's important to some of us Australian hexagons that we're front running the Vegas meetup by 24 hours.
Okay.
So we're going to get in first.
All right.
And
so is it going to be
on
physical? Is it going to occur in a specific location?
Yeah, it is. We're going in 3 locations actually.
Oh, okay.
We're going to do the Thursday night, and actually I'll say this before I get into the actual locations. The idea is that if there's hexagons who can, can only spare.
I got to tell you, your mic is so wrecked, and it's not even your fault. It's Telegram's fault. It's like super, super insanely distorted. So if you could make it like the most concise possible, because I'm getting ear cancer from Telegram currently.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll try speaking a bit softer. That might help. We're going to do 3 legs so that if any Australian hexagon.
Do you have a URL that you're going to broadcast this stuff?
No, we've just basically decided on it.
Okay.
We're going to. This is the first announcement. Actually.
Yeah. So if you guys tweet that stuff out, I'll retweet it, and I appreciate the heads up. Your mic's so wrecked, we have to talk again another time. But it's not your mic; it's probably just Telegram. But really? It's just totally destroyed.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You'll get to go listen to what it sounded like on YouTube, and you'll understand. See you, man. Yeah, every once in a while the audio quality it's just totally demolished. I don't know why. Let's take Hal Apeno. You're up, Hal Apeno.
Hi, Richard.
Another wrecked mic. God damn it.
Oh, no.
Make it quick, Hal.
I think you are awesome. You've
Thanks.
taught me a lot. I, formerly a financial advisor, you taught me about volatility. You taught me about liquidity. You've re-educated me. Quick question around, it's in my interest to stake longer. I've got lots of ladders. Will anyone create a product where you can actually borrow? Because I want to accumulate as many T-shares as possible. However, my concern is that, I don't want to stake shorter, but then also I'd like to borrow against if I possibly can. So that's my first question. My second question, and I know you're not a tax advisor, when you airdrop the Pulse tokens or whatever they may be, is it not in everyone's interest? Because I imagine that everyone's going to have to pay income tax on these tokens. If the tokens are priced high, we've got to dump some of them just to pay the tax, right? So is it not possible to create it at such a low price so that it can only go up? and so that everyone doesn't have to click.
I have the concept of trying to make sure that everyone receives a valueless token. I understand the design. I would prefer everyone receive a valueless token. They could then appreciate it. It is ideal. It's in my mind. I'm aware of it. Thank you for your kind words. So voice chat saying that your audio sounds fine, but on my end it is ultra wrecked. So I hope I answered
it's just the
question.
YouTube. It's not you helping you. It's the YouTube.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I might have to rejoin the audio chat because this shit sounds so bad. We'll see how the next caller sounds. Thank you, Hal. I appreciate it, man.
Okay. Thank you. And stop eating Arby's, please.
Yeah, I understand, man. Thanks, bro. Ciao. All right. So what do I do to make my Telegram audio not be destroyed? Let me think. Karim, give me a test.
1 2 1 2.
Wrecked. All right, I'm gonna try and rejoin. I hope this works.
Yeah,
on
exit,
these.
come back.
Be right back. Kareem, give me a test. Kareem, give me a test.
Try and mute.
All right, it's fixed. Thank God. Thank God it's fixed. It was so bad. It's unbearable.
Yeah, I feel bad. Yeah, because the gentleman, we could hear fine, and then I just switched back to the YouTube, and I could hear what you were talking about.
Oh, you could hear it on the YouTube.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was annihilated. Okay, let's take. You know what? Let me grab another snack.
How about
real
Hex?
quick.
Hex.
I'm gonna go grab another snack real quick. It'll be quicker than the last one, and then I'll be right back. BRB, everybody. And then
No
Kareem,
worries.
you got it, man. You can manage it while I'm gone. Chat to everybody you like. Be right
Yes.
back. I'll be back in like a minute and a half.
Hey,
Sounds good.
Kareem,
Yes, sir.
what do you think this snack's gonna be?
Say that again.
Any guesses on this new snack?
I only heard you say a new snack or new snap. I'm sorry.
I thought he said he was going to get a sandwich.
You said sandwich?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yes. Yeah, that's what Rich is. He's going to get a sandwich. Should be back.
Cool.
Great stream, man. It's like I think this is going to be like an all-time classic.
Yeah, this is awesome because there's more interaction amongst the Hexicans directly, for sure.
Easy, yeah. It's best, I think.
And
7
so much
hours just
more-
went by.
So much more clear than reading comments and trying to discern what someone was asking. You know, it's like it's great. I'm blown away.
I think NTLX wants to say something, but I don't see his hand up, so.
Yeah, we'll wait when Richard comes back so he can ask his question.
Yeah.
But definitely, the voice chat is definitely a game changer. And it also helps fights against scam because people can come on here, ask their questions. So for onboarding and stuff, and we can organize better.
Amen. Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Facts.
Facts. Hey, Kareem, I know you got work in like 4 hours, man.
4, more like 3, but all good. I'll just power through. That's what I do.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, so do I.
Right? Listen, you only live once, and in life, if you can't do what you really, care about, then what's the point, right? So I want to be here. I enjoy being here, and that's what makes the difference. Because trust me, if I didn't see the value, I probably wouldn't be here. So it speaks volume for the people also taking the time. We're still solid 800 plus from the YouTube plus the voice chat, because I'm sure I'm not the only one that's 4 a.m. there's many people from the East Coast or other places that are late. So the fact that they're here, I respect their time, they respect mine, and that's what community is about.
Facts.
We don't get that often. Richard's very busy, so every time he can't come on here, that's a plus. And that's why we decided to reschedule our stream, so that way we can just, you know, have the quality content. So, and it's a critical time too, because, you know, who knows what's going to happen this week, you know, with this whole IPO and this other stuff. Like, people need to be vigilant. That's what I was telling the other caller earlier. It's like, stop trying to gamble and have the gamble mindset. Stick to what you know that works, so you don't end up having, you know, problems in the future. You know, you want to have peace of mind and regret minimization. So that's the key. It's things like that that end up changing people's lives. You know what I mean? Because people understand up and to the right, but if you get liquidated, you got nothing to show for when the thing eventually just go up and to the right. People don't realize that the reason why Bitcoin is able to do what it's doing right now, even Ethereum, is because for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks even, people are getting liquidated left and right, and now the price is going up, but all those who got liquidated over the past 2-3 weeks, they got no crypto to show for. Worse, they got to buy back at a higher price.
Yeah, they're out of the game.
Yep, and that's what makes the big difference. All right, Richard is back.
I'm back, y'all.
What was the snack?
It was actually like a yogurt thing.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Just
hey, Richard,
inhaled it basically.
I had one quick comment. I was just to add a little levity, but also I think it's a really good idea. Have you thought about the fractional pieces of pulse and what they're going to be called yet? I'd come up with the idea of beats, because it works on every level. Because heartbeats, pulse is heartbeats, and then also beats works with the inside joke of it all.
Yeah,
so
it's just the Beats headphones have fucked it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the food that you can eat, which is a homonym,
right?
Or a homophone. So like, yeah, I mean, it's a cool idea. Thanks for the heads up. But I think the Beats headphones and the homophone thing are maybe going to be, we'll see. You know, good point.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that yet. I appreciate it. Please come to t.me/pulsechain.com and strategize these design decisions with us.
I threw it in there. Absolutely. Thanks, man.
Pleasure, bro. All right. Let's have NTLX. Or go ahead.
Yep, that's the guy.
All right.
Yeah, that's the guy.
He's been waiting for a minute.
You're up. NTLX, you're up.
My mic working now?
Yeah, you're good.
It, apparently hold down the space bar to talk on here. I didn't realize that. My
Well,
bad.
you could also just click it and it just stays on. That's what I do.
Yeah, I tried that, then it went off right away.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's just some setting I have. I never used it
Oh,
on
good.
here before.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just wanted to basically call in and apologize. For a long time, I was convinced that you were some kind of scammer, honestly, because I didn't really do enough research into your history or anything, and I just, I feel bad about it, because not that I was like repeating it to anybody or anything like that, but I just I know what that's like to have people talking a bunch of bullshit about you, and then you try really hard, and no matter what you do, you can't even convince anybody. And I think like what you're doing for everybody is actually really honorable. You're trying to you seem like one of the few people that, at least publicly visible in the crypto space, that does seem to be dedicated to not just making a bunch of money and blowing it on shit to flaunt ostentatious wealth or whatever. You're actually trying to do something for people. So yeah, I
Thanks,
just feel
man.
shitty about having had that opinion or
I
whatever.
really appreciate the apology, and it's pretty awesome of you to be able to do that, because few people have the balls or the courage to do that. So good on you, man.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
saw this. I just want to say one other thing. I was watching this documentary like 2 nights ago. It just randomly came up on my Apple TV. I have the YouTube app on there, and it just like will play through random shit that's kind of tangentially related to things I'm interested in or whatever. I think it was a couple years old, but it was a documentary about who might be Satoshi Nakamoto and all this. And there was a clip of you in this documentary actually confronting Craig Wright and
Yep.
saying that he was a scam artist who cosplays
Yep.
as Satoshi, and
Mhm.
I just thought it was hilarious. I was curious. I'm sure you've been asked this before. I've never heard you answer it.
Mhm.
Who do you think of all the people? Do you think that we're never gonna know? Do you think that it's multiple people? What's your opinion on the matter?
I think it's a single person who speaks British English.
Yeah, because of the format of the typing and everything, right?
Well, and the timing analysis of when the posts occurred. And I think it's an academic based on the way the code was written. Well, that's a meta-analysis of what other developers have said. I haven't particularly analyzed that code myself.
Do you think
And
that the wallet's ever going to be touched?
depends on where he left the keys. I think he's dead. So
Yeah.
depends on where the keys are. Guy like that,
Alright, cool.
good OPSEC.
Yeah.
Probably those keys ain't getting found, and if they do get found, probably they're not getting unencrypted. So
Yeah, people
my
were
guess
saying,
is
well,
they'll never
maybe
be
it was.
touched.
People were saying maybe it was Hal Finney, but
It's not.
Doesn't.
It's not Hal
Yeah.
Finney. It's not Hal Finney. It's not Adam
Because
Back.
they was making transactions with Satoshi, and unless they were trying to fake people out by faking transactions that didn't work, and they were communicating with each other, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Because it could have just failed anyway. I mean, there was eGold or whatever, eMoney or whatever it was called.
Yes, eGold,
Nothing
Chime
ever came from
Cash, Liberty Dollar.
And oh yeah, one last thing.
Bit.
For
There's another one too.
for Pulse, I joined the dev community. I gonna send a link in there that you might want to take a look at. It's
Alright.
something that might be to look into for security things. These guys that have a fully working sharded chain with homomorphic encryption on it, and
Cool.
I mean, been in their
Sounds
dev
neat.
community for a while.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
for
check
sure.
it out. I mean, I'm not going to use it for production because I care more about. I'm not beta testing someone else's thing. So great, homomorphic encryption,
No, I mean
awesome.
just for like idea purposes.
Just for
and
fun.
stuff like
Okay,
that,
yeah,
and
cool.
See how they have it worked out. You know,
Alright.
so I know forking Ethereum is going to be a big task, and having
If
it
you're a
work to scale
Golang
and everything
guy,
like that.
send me your resume. If you're a Solidity guy,
Alright, well-
send your resume.
I will do.
Thanks, man. I
Thanks
appreciate
for
it.
doing this stream, man. Awesome.
My
of you.
pleasure,
Have a
bro.
good night. Bye.
For you guys that don't know what homomorphic encryption means, it means the ability to process encryption without knowing what you're processing, I think. So it's like ZK snarks, except it's for computation. It's been a while since I looked at this issue. I better make sure my definition's right real quick. Yep, it's like ZK snarks for computation. So, cool. Glad my memory works. Back chat. I mean, we're 7 hours and 13 minutes in. There better be a badass question if you guys want me to stick around here. Anthony Jennings, go. I'll take another one after you too. While Anthony Jennings is figuring out his mic, I want you on Twitter. Follow me, Richard Hart Win. I want you in the chat, t.me/hexcrypto, t.me/pulsechaincom, t.me/scivive. Go ahead, I heard you, Anthony. Go ahead. Maybe I didn't. Free books, free chat, hex.com, awesome. Enjoy new all-time highs in Bitcoin and Ethereum. Let's go check. Bitcoin's at 64.6K. Ethereum's at 2,386. Hex is at 1.8 cents. I guess Anthony's mic's not working. Give him the mute. You are up, Luke. Go.
Oh, guten Tag, Herr Schüler.
Hi. Pleasure.
I'm from Germany, so not the best English. I was wondering, I heard T-shares are more scarce than Bitcoin, and I just wanted to know your opinion on that.
Well, T-shares are interesting in that they can only be created by time locking hex, and the value or the cost of a T-share only increases in hex terms. So over time, the price in hex terms can only go up. Because of that, T-shares on a long time horizon are deflationary. In a short time horizon, there are some things people could do to generate new T-shares that didn't previously exist. Like they could stake for longer. And staking for longer generates more T-shares. But that's capped. You can only stake out so long. And so the amount of scarcity in a T-share, if you price it in dollars, they have become insanely scarce. Dollar wise, because they, the price of hex went up 448x. If you include the APY, then your profit could be, I've heard people say 1,000x. And then.
But there will always be new T-shares, right? Just the amount that you will get will be very low.
Well,
over time.
It's like the only reason people care about Bitcoin scarcity is because they believe it's a proxy for price performance. So all of these appeals to scarcity really just mean price. And so if we look at Bitcoin's price over the last 400 days, Bitcoin's up 16x and hex is up 130x. And T-shares even more than that. And then Ethereum is up 26x. So it's like, the way that hex is designed is better than the way Bitcoin is designed. It has less negative externalities. It has superior price performance. It has better security. It has more features.
Way more features.
Yep. It monetizes the time value of money, and it also happens to do the things Bitcoin does with transacting. It does faster transactions, lower latency, lower cost, even with the high cost, it's still cheaper than Bitcoin. So like, it's just a better product. And over time, it's a better product with a better logo and a better community. And the only thing it's missing is some on-ramps, some ATMs, and liquidity. Bitcoin has those better currently. I guess gatekeeping, Bitcoin isn't gate-kept as much. So I hope...
Not anymore.
Yeah, it used to be, right. I hope that answers your question, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that my passive income has recently been higher than my normal income, like my 9-to-5. So that is really
congratulations,
amazing.
Man. Yeah, there's a whole German community around Hex. I'm sure you know that already. Like there's German live streams and there's a German chat group. All right, good stuff, man.
I just watch it all.
Nice, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
I was also a first day FOMO guy. Just dropped all my ETH into AA.
It's okay.
Yeah, but it worked out pretty fine.
Yeah, you're still doing fine, man.
Well, yeah. Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure, bro. Guten Tag.
And Richard, if I may,
yeah.
I just, for someone that coined that term, look, what you're realizing is that is the power of the T-shares. Because if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't be able to have what you just said in terms of the passive income generate more than your work. Bitcoin can't do that for you. No matter how high it goes, if you sell it, you got no more. With the T-share, you generate that passive income. So you don't have to stare at the chart. You know what happens every day, you get paid every day. And no matter what, you can only hold it for 15 years before it disappears. That's what makes it more scarce. And ultimately, I stand behind my statement, will be more valuable than a Bitcoin. Thank you.
All right, who's next? 7 hours and 19 minutes. I should get some sleep before the big day. I should. Does anybody got, you know what? Let's have a free for all. Let's just unmute everybody that's waiting at the same time.
Oh shit.
Here it comes.
Let's unmute them all. All right.
I'm
unmuting
everybody that has their hand up. This ought to be a laugh.
Yeah. 10 more minutes before Richard can go.
All right.
Can you hear me, Richard?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right, man. I'm playing the mini game of unmuting all the hands that go up. Hey, Joe Exotic. Let's have Joe Exotic talk. What's up, man?
Did you guys see Lex Friedman's in the chat?
Hey, Lex. How's it going, man?
Easy. Hey, Lex.
What's up, Lex?
Where's he at? I don't see him. Is he in there? Is his name Lex Friedman?
Yes.
Lex, put your hand up, bro. Come on. I'll let you talk. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we might get our virtual meeting, that guy.
While we are waiting for Lex, Rich, just wanted to say much love from South Africa. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, bro.
Both for me and my brother. I think I got him into crypto. He was a no-coiner, and like he's shilling X harder than I am. So
I think
thanks a lot, man.
Kareem does a better job selling Hex than I do. So, like, you know, there are people that just do a great job and see things with another perspective. I think he does a better job selling t-shirts than I do, you know? And like, it's really awesome.
The best selling point for a Hex is just pull out your Staker app and just show it to
Staker
him.
app's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep right-clicking people here to let them speak. Because this is how this is how the chat usually goes, right? Like, we just have an emergent, respectful conversation with a lot of participants just normally without this raising your hand stuff. We just did this for the live stream, you know, because I assumed people would come on and troll, but we didn't get any trolling, which is crazy to me. Yeah. Richard Hart live stream with no trolling. We had a 7-hour long Richard Hart live stream with no trolling at all. How is that possible? Where'd all the haters go? Did the haters all die from the gains? The gains killed them all? It could be.
They're too afraid. They're too afraid.
It's hilarious.
Love fest.
I couldn't find Lex in the chat, guys.
Yeah,
he's down there.
Was he on YouTube or the voice chat?
He's in the voice chat.
No, it's in the voice chat.
All right.
Okay.
Well, whatever. Lex, if you want to talk, just raise your hand, bro. In the meantime, we got other people talking.
It's pretty late in Boston, so maybe he fell asleep.
That's
so which
me.
one?
It's 4:32 a.m.
Yeah.
So who hasn't had a chance to talk yet that wants to? Now here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'm worried about. So you know what we're gonna have to do? I think once we're done with the live stream, we're gonna have to kill this live audio chat that has like the raise hand feature, and then restart it, which should default not have the raise hand feature, so that everyone can just chat as normal, you know. So I'll
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, konnichiwa, Richard from Japan. Hex Asians is out here listening. Since it's only 5 p.m. here in Asia.
Right.
So if everybody's in Asia listening, check out Hex Asians channel. We do a special show Sundays and Monday nights.
Nice,
for the
man.
Asia community for Hex.
So what's up? Like, I'm watching Netflix and I see all this like anime stuff, and they always talk like konnichiwa. Why is all Japanese language so violently intonated? Like, I don't understand. Is that shit normal over there? Like, you ordering fast food, you're like, give me sushi. Is that how they do it over there? Like,
They use a lot of emphasis when they talk. You could tell when they're happy, sad, mad, just by the stress of their accent for their words. Yeah.
All right. So also, how come like there's no dating going on over there? Like, they're going extinct. What's happening with that? It's probably why you're over there, huh? You over there to
Government's paying people to date, Richard.
I know. I'm about to go over there and get paid. But hey, you can pay me to go on dates. Shit, you can have a lot of dates. I'm gonna set up 8 dates at once. We're gonna treat this like an airdrop, homies. Who else we got in chat?
I have a question if you can hear me.
Yeah, go ahead. I hear you.
Do you share Aubrey de Grey's recent optimism about reaching longevity escape velocity within the next 15 years?
No. I think his time frame's off, but he knows better than me, so I hope he's right. I sure hope he's right.
Yep. You spoke earlier about one of the
The problem with fucked up time estimates like that is it gives people the feeling that they don't got to work for it now. Oh, we're good in 15 years? Well, I don't need to go on longevity then. I'll go fucking tour the world. That's not good, right? Like Ray Kurzweil talking about how everything's going to be solved. His ass looks 2 years older every year. Ray Kurzweil looks 2 years older every year. He is dead as fuck soon. Like, so, you know, we need more progress than that shit. I think our progress has been pitiful, absolutely pitiful.
What would you recommend that we do as hexagons?
I mean, look, maybe NMN works, which is, you know, David Sinclair's newest small molecule that I think it triggers the certain pathways. Maybe, yeah, that's on the list. I mean, like, I follow Longevity Market Cap on Twitter, and you know, if you want to follow Laura Deming, who's on Longevity Inc., or like, I don't know, she has a longevity fund. Can't remember the exact name of it. It might be Longevity Inc. I can't remember. You know, it is.
So that could be the way to accelerate the advent of
maybe.
that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, so I already have my own idea for this. So you do a Save Your Ass fund, which is, right now you can buy a green fund where people invest on technology that apparently is better for the environment. But do you have a technology that can make you rich that you can invest in that's better for your ass's survival? Save Your Assets. Save Your Ass fund. Not sure you have that, you know? So a biotech fund that invests in things that might save you, old 30 to 40-year-old white dude, maybe that's something that should exist, you know? I would invest in it. But then I say that, and it's like, well, doesn't Laura Deming already have one of those? I haven't eyeballed it hard enough to know if it's the right one. Might be. So I might not have to start my own fund. She might already have an okay one. But I mean, their assets under management are not even 200 million, and you know, it's like, it's hard to say. So Peter Thiel, Vitalik, Laura Deming, me, Aubrey de Grey, Calico Inc., Human Longevity Inc., maybe. I mean, we all have our intentions kind of the right place in making a healthier world. So I have to at some point transition into that game. It's not yet. If I didn't have to do Pulse, maybe I'd already be on the Survive kick. I'm going to get more interviews and more press from promoting Survive than I am from Hex, oddly enough. So, like, Hex could get more promotion as an accident from Survive doing well than it might get directly, which is just funny, you know?
Hey, Richard. Hi. Thank you very much for Hex and everything you're doing. I think there is one point about longevity that you and most people have neglected or don't know. It's the natural hygiene movement, and Herbert Shelton, and going vegan, and having plant-based food, and doing the right combinations, and eating is a major factor in increasing your longevity. And I think that among the Hex community, as well as in the world, most people neglect that factor. So I think that maybe
it is the most important factor. David Sinclair will tell you this directly. He will tell you the most important thing is you eat less and you eat less often. Straight up. And nobody's researched it harder than he.
Okay, that's quantity and frequency, but there is also the quality and the type of food.
Yeah,
and
I know.
And I think that there may be a bias right now, which is, I would call it the conventional medicine bias, which is we need artificial technology to solve this problem, and this may be part of the issue, and it could be part of the solution. But there is another aspect, which is the natural factor, and respecting our natural biology is, I mean, we have a good system. It's called our biology, and my personal conviction is that we are frugivores biologically. I can prove it. Many people have proved it.
If you believe people's teeth indicate how they should eat, then yes, there is a very strong argument for that position. So it's probably true.
not only teeth, but I think there was like a 37
The length of your gut.
30, yeah, many
I know.
biological aspects of the human body.
Yeah, I know.
Go in this direction.
Yep. I know all that. Yeah, I hear you. I agree. And I'm a fat piece of shit. So, yes, I should eat less. Yes, I should eat less often. Yes, I should optimize the macro content of my foods. I know all that, man. The magic is to actually be able to do what you know.
So good.
Actually,
Intermittent fasting, Richard.
I know intermittent fasting is great. Like, yes, all this shit's awesome. If you want to have arguments on the internet,
That's what I do.
You look good, Kareem. It's working good for you. If you want to have arguments on the internet,
Hey,
talk about
I got
diet
proof.
or talk about working out. And everybody's got 1,000 tips for your forum. And everyone's got 1,000 tips for your diet. So I try and avoid those topics if I can because it's a constant argument.
The biggest flex
the amount of water you consume.
Sleep, go ahead.
I was thinking about the amount of water you consume. I was watching your videos.
A lot,
and
usually.
I noticed that you don't drink water.
Well, I mean, I drank a liter already. So this liter's gone. And then I'm halfway into this one. So I don't know. Maybe it could be more. It is good to drink a lot of water if you can, because especially if you're fat fuck, because your stomach thinks that you're full, even though you're really just drinking water. If we could not talk about diet, that would make my life great. I don't want to talk about diet.
I just wanted to add before we stop talking about diet. I've used spices to lose weight, and I find if I don't eat chilies every day, I don't have as much energy. But yeah, spices make me feel full.
Good point, man. Thanks for the heads up. Haven't heard that one before. It does help with depression, apparently. Spices. Strong spices.
Well, that and the strong taste.
I have another hex question.
I'll be
Go,
quick. A lot
Luke.
of
Hex
junk-
question.
Not related to diet, if you're interested.
I don't want to hear any shit about diet. I do not care.
Yeah, that's why.
Anytime I
brought
want to
something
hear
up,
1,000
Richard.
recommendations for shit I ain't gonna do, I can just hop on the internet.
No diet recommendations here.
Thank you.
Not a diet advisor.
All right.
But I am kind of curious about. I'm first time on the stream, first time even learning about Hex. But went through the website, kind of learned about everything, and I'm just kind of curious about you and how you kind of started it all up,
Sure.
and how that kind of goes as you start being an entrepreneur, and
RichardHart.com.
when you realized you had gold on your hands and all that.
If you go to RichardHart.com, you're going to see an interview I did with Paul Democrito, and it's quite good about my past and how I started and stuff.
Awesome, I'll check it
You
out.
got to watch that one because it's too long. It's a good story, so definitely watch that one. RichardHart.com will have a link to it down at the bottom, I believe.
Awesome, appreciate it. And
My
then
pleasure.
one other thing is,
Yeah.
I'm curious what watch you're wearing.
This is a Patek Philippe 5726 stainless steel that has, let's go through these things. Since the time is purposely set wrong on it, I don't have to worry about doxing myself. I'll put it next to my eyes so that you can see it. It's got day, date, moon phase, month, 24-hour indicator, minutes, seconds, hours, like most other things. What else? Day, date, month.
Is it vintage or is it a new one?
Well, this is the white face, which is discontinued. I think they might have discontinued all of them, but they still have the blue-faced one on their website. It's
beautiful.
So, well, for $100,000, you can buy one. They're only $100,000. If you buy them, if you can get
Working
them.
my way up to it. We'll work it up.
I mean, if you want to see a different one, this one here is a Rolex Daytona. So the only functions that like this Patek doesn't have, it's extremely complicated, right? Day, date, month,
Super day,
moon phase,
everything,
24-hour time indicator. That's a shitload of complication. This one just has chronograph. That's it. No date, no 20, like it's just a chronograph. But more people will recognize this easily. Super easy.
Everybody loves the Rolex, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll show you what this one does. So just press start, and this will start rotating around, counting the seconds. Because this is a zenith movement, the constant seconds is on the left. The chronograph movement, minutes, is on the right. Seconds is the second hand that's moving around on the chronograph, and then I can stop it, start it, stop it, reset it. So every rotation that makes, it's going to cause this minute indicator to rotate once. Then as those add up, every 30 minutes is going to rotate this. And then it's actually, sorry. This is minutes, this is hours, and this is seconds. And then this is constant seconds. So on a normal watch, this is like the normal watch. It's always going. Now they make some chronographs that are called vertical clutch that you can just leave running all the time. Like I believe that the more modern Daytona movements, you can just leave run all the time. This one is an older El Primero movement, which I believe has a horizontal clutch, and therefore you'll wind down the gears if you just leave the chrono run all the time. So I don't leave the chrono run all the time. And then these are they're not called crown guards, but whatever these screw downs are that cause you to not be able to depress these because it's no longer water resistant if you press this. So if you're underwater and you press that, that water's in your watch now and your watch is fucked. So, you know, for day-to-day life, you kind of just want to leave them screwed down. So this, I mean, if you're looking for respect and props, you're going to get more respect and props with a watch someone can recognize over a watch they can't. Why is the screw down not stopping turning?
In that case, do you have a Richard Mille in your sights or no?
Man,
you don't like
I
the
think the
plastic
Richard
carbon?
Milles look a little too busy for me, and the price points are stupid. So
Agreed.
I think that they're a little ugly, a little overpriced. You know, I see other, like, I don't want to do tool worship. I've got a Daytona Submariner. I'm sorry, I've got a 2-tone Daytona. I've got a 2-tone Submariner. I've got a Patek Philippe complicated annual calendar. I have enough watches. So I don't need to actually, like, there was one watch I seen that just came out for they just released a whole bunch of new model releases only last week, or only maybe a couple days ago. The new models from Rolex look shit. They just changed the face. You're like, okay. So now there's a meteorite dial, which looks like crap on most of the Daytonas.
We need some more innovation.
You know, I saw one watch that was actually innovative from, believe it or not, Louis Vuitton, and they've got an in-house watchmaker guy. And I was messaging them on the Twitter, and I'm like, how much for this watch? And then I looked around, and I think it was like 450,000 US. Might have even been quoted in euros. And I'm like, do I need this watch, which I'm not even sure it's going to appreciate? Yes, I love the features. Yes, I love the way it looks. But do I want to put like this much money into a watch? I'm just like, not really.
Yeah, that's a hard decision, I guess.
Yeah. It's just, for me, it's just social signaling, you know? It's something that other guys appreciate.
No, it's fun. I love it. It's something to look forward to for me.
Right.
You got time for a newbie question, Griffin?
Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, I'm relatively new to this. I staked on January the 6th, and I missed out on a lot of the gamesmanship that came with the big payday and stuff like that. But I'm wondering, is there a site or an app that you can use to see your current value and current T-shares and stuff?
You asked the right question. There's a wonderful app called staker.app. You'll love it.
Okay.
It's fabulous.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I think I
My
staked.
pleasure.
I'm on an Android phone, and so I staked through app hex.win. I think
Okay.
it was. And,
Yeah, cool. Yeah, you can go on staker.app, add your address, and you're going to like it.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And thank you for everything. I've been
My pleasure.
following you for a long time, but you were a little too far out in front of me, I think, at the start, and took a while for me to come to the realization that it was based in reality. So
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you
My
for
pleasure,
your
man.
persistence.
I do try.
Can I ask you something? Richard?
Yeah, go ahead.
You once said that HEX is a hybrid between proof of work and proof of stake.
Yes.
But I guess it only needs the proof of work part to achieve consensus, or
It needs both.
stake
Depends on how you're using it. If you want to participate in inflation, then you need to have stake and have staked. So if you want to participate in just performing transactions, you can do that with just proof of work. And so the game theory and tokenomics regarding the inflation component is proof of stake plus proof of work to perform the transaction of minting the inflation from having had stake. And
okay, actually not that hard to understand.
Exactly. So the proof of stake component is solely for issuing inflation, which is where the majority of rewards to the staker class comes from, and is what defends the price. And then the proof of work component is what allows those things to be logged to the immutable database. So it's like you need both.
Okay. Perfect answer. Thank you.
And by the way, it'll all be proof of stake soon. Like on Pulse, there's no proof of work. It's all proof of stake. So it will cease to be a proof of work, proof of stake hybrid on the Pulse chain. It will just be proof of stake.
So does that mean no more mining?
Well, no, you just have validating instead of mining, which is a different kind of work. You don't have to hit some weird expensive hash rate target that requires bandwidth, but you do need to hold a lot of hex. I'm sorry, a lot of Pulse or whatever the native token is. You won't have a burning electricity to do hashing as a component. It no longer exists.
Do you already have a ticker symbol in mind for Pulse?
I think I'm not exactly sure yet. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it'll be that. Maybe it'll be something else. Yeah.
There's already a lot of shit.
I know. Yeah, I know. So I want to go over 8 hours, which means we got 20 minutes to burn, homies.
Hey,
so
Mr.
in
Hart,
20
I have a
minutes, we
couple
took over the 8
questions for you.
hours, so I'm fucking around for 20 more minutes here no matter what. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for everything that you do, first and foremost.
My
That's
pleasure.
probably the most important part. Incredible.
Mhm.
The second thing, I do want to ask you two questions. First of all, do you know who the Three Stooges are? I would assume
I've
you do.
seen some of their material, yes.
Larry Moe and Curly. So Larry's my great-grandfather.
Nice.
And me and my brother are going to be in charge of, down the road, the future of the brand that's been around for almost 100 years. And
Nice.
I just want to touch on some, and I'm not going to debate this, but you talk a lot about how NFTs, you stay away from that. And from our standpoint with that brand going into the future, and we look into the blockchain as the future, and we're like, well, can we bring the Three Stooges to the blockchain, even though
Do
it's
it
100
now.
years old?
Do it now if you
but
can.
The thing is that I listen to you, I trust you, and trust me.
Selling
when
NFTs
you-
is beautiful. Buying NFTs is not. You want to sell
So
NFTs?
there's the
please
rub.
do.
Okay. So there's the rub. You're saying, Don, don't go out there and buy a Michael Jordan NFT
Right.
for $400,000
Right.
and expect to sell it for $1 million.
Right.
Be on the other side of the table.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And you're okay with that from a standpoint. Your advice would not.
If
like,
you
your
if you
suggestion
don't
would be
get
to
the
be
dum-dums
around long
money,
enough?
if you don't get the dum-dums money, someone else will. So
Right.
probably better that you. So
Right.
if there's some
Understood.
portion of people that just can't fucking help but buy fake IP that has no actual enterprise, you could buy real IP. You could buy
Right.
real IP that has real rights instead of fake IP that has none. You could buy real scarcity instead of fake scarcity, and like.
Correct.
So if you can sell people JPEGs for $1 million, awesome. Good for you.
And more importantly than the money making, which of course that is the goal, but is to keep them alive in a technology
Yeah, I
that's
know what you mean.
new.
Look, here's the other thing. I don't have a
covered
problem with
everything
NFTs. I have a problem with their prices. NFTs are cool. JPEGs are cool. Art is cool. That shit's all fine. People overpaying for it is what pisses me off. So I don't have a
Okay.
problem with NFTs. I have a problem with prices people pay. But if you're on the team and you're a hex skin and you're going to make an NFT and sell it for a lot of money, go for it, man. Sell your NFT for a lot of money. But, just realize that a lot of those people that buy it ain't going to be reselling it for no profit. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, and of
My
course,
pleasure,
I
man.
appreciate everything you do, and I appreciate you taking the questions, and I'll continue following.
my pleasure, man.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm just unmuting everybody that has their hand up here. I could
Hey,
just
Richard.
restart. I could just restart the room and allow the free for all, but this seems to be working fine.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, we're good.
Aren't
Mhm.
everybody that is listening going to be billionaires eventually? If they
It's very
start
unlikely.
5.5.
I mean, in order for that to be true, the
Hello, Hex.
dollar would have to be worth very little. Because right now, I don't even know that there's 1,000 billionaires in existence in the world right now. Let me look it up.
Hello, Hex. Good morning.
Yeah, definitely,
Okay.
Lex.
There's only
Good morning from here.
Hey there. There's only 2,200 billionaires in the world in 2018. So maybe now there's 3,000. That's not a lot of billionaires, man. So the US dollar would have to be worth a whole little in order to support, the 30,000 Hexicans that are staking now to be billionaires, So I believe in the very strong price appreciation of Hex. But to state billionaires, thousands of billionaires don't even there's not even 3,000 total billionaires now. So they're just very hard to be an actual billionaire in US dollars. The United States only has 724 billionaires.
Hex, actually, I want to take good morning to you from here.
What?
So I want to ask you if I could buy Bitcoin right now from Coinbase.
Are you asking if you can buy Hex from Coinbase? The answer is no. But you can buy USDC from Coinbase and swap it for Hex on ETHEX.com or 1inch.io or matcha.xyz.
All right. Thank you a lot.
Hey, it's my pleasure, man. You could also buy Ethereum. Ethereum and USDC both work.
Yeah, I had Ethereum pumping right now. Is that true?
Say it one more time.
I said I had Ethereum is pumping very high right now. Is that true?
Yeah, Ethereum's doing very well. The last time I looked, it was 23.86, I think. And currently, Ethereum costs
23.50.
23.80 on Stamp, 23.50 on
All right.
Coinbase.
All right. Can you please suggest me a site where I can purchase Ethereum right now? Right now.
Sure. ETHEX.com. ETHEX.com.
Okay. Thanks.
My pleasure.
Hey, Richard. So I'm actually on your richardhart.com, but I think the video that you were talking about is currently unavailable on YouTube. So I'm not able to watch it, I don't think. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Weird.
Yeah,
That's
the
weird.
video's not showing up on your site.
It says video unavailable. So I don't know if it was on some
I will check
bullshit
that out.
like
Thank
they
you.
typically are, but yeah.
Hey,
happened to
Richard,
the
he was
video?
he was in this chat earlier. I don't know if you
Cool.
saw him.
Okay, great. Look, I've unmuted everybody that's raised their hand, so anybody that wants to talk can. They just raise their hand. Yeah,
Hey,
go
I
ahead.
missed Phoenix video, but normally a good video in Hex will pump, and it's not pumping like ETH right now. So maybe you could drop a little more something about Pulse to get people excited.
That's not really my game. We'll go up when it's time to go up.
That's illegal.
I'm not here.
Pretty sure it's anyway.
I'm not here to
No promises.
We overperform when we overperform. It's okay. If some other thing performs one day, fine. You're not going to outperform everything every day. It's okay. Nothing does.
And guys, remember, use Hex what it was intended to. You get daily payout. Stop
Yeah.
looking at the price. Stake and get your T-shares. Okay.
T-shares.
Do I look at the price every day? No. I get paid $1,000 a day. That's all I need to know. And I add more T-shares. So
Just about being excited
how
of the
it's exact-
future, that's all.
When you
Richard,
guys have feedback, I mute you a little bit because we hear ourselves in your speakers. So if you make your speakers a little quieter, it makes life a little
Yes.
easier.
Richard, can I just ask if you
Yeah,
could
guys,
set
please do.
aside a date in May for the Wild West Crypto Show? Because originally they had you set for March 10th, but I know you're busy. But can you pick a date in May?
Yeah, whatever. Like, just have them hit me on Telegram, like, and I'll set an alarm, you know?
Okay, I'll make it happen.
Yeah, or I mean, richard@hex.com is an okay email as well.
Richard,
Has Peter McCormack reached out to apologize yet?
No. He's probably not moral
He's too
enough
scared.
to do that.
At some point, he has to.
Do you think that the Coinbase listing is going to affect the price of Bitcoin and Ethereum at all?
Yes.
It's doing that right now, guys. Come on, seriously.
Some people think it's gonna dump tomorrow. I don't know why, but I mean, I've heard
Because
that.
it happened when the CME launched, and because we have a shitload of topping signals.
Yeah,
But
Richard went over that earlier.
No one really knows, man. It could keep going up. It doesn't have to dump. It could go up. It could double.
I think it'll go up personally.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
Nobody knows, man.
Just enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Exactly. All we know is that we get paid every day for my t-shirts. That's all we know. That's our certainty. Everything else is open for debate.
Watching the charts obsessively is no good for you anyway.
It's true, man.
And not a good way to live.
I'm gonna leave and rejoin just to make that audio fix. Apparently, me leaving and rejoining like fixes my audio. So
That's weird.
maybe it just dies after so many hours. I'm okay with it. Just takes a second.
Probably
so.
because it's connected with the YouTube. That's probably why.
It could be. All right, let's make sure everybody that wants to talk can. We just unmute everybody.
Did you reach that 8 hour yet, Richard?
I think so. I mean, 7:51. We got 10 more minutes.
There you go. There you go. I like that. All time high.
So I just wanted to say, so I'm making like custom email signatures. If anybody's trying to reach out to anybody, I'm gonna post it in the main chat.
All right.
Just like custom HTML style template email signatures you can put in your email.
Nice of you, man. Thank you. I love it when Hexicans are helping out, man. You guys are really great.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate
That's
it.
really good. Guys, if you're in the professional world, things like that matters when you email people.
So let's take a look at the prices. Right now, we've got BTC. I'm not on my normal comp. This is my streaming computer, so like I don't have my normal charts. I'm having to like one by one this crap. Currently, Bitcoin is at 64,895 high, 64,450 current, and ETH is 2379 current, 2402 high, and Hex dollar, or rather 1.85 cents with a high of 1.92. Yeah, any of you guys got questions? Just raise your hands.
Hi, Richard.
Hello.
I was just wondering. Oh, sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
With the because you know how the fork's coming, I'm guessing it would be what 80% APY because there'll be 2 coins.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I mean, geez, yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Savage.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I wanted to tell other people that, or yeah, no, it sounds pretty good though.
Well, if you're counting it in Hex and Hex Pulse put together, yeah, you're at like 80%. That's interesting. Didn't think about that. Cool observation, man.
That's why you got to tell them to stake before the snapshot.
Yeah, if you want more Hex, you might want to have it before the snapshot, before the fork, you know.
Hey, Richard.
Yep, go ahead.
We've got 4.5 hours until the NASDAQ opens.
Oh, shit. Are you serious?
Are you up for staying online until then?
I need to be not on stream when that shit's happening, brother. I need to be eyeballing metrics and shit for my own curiosity. Like, I can't be on the stream.
Yeah, it'll be good fun though.
Are you sure that it's open in 4 hours? Because I'm gonna feel like a real asshole. I should get a little
But
sleep.
is Coinbase actually going to be on the NASDAQ at open? Because I heard that it could be any time during the day.
Good question.
I mean, if they do open, it's 9:30. So Richard, it's 5 a.m. right now. It's
5
Eastern
a.m.,
time. So it's in 4 hours 30 minutes. 4:25.
Yay.
Well,
Yeah. Listing only
Yay.
happen either 9:30 or they usually do it at 1 p.m. So they do midday or they do early morning.
Richard, just
I
turn
think it's gonna be early morning.
back on.
What?
So you
Good
just
thing
turn
I
your
drank all that
machine
coffee, huh? Just good thing I drank all that coffee. What a dum. Hey guys, super important day tomorrow. Let me make sure I have no sleep for it. What an idiot. Oops.
well, I'm glad you're staying online for it.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Well, I'd probably take a nap. Definitely take a nap. Set an alarm.
Yeah, all you traders enjoy the show. I'm just gonna be enjoying my steaks.
You're a badass, dude. You are a badass.
That's it.
Respect. If I wasn't out there trying to get my name out there, clout chasing and shilling to the masses, I could give a shit less as well, but I got to get my name out there, dude, So people look up to me for intelligent discourse about the cryptocurrency space. These are currently the two market cap leaders, and so my opinions probably help a lot of people, Maybe one day when Hex is number one, I won't have to talk about some of these other things. That'll be nice.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah.
Hey, much admiration, respect, and gratitude.
Thank you.
Just want to thank you for everything you do. I've been trolling your chats for years, different names and whatever. I love, trying to contribute to the community as much as I can.
Nice.
Just first question for myself is, what more can we do as streamers to further the adoption of HEX in your
messaging
view? And
you have to do outbound messaging to people, however that is, whether that's cold calling or emailing or saying hi on the street. It's all about onboarding new people. It's all about outbound messaging. So that is the most important thing.
Yep. Thank you. And then I got some quick hits from the other Wake Up HEX guys on the stream every week. I know you've dropped in a couple times. We were really grateful for that.
Nice.
So Kinetics wants to know, he's not here today, none of these guys are. Kinetics wants to know, after his vasectomy, how soon after before he can pulse again?
I don't know, man. I've always been afraid of the snip, so I haven't really got it memorized.
That's fine. Okay,
That shit's scary to me, dude.
I'll say that that's immediately then. Excellent. Markable Thoughts wants to know how much of his outlandishly long beard should he trim?
I think beards look lame. I used to have one and it sucked. So
okay,
kind of
I'll take that as clean cut.
Yeah.
Good. Barely Crafty wants to know
What about
about
the mustache?
How can Barely Crafty rebrand himself effectively?
Really crafty?
Excellent. And two more. Henry Hex, should he share 25% or 30% of his stake with Papa B?
I have no idea, dude. This is you guys. Go for your last one. Go.
I'll take that as 30%. And the last one is Peter wants to know, how old is too old to play with airsoft in Slovakia?
I have no idea, brother. I have no idea.
Okay. Love you, Ricky. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
All right. Who's going to use the final minute?
What's the market?
Go ahead, Marco.
I'm on CoinGecko and the market cap isn't showing up. It's a
Yeah,
blank
CoinGecko is run by cocksuckers who suck dicks in their free time as a hobby, I guess.
Yeah, good enough.
So, fuck those guys.
Okay,
they make
fair.
money on scams. They literally make money on ads that they place on top of known scams. But then something that could save all those people, that isn't a scam, that has 100% uptime, Hex, they pretend they can't figure out the market cap for. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
and they should feel horrible every day that they wake up for making money on ruining people's lives. The lives of people that bought shitty scams that were advertised on their website, or that they helped promote the game theory of by giving them an audience. Like, it's absolutely disgusting, and those guys should really reconsider what they do with their lives.
Fair enough. So then what's your recommended
Nomic
tracking situation?
Nomics.com is awesome. They try and filter out fake volume. using very intelligent order book analysis, and like you have like if you Clay Collins does a podcast kind of web stream thing where he explains how to detect fake volume and you know what real trading volume looks like, and their website attempts to remove a lot of the fake bullshit. So I think nomics.com is a premier comparing market caps and prices kind of website.
Yeah, I found a good
Do you
one.
mind spelling that out for me? I
Sure.
couldn't quite make it out.
Yeah, nomics.com. You can see the accurate hex market cap other places as well. Like you can look at the undiluted market cap.
I found a good site yesterday for comparisons. It's called lunarcrush.com. It's pretty good for checking on different projects. And
Sure.
looking at social activity and stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah, we rank pretty well there as well. Our social's strong.
Hey, Richard, one more thing.
Go ahead.
One more thing about Crypto Coffee and Kinetics did such a good job with the Cowboys on the Wild West Crypto Show that they are Hexicans.
Excellent.
So I will make them contact you and get
Good
that
stuff.
done. Thank you.
Great. All right, final question, because I'm going the
Rich,
fuck to sleep.
I got one for
I'm
you.
going to sleep.
I have a question.
This is an interesting observation. I thought that might play out.
Go.
With the two pieces of the hex copies, you know, on Pulse Chain and ETH.
Mhm.
It would be interesting if everybody races for price on Pulse, and then subsequently the APY goes ape shit on ETH as they end the stake, and there's less people there staked.
Maybe.
So it'd be interesting. I mean, it'll be fun to watch.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
However it plays out, it's going to be a fucking fun few months, man. Thanks so much.
Hard to predict what market's going to do, you know.
both gonna
So
be-
guys, that's it. I'm gonna hop out of the live. Actually, I'm gonna take the live stream chat and then end it, and everyone's gonna have to rejoin, and then it'll be a free for all. Everyone will be able to talk by default as soon as they join, I think. Now look, if that's not the case and these mutes that we've been applying stay, then Kareem is gonna have to go and unmute a lot of people. Good luck, bro.
Kareem is about to go to sleep.
Well, somebody else
for
then.
2 hours.
Somebody else then. I'm gonna end it and restart it, guys. Let's see how it works. All right, I'm restarting the voice chat here. Yeah, I think everyone's just going to be able to chat at will.
Nice, it's working.
Yeah, it's working fine.
I think we're good.
Thank goodness.
No-
Thank goodness.
nobody-
Oh, Yasumi, Kareem.
All right,
Thanks,
I'm gonna leave you guys. Enjoy the live chat yourselves. I'm gonna say goodbye to the YouTube audience solo. So I'm gonna click leave here.
Looks good. Hey, great job.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Everybody listening on YouTube, t.me/hex crypto live chat going constantly. A lot of really smart people in there, spreading the good word. You ask them any question, they probably got an answer for you. You want security tips? t.me/hex security. You want to talk about the hex price? t.me/hex trading. You think the hex is going to zero? Go talk shit and t.me/hex bear. You like free books, free knowledge? I wrote a couple. t.me/scivive, SCIVIVE. Follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/Richard Hart Win. Pulse Chain Com on Twitter. Hex Crypto on Twitter. Pulse Chain Com on Telegram. Come work out the game theory. You know, we're launching something that could save Ethereum's gas price problems, reduce their fees, make it nicer ecosystem for everybody, make ETH more useful by being more affordable, and, you know, save a lot of people with being able to transact on a more affordable, higher throughput, lower latency network. What else? I guess you might be seeing me tweet in a few hours when Coinbase may go public. Depends on what time during the day it happens. I haven't been following that specific timing very tightly. I've been live streaming with you guys for the last 8 hours and 4 minutes, which I believe is actually a record for me. My previous 8-hour live stream was when China banned Bitcoin. It went from 5,000 to 3,000. So this will be my longest stream. Pretty cool. And I'm really amazingly impressed by the quality of the questions that the community asked. Very, very, very cool. Very intelligent, no trolling at all, which I'm just like, how can I have a live show with no trolling? That's crazy. I thought that would be impossible. I'm going to take live random questions from the audience and there's no trolling. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, it's been really great being with all you guys. And just remember, Hex had an all-time high 7 days ago. So we will have our time. We didn't do an all-time high yet today, but no worries. Like, it's all going to be cool, guys. All right. Stay in touch. Look forward to hearing from you guys again. And it's been a real pleasure. And I consider this live voice thing a real success. And I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. Thanks a lot, everybody.